Hey all. Hello, if anyone's there. Um, okay. We're getting people to gather. 1 second. Okay. All right. Things are happening in the background. Hey, Pisco.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure can. Say something? Okay, yeah. We'll wait for you. 1 second so my squad can see you. All right, folks, everyone I assume can see me.
Testing.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Say something. Sound a little muted, probably me, but try again.
Muted? That's all right. Just bring the mic
It's workable.
closer.
It's doable. Yeah, just if you move a little closer. I can also hear your music. That's intentional, right?
Yes, that part's intentional.
Okay, cool. How are we doing? I actually don't know. I mean, what are the sides here? Are you going to be taking Lactoid side?
It's right. Okay. First of all,
or your moderator. Your moderator.
well, hold on. Okay, multiple things are happening here.
Yeah.
One, I screwed up the tweet.
Oh.
Messed up the tweet. Lactoid. I mean, look at the group DM. Lactoid's not even in it. Lactoid's not in this.
Oh shit! I really wanted to shit on some conservatives today.
You know, I feel bad. I screwed up the tweet.
Okay.
So, in place, it was actually supposed to be my friend Bam, who you're familiar with, Black American Made. Yeah, do you remember him?
Maybe
not.
Maybe his face.
Oh, well, you should see him again today.
Awesome.
But in any case, he was supposed to be the one I put in, but I put Lactoid. Lactoid's in like all of my debates, and I just like automatically inserted him in when he's not there. So there's that. Okay. Step 2. Of course I'm in it. No, we're just in it. We're just doing it. This is old school. We're just jumping in, right?
This is like the old days, bro.
Yeah. So I don't know. Hopefully it'll all work out well.
I'm sure it will.
Yeah. Just waiting on everyone else to get here. But yeah. But how are you, Pisco?
I'm good, man. I mean, just watching my country go a little crazy.
Yeah. So what do you think about the James Comey indictment? I mean,
it's pretty stupid.
I'm sure you haven't got a chance to look at it much.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it after the debate. We'll take a look at it, but it's a 2-pager and it's pretty dumb. People kind of knew in advance what the theories were gonna be, because there's been, frankly, a lot of reporting that even like the crazed, unhinged lunatics that they've put in the DOJ these days had misgivings about like they had to specifically fire the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia and put in a crazy person with no experience in order to even file this shit, and it's exactly what we expected. So it's dumb,
Trump's
stupid.
Personal lawyer. Trump's personal lawyer.
Well, I mean, his personal lawyer is the deputy AG too.
Yep.
So yeah.
And so like, I just remember sitting through the campaign, and this happened. Like even afterwards, even after he was elected, but Republicans crying about lawfare, unbelievable. Literally every accusation is an admission from them.
Sure,
every single accusation.
It really is. But I mean, it must be an interesting position for you, as we'll get into. Yeah.
Why would
this is going to be in a very
not even a little bit.
Yeah,
not a little bit interesting.
No matter how bad stuff gets, you're going to be with me. And like in line, like I said before, at the gulag, and you'll just be like, you should have come out against the genocide. But nothing, no matter how bad it gets, nothing's gonna move you. So that's a pretty tough bullet to bite, man. Pretty tough.
Not even slightly. No.
Okay.
No, because if you frame it as it's my responsibility rather than the candidate's responsibility, well, then that makes sense, right? If you give no agency to Kamala Harris, like a sexist, if you give no agency to that woman, well then, yes, it's my fault Okay, I guess the man makes all the decisions here, and certainly not her. She's just a dainty woman, and things were just happening to her
I
during
mean,
the campaign.
this
There
isn't
was
real,
nothing. There
Prime,
was nothing she could
because
do.
I would
She
be
was
saying this if it were Biden.
she was
I would
only
be saying this if it were Biden.
a California AG, then a senator, then a vice president. Totally powerless. Totally powerless. And it was up to me, Prime, to get her elected. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Then, indeed.
I
In that
just think
case,
I just think that that I would have been saying this if it were Biden on the ticket as well. So it's it's not sexist.
oh no, I'm messing with the sexist part. Sorry, if that's not clear, I don't think my friend Pisco is sexist. I'm sorry.
No, it's not sexism, but I think that there's a division of responsibility here. There are multiple people can be at fault for different things. I think that that's true.
It could be, but the vast majority.
Oh my God! What happened to your mic? What'd you do to it? What did you do to your mic?
Is it loud now? What?
You sound like Optimus Prime.
Oh my God.
Maybe given your name.
Let's try this.
Jacob Lance says you are legally incompetent and can't be held accountable for your vote. That's mean. That's rude. Okay. And also not what I think. I think Prime is very competent, and that's why I cry. That's why Prime makes me cry.
All right. Is it better now? Okay.
It's certainly better than what it was. Yeah, just be closer to your mic, and this is like.
It's like right here.
Yeah, that's good. You're good. You're good.
Pits. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, everyone. We're just waiting for the others to show up. 2 people said they were going to be late. The other 2 just haven't happened. Are just not
You're
there
good.
yet.
We don't need anyone else, bro.
That's true. We can get us
The
back.
video that I posted of us talking is like one of my better performing videos.
Really?
People liked it. There are a lot of comments.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
I bet.
Like, you went too soft on this guy. Yeah. No.
Okay. No. All right. That's fine. Hey. I assume that your audience. I assume that you've cultivated an audience of shit libs. Yes. Yeah. You've cultivated an audience of shit libs, and shit libs are going to
congregate
a shit lib position. So I accept that, and I forgive you, audience, for not having a better take. But okay, yeah. I mean, so audience, we are indeed waiting for the others, but like Pisco said, I mean, it's me and him. We've never had a problem having a conversation, so we can just get started.
So before they get here, I guess I'm kind of not gonna try to make you bite bullets and just like ask you how you feel about like what you're seeing of the country and map that onto your feelings prior to the 2024 election. Like, is this kind of what you expected?
Is this kind of what I expected out of Trump?
Out of Trump, yeah, Trump's second term.
Okay. But also you want me to map this one before the election when I didn't know who was going to win, or does that matter?
That like the kinds of stuff that we're seeing were these kind of like things that you internalize as real possibilities that you thought would happen if Trump won prior to election, or are you like kind of shocked by what's going on?
100%. No, why would I? Yeah. I mean, I follow politics.
That's why I asked.
Yeah. No. I'm not. That wasn't an aggressive. Why would I? I'm just saying, like, yeah. Why wouldn't I know that? What do you think? I'm like a MAGA farmer who's like, when Trump like promised he was going to end U.S. aid, and he was going to do the trade war, right? He promised that continuously during the campaign. Didn't make a secret of it. But then when he actually got into office and then did those things, followed through on his promises, they're shocked. What? Huh? How could this happen? My business just evaporated. I sell soybeans or whatever, right? And China has canceled literally all orders. How could this happen? Like, it's amazing. So, but no, I'm not like that. Yeah, I listened to Trump quite closely during the campaign. I listened to Kamala quite closely during the campaign. And what I'm getting from Trump is exactly, well, Yeah, it's actually it's what I thought it was. I knew he would go farther. I knew not just what he was saying in the campaign. He's gonna I remember his first term, and I knew he was going to only like his brand of politics is only going to metastasize and get worse. So yeah, everything is pretty much lined up.
Yeah. No, I'm interested because I think that there's a way we can go about this conversation
Sure.
where it's just me reinventing different ways to ask the trolley problem at you, or reinventing different ways to talk about the same kind of issue. And I guess I'm wondering, it'll be interesting to see what Doobie says here, since he's on the panel, what his take is on these things. But I'm just like curious about your kind of outlook. What are you feeling right now? Do you feel that shit is bad? Do you feel that what we're seeing right now is a true threat to the stability of the country? Is that something that you internalize?
A doobie.
Oh, is that for me? Yeah,
Oh, that was
I think.
that was for Prime and
Oh,
Doobie, I
okay,
Oh,
guess. Yeah.
okay.
yeah, Prem, you can go first. I'm so getting
Okay.
settled in here.
Sure.
And hi, Doobie.
Um, sorry. I because I thought that was for doobie.
Oh, sure, yeah. So
Could
the
you repeat
question
that?
basically was like, are you internalizing this threat, that the kind of structural threat that the resistance libs, who I know you spar with frequently, Prime, that they've talked about a lot. Is that something that you're actually internalizing? You're like actually
The
a bit,
threat of
yeah,
fascism.
the threat of authoritarianism, fascism, whatever the guardrails coming undone. Is this because sometimes there are certain lefties who like don't give a shit. They're like, it's all been corrupt this entire time, and who cares if the DOJ is lacking independence from the White House? That's just something that we'll take advantage of when the left takes over. And this was a not something that we were in any way needing to uphold in the first place.
So, I do think, I mean, as you go through the decades, like talking about recent U.S. history and not speaking of like way before, but corruption has always been on the table, right? There's always just varying levels of corruption, and it comes out in different ways. And the way I look at it is that all these presidents are guilty of something awful, and I think that I mean I would put pretty much most of the presidents in jail for some awful thing they got up to. However, that doesn't mean that they're all on the same level, right? That there's no difference between a Democrat and a Republican in office. In the way that they operate and the way that they interact with like the larger federal government, in the way that they handle emergencies, right? Like the recent political violence, right? Like if Biden had been in office now, like his messaging, I think we can both agree, would be quite different from what we're seeing out of Donald
Oh,
Trump.
sure, yeah.
Yeah. So I can recognize that these two are different, obviously, because I've voted for Democrats all my life, right? Like I'm not an independent saying, oh, or I'm not saying I'm sitting in the middle and I look at both candidates and it's one or the other. Like Republicans have never had anything to offer me, ever, right? I listen to what they say very closely, but they've never had anything to offer me.
But do you
Uh,
internalize that threat? I mean, so I understand and agree with you. I'm sure Doobie does too. That the kind of corruption we're seeing, it's on another level. I mean, it really is. Even the people who are watching saying all presidents are corrupt, saying that is almost in its own way deceptive. Because I agree with that statement. Like the literal denotative words you're saying, I'm sure there's some level of corruption. I've said that's true of Biden. I've said that true of many Democratic presidents before. But it's almost a lie to say it and not give the context of the current administration, where we are just seeing, and even the conservatives commentators are admitting it. I saw Ann Coulter saying as much, like they're not even hiding the level of grift, the extent to which Trump is personally profiting from his powers, the extent to which he, letting off all of his
Agreed.
friends from investigations. So the amount of basically the entire federal government is being operated to function as the further the interest, the personal interests of Donald Trump, his family and associates, and that I think is something that's different.
But but I agree with you. Like I said in my statements, there's difference in levels of corruption. I could even go into more detail, just like you did there.
But
But
are you
like,
internalizing the threat? Are you actually
what does that
fearful?
mean? I don't know what that
So,
means at this
so
point.
when I say internalize the threat, I mean like people can say every day, like, oh, this is bad. Like, for example, they can say, oh yeah, that genocide is bad. Oh yeah, this is bad. To internalize something is to truly feel, like, have the emotion of fear, of anxiety, of perhaps of I don't know, being pulled emotionally and into one direction or another, of having some kind of mission to stop this, to save your country. Are you actually feeling the feelings of someone who is facing the imminent collapse of the order that has maintained itself in this country?
I watch a scary amount of political news. Like I intake so much per day. Keeping track of big stories and little stories, and like literally, I have um, thousands at this point of like, or at least hundreds, many hundreds of links to different stories that I read or I'd like hope to get to. That like I'm constantly like intaking the all of this in. So I have a very good picture of the threat that's faced. And furthermore, I have members of my family who are at risk of being brutalized by this administration. And so if you're saying, do I feel not just family, also friends, who like I worry about and I literally check in on a regular basis to say like, hey, are you doing okay here? Because they have good reason to fear being targeted by Trump. But anyway, so if you're asking me, do I feel something? Well, absolutely.
Yeah, that is what
I
I'm asking.
knew,
Yeah.
yeah, and I knew what the threat was. I intimated that threat to others during like when the campaign was happening. Um, but yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Sorry, just an opener. I'm curious Doobie's thoughts in our, I don't know, this kind of icebreaker before we get into the beat of. I think that the question that you're trying to focus in on, Prime, is with more of a concentration on Kamala and a view of her role specifically. So I'm curious about Doobie's thoughts there.
So I don't see Trump as a like I viewed Trump, his administration, as the first like open salvo, like an ideological war that's been brewing for a very long time in this country, waged by Christian nationalists, technocrats, and like corporate cronies, right, against the fundamental promise of America, right. I think that this is an attack on not just like party. It's not just party politics to me. I see this as something like an assault on like the very ideals that even Republicans were raised to believe this country stands for, right? So I do take it very seriously. I think it's a huge threat to the country, and I don't even think that Trump is like. I think he's the first uh, footstep, right, by this ideology. I think there are people within his administration who are far more ideologically driven than he is. And I think they're the driving force behind him, because I don't think Trump actually has an ideology beyond he wants to look good and because he has a massive ego, right? He just wants people to think of him as like the savior of the U.S., whatever the fuck that means. But I think the people in his administration who have an ideological bent that is totally contrary to everything this country stands for.
Yeah. So do we have everyone, or are we just waiting for counterpoints here?
We're waiting on two others, but they said
Okay.
they were going to be late, so yeah.
Got it. So we can, or I don't know, Prime. What do you want to do?
I mean, like we're already in it. So
Okay.
I can read the topic as I had written it
Sure.
to everyone else. So the topic I wrote down, and these are fine people agreed to come on and discuss is why would left-leaning voters not support Kamala Harris? Was Harris and or the DNC responsive to the base's concerns about Gaza? Or at the time, was that protest too insignificant to be a focus of the National Party? So yeah, that's kind of where. So we were having a conversation with the Reverie, Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern on twitch.tv or youtube.com/primekai. Right, come check it out. But we're having a discussion, and Kamala Harris got brought up completely randomly. Actually, she got brought up, and the discussion about like who didn't actually vote for her, why didn't they vote for her, and whose fault is it for all of this came up. And since it was attached, this was on the tail end of a completely separate debate. I thought like we should have a specific conversation set aside just for this because it was very passionate, as it always is around these parts. And so I invited the people on. So most of the people, actually all the rest of the people uh, who are part of this debate, except for Pisco, was there. But we invited Pisco. He was so kind as to join us, so we're happy to have him. So yeah, why don't we just quickly introduce ourselves, and then we'll go. So hi, I'm Prime Kai, PRIMECAYES. You can find me twitch.tv or youtube.com/Prime Kai. We'd love to have you. We have debates like this all the time. They're a lot of fun, and they're super freaking passionate. If you remember me from last time I was on Pisco's channel, you know what I can deliver. But very excited to have you all here watching us and being a part of this. So yeah, Pisco.
Yeah, Pisco Liddy on Twitter and TikTok now. Also, Pisco's Hour on YouTube. Yeah, we had that conversation, which was kind of about, I guess, the voter's culpability, the hypothetical prime style voter. And yeah, that's available on my channel, but I'm sure that this conversation will, I think, try to be more focused on the candidate specific qualities and things like that. Though I'm not certain that it won't fall into a little bit of questions about voter requirements and voter oughts and what they should have done.
Okay. Next is we'll go to our friend Doobie. Doobie, thank you for coming through. A mainstay on the Reverie. I'm always glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Doobie. I run the politics server on Discord, discord.gg/politics, the best and biggest politics server on the platform. And that's about it.
Thanks so much. And last but not least, a person who you wouldn't expect if you saw my tweet, because I fucked up the tweet. I do apologize. But Black American Me, we're very happy to have him here. That wasn't on purpose. But Bam, thank you for joining us. I mean, like it was really our back and forth that sparked all this, and so I'm happy that you take time out of your day to join us here.
Of course, I hate to dispute, put all this black on black violence out in the public space, but I'm Bam. I run my life as best I can. That's all I do. I come in and I have conversations with Prime as long as he allows me to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for all being here. So we can jump into it. Also, you can come to youtube.com/primekai to like put a super chat. You want us to answer? You want us to like respond to something? Super chats are open, so consider supporting the channel that way. Be much appreciated. But all right, let's jump into it. So let me get this perspective of the other side, right? We were answering a few questions from my man Pisco here, but I want to get the perspective of the other side. Why do you think that left-leaning voters didn't support Kamala Harris, right? And I'm using left-leaning extremely loosely here, right? Anyone on like the general left, but you might see it differently. And you can define that as you wish. So yeah,
you're asking me that, right? Or us?
I'm asking both of you.
Okay, got it. I'll start by saying I think that there's a premise to this question which I just want to address, which is I think that left-leaning people, by and large, did vote for Kamala Harris. So by and large, I'm not one of these people who like blame lefties or communists or socialists for the reason, like in terms of the actual result of the election. There was a broad sweep of push towards Trump across many different groups, including traditional Democratic voters who aren't considered lefties, people who are like disaffected, who are not ideological in any way. And so I've not been convinced by the empirical case that the ideological left lost Kamala the election in a sense of like actual votes and vote count. I don't think that that's been made out. And I think the Democrats, by and large, and left-wing people, by and large, supported Kamala. However, for the subset of people who didn't, I think, the range of different issues, I think that Gaza probably did play an impact for some people in the left for who that's a major issue. And Joe Biden's and the administration's pro-Israel stance. They were very pro-Israel administration. And additionally, I think the left, Biden's kind of economic policies, which I support because they didn't have, I think, immediate effect, and because of lingering inflation, those kinds of economic considerations, and because Trump had been out of eye for a while, I think a lot of left-wing people might just not have voted because they were less enamored by Biden and less threatened by Trump.
Okay. Yeah, please.
Yeah, my perspective, I don't blame specifically leftists. I blame non-voters. And I name non-voters as a category. And I blame specifically, most of all, which ends up overlapping with leftists. Most of all, I blame non-voters whose reasoning behind says that Kamala didn't do something in their campaign enough to justify their vote over Trump. I think that argument is complete and total bullshit. And I think that we're absolutely seeing the ramifications and consequences through the people who would give that justification. The larger issue was probably general voter apathy, and I actually think that it's actually an issue of Biden being too solid of a president. He wasn't in the media every day, and he wasn't doing flips and telling pregnant women what medicine they can take and giving medical advice, but he had gotten the country into a position of general recovery and stability post-COVID. And I think that people had got lulled into a boredom and thought that like, oh, okay, well, it really doesn't matter who's president. My life is kind of whatever. And they leaned into the excitement, or they just said that, oh, well, if Trump wins, everything's probably going to be about the same. And they were horribly, horribly wrong.
Okay. Before I say anything there, do you have a response to any of that, Doobie?
Yeah, I think he's totally wrong. I think you're wrong about everything. I think the issue it's not that the Democrats need an Obama-style candidate. I think Obama is in some ways a once-in-a-lifetime style candidate, right? The way that he's a great orator, great at like winning over the crowds, great at, I mean, just his image. He looks like a very competent person, prevents himself well. Like he's, I think that kind of candidate is in some ways once in a lifetime, at least once in my lifetime, right? But I think that Obama stood for something. He had a message. He had that was like hope and change was the thing that he was selling, right? He stood for something. He advocated for that thing. I think the issue with Biden and Kamala, especially Kamala, was that she didn't seem to stand for anything other than what Biden did, and Biden wasn't that popular, right? So I think she just failed to separate herself from the administration, failed to present herself as a leader and somebody that people could trust, and failed to produce any confidence in people, right? Any excitement to get them out to vote. And I think the Democrat Party itself has been disconnected from its base for a very long time. And I think one of the easiest ways to see this is the Israel-Palestine issue, right? I'm not a single issue voter, right? But if you just look at that issue, right? And to be clear, I'm not a Democrat. I'm a registered independent. I've voted for, the first time I ever voted was for Obama, right? I even voted for Trump in 2016, right? As kind of a troll vote, because I'm in California, so it doesn't really matter. Last election, I didn't vote because I'm in California. Doesn't really matter anyway. But also, I didn't really feel comfortable voting for either of these disgusting people, in my opinion. But to be clear, if it did matter, if I was in the swing state, I would have voted for Kamala. I would have swallowed, closed my eyes, and just pushed the Kamala button, okay? Because I think that Trump is that bad. But if you look at the polls on the Gaza issue, like 77% of Democrats believe Israel is committing a genocide. 51% of independents think they're committing a genocide. 20% of fucking Republicans think they're committing a genocide. Only 25% support sending more military aid among Democrats. Only 28% of independents support this. And among Republicans, only 56%, which is fucking crazy for the Republicans. Only 56% of Republicans support sending military aid to Israel. So these numbers, I think, are pretty crazy, right? There's been a massive shift in the last few years against Israel. But if you look at the way that the party votes and the way that the leadership and the Democrat Party speaks about the issue, they represent Israel, Palestine, Gaza as like a fringe issue. And when people like Connor or even Erudite or Hutch or any of these like liberal people online, right? Who I like, to be clear, I don't dislike any of these people. When they speak about these things, they speak of that topic as if it's a fringe left issue that only socialists and communists care about. But that's totally disconnected from the reality of the situation, which is that is the mainstream of the party is opposed to this thing. So if you are supporting sending money to Israel, if you don't think it's a genocide, you're the fringe. You are the fringe of the party. And I think these people need to accept that and start behaving that way and reconnect with the base of the party. I think that is the only way that the Democrats are going to win.
Can I ask him something?
Yeah, go for it.
I was about to say, so Doobie, I just want to real quick. So do you believe that if Kamala Harris, and I'm gonna push it to, I guess the perfect extreme. Do you think if Kamala Harris ran on, I'm cutting off Israel as an ally to the United States if I win, I'm going to cut off all military aid, and I'm completely denouncing them, denouncing Israel as a country. Do you believe that Kamala Harris gets more votes than she had?
I don't think that anybody reasonable would ask for that. I don't think that's what anybody wanted. I think what at the time
you don't think anybody wants to denounce Israel.
Maybe the fringe, the actual fringe, right? That doesn't want Israel to exist as a nation. Maybe they would want that, right? But that's not what I don't think people expect that from her as a politician. I don't think they would want that. I think they would think, oh, that she's gonna be called an anti-Semite and she's gonna fucking lose, right? I think what they wanted from her is to take a strong ethical position on this thing, connect with the base of the party, which is opposed to sending more money to Israel, that believed that Israel was potentially committing a genocide even back then, rather than just saying, "Oh, I want to change anything." Right? They wanted her to.
But I'm just saying, do you think that she would like? So you're saying if she did that, if she made a too strong of a stance, she would have lost votes. She would have won. Like they would have made that would have been the thing.
Yeah, if she
voters would have said, "Oh, now I'm voting for the black woman."
Well, I don't think she needs to. I don't think she needs to win over Trump voters. I think she needed to ignite some kind of passion in the base, to ignite some kind of passion in the base to vote for her, right? To present herself as a leader, taking a strong position on the thing, someone with backbone, right? I don't think she did that.
I'm saying
so Pisco, that's how it would look, Pisco, right? So
no, wait, before that, because I wanted to take back, like, I just want to know what is the question we're asking right now, because I understood Prime's question to be what was the reason why some people on the left or the left didn't vote for Kamala? And so I understand that to be specific to pre-election stuff. So everything Doobie's now citing about polls afterwards, I don't view that to be relevant, right? We can't take the polls that we see now and say, oh, she should have known this back then, and we should apply the preferences now of the Democratic Party to back in the day. So I understand Prime's question to be literally pre-election and to be pertaining to the left. And if it's a broader election strategy, I don't really view that as topical. He asked a specific question about what was incentivizing people on the left not to vote for Kamala. My response is they by and large did, but maybe the thing affected it. And so I just want to make sure, are we responding to the same question, Doobie? And then you can tell me what it looked like, the Gaza
stuff. Yeah, so the reason I think when I said earlier that the Israel-Palestine issue is one of the easiest way to see the disconnect that I'm talking about. I think the disconnect that is causing people to lose hope, to lose confidence.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm very focused. Like, I'm sorry. Are we answering the same question?
Yes.
That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Okay, so
hold on. So to be clear, that disconnect is I think is the reason people didn't go out and vote for her. Not specifically on this issue. To be clear, I think there's a disconnect on
people
on
or
a
the
whole
left,
host of
right? So Prime asked why did the left
Democrats
not vote?
in general. Well, hold on. Well, I think when Prime said the left, I think he was being very general, meaning like anybody,
people, but not independents, right? Poll. Not independents and not like non-ideological voters or I don't know, right wing. So the left generally, people on the left of this, so not centrist. Correct? Is what we're talking about. I think so. We're talking about.
I'm talking about the typical Democrat Party base, right?
All right.
Like that's what I'm. Yeah. So I think there's a disconnect between the party leadership and that Democrat Party base. The reason I brought up the polls on Israel-Palestine, the recent ones, we can look at the ones during the election if you want, but I think they're not really relevant to the point that I'm making. I think you can really see the disconnect, because if you look at the polls and then you look at how the party is voting and how the leaders of the party are speaking, and even how liberal streamers are talking about the issue, they present it as a fringe issue that a small group of people care about or are opposed to Israel on, when this is actually this is the mainstream position. right? So I think the disconnect there, and not just on this issue, to be clear, but on other issues, is I think the reason that they lost and the reason they're not doing well.
I'm not so sure that the mainstream position at the time of the election, and I think this was the point that was being made, it was at the time, and I don't think it's been elaborated by you, is it to cut off all funding? Do you think that that's the mainstream position? Well, I don't even know if it is now. Yeah, so what are you describing as the mainstream position back pre-election that Kamala, so clearly should have glommed onto? Like what is what you take to be the mainstream position, not now, but back then, that Kamala should have seen, obviously, and taken that route?
Okay, so I think even in, I think at the time, the mainstream position within the Democrat Party wasn't stopping military aid as it is now. It was conditioning the military aid, which is something that Biden kind of gave lip service to. I don't know if you remember, but there was a State Department memo that was leaked at some point, I think like a few months before the election, that was sent to Israel saying, "Hey, there not enough aid is getting in, right? You might be in violation of I forget what the exact law or statute within the U.S. is." But you might be in violation of this rule. So you need to bring aid out to this level and open this crossing and this crossing. And you need to do all this within the next, I think, 60 days, or no, we might do something, right? And the implication was that we might start restricting funding military aid to Israel. That was kind of the implication of the letter, right? You wanted to see some kind of change or further steps to be taken. Now, we got to that 60-day mark, right? And nothing happened. So they didn't meet the obligations. They made some kind of like shallow moves in that direction, but they absolutely did not meet the obligations. And then the Biden administration did nothing about it. They kept sending them money. So I think
to paint you a little bit of a picture about why I think that why I've said to Prime that I thought Kamala was in a tough spot is because what you're talking about there is kind of a middle road approach, which is not to sanction Israel, not to take a position that Israel's committing a genocide or anything back at that time period, but to condition congressionally approved aid to Israel on the basis of violation of one of these laws. And my thought process is that's a decision for Biden to make. Now, imagine you're Kamala Harris. Are you going to be saying are you going to resign for the vice presidency to say, hey, this is wrong? Like Joe Biden needs to condition aid, and the fact that he's not doing that, I tender my resignation. What kind of pressure can you have to affect the policy that's not going to get you in a world of hurt when the first reporter asks you a fucking question like, hey, you've taken this position, the administration is not following your guideline, what do you make of that? Does Joe Biden not trust your input? Like, it is a very difficult position that she's in, especially if you're taking one of these middle of the road approaches where it's not like totally condemning Israel and calling them a genocidal state. That's a tough spot. And what is she supposed to do about it?
I think that seems, I mean, to me at least, that seems like an easy question for her to answer, and it could be a way that she would make herself distinct from the administration. So it could be something else. Hey, yeah, I disagree with this policy. I respect Biden, yada yada. I disagree with this policy. I'm doing what I can within the administration to advocate for a change to this policy. But if I were to win the presidency, this is how I would change it going forward.
But to be clear, you aren't saying that she should come out and say that Biden's policy on Israel has failed. That is what you're saying that she should do. That
she disagrees with the policy, yes. She doesn't need to use the word failed, but she says that she could say, I disagree with this policy.
I disagree with what the president is doing. What he's doing is wrong.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, right, so vice president, and they're basically.
And I understand that puts her in like a, I guess I don't even. It's uncomfortable.
It seems
position,
untenable.
But no, it doesn't, because she's running to be the leader of the country. If she can't even speak out against the president, if she did disagree about this policy, then why the fuck should she be the leader of anything? Like, she needs to. This is what we want to say. She needs to have some kind of backbone.
No,
that's something you can look to.
We're just talking about whether she's going to win the election. So you're saying she should have these qualities. These are qualities that would make a good leader. We would want a president to be able to stand up. But we're just talking about how this looks and whether it'll get votes. So all the questions about is this a trait that we like to see? Does she have a backbone or not have a backbone? We're just asking the electoral question is, does she lose votes because she comes out and is like, yeah, Biden sucks on this issue? And in so many terms, it's an attack on the administration, and it's going to be played every day on Fox News. Kamala Harris comes, and maybe that's to her credit, but it could also look really, really bad, and it could cause Joe Biden to lash out. And it could also, by the way, undermine certain negotiations, actually.
Mm-hmm. I was about to say,
I totally
I mean, after receiving Biden's endorsement, like you also have to, what is the timing of this? She's received Biden's endorsement for the president. Oh God, I disappeared. I'm back. She received Biden's endorsement for the presidency. Are we saying doing this prior to the DNC, like where she wants Biden to come out and give a speech on her behalf and advocacy for it? Like people think that there's no ramifications from the vice president saying, from the president making a strong lash out against the administration that she's a part of. Because literally, whenever even when she didn't lash out, when she just named policies that she'd like to do in the future, every single question, and I think Prom said this was a lie, every single question he received was, why hasn't she done it already then? Because people were like, why? People were upset with her that she was touting the successes of the Biden administration. They're like, people don't like Biden. You're supposed to be different, but she can't reject the last 4 years of administration. One, because it's a terrible look as a VP, and her loyalty to Biden, but also because it's not a tenable move to say that, like, oh yeah, everything we've done before was wrong. We're gonna do something better now. That's just a losing argument on always around.
That's not true. I think so. I don't think it's a losing. I mean, let me try to understand your position. So are you saying that to have a better chance of winning the election, she could not in any way differentiate herself from Biden so that she would carry out any kind of policy differently, so that she disagreed with anything that happened while she was there, right? And then of course she'd be asked, like, hey, why did it happen? She said, well, I advocated from my position. We disagreed on this. He's the president, so we're going to follow his lead. Like, that seems like, if you're just saying that she can't disagree with Biden about anything, then how the fuck are we supposed to trust this lady to be a leader at all? If she can't even, she's not presenting herself as a separate human being.
Sorry, excuse me. The question isn't how could we trust her. The question isn't then does she deserve to. The question is simply and only would she have won more votes had she taken the approach that you said. So everything you're saying about should we trust her? Isn't this something of leadership? We're not here to discuss that. We're here to discuss would she have won the election if she took a different position.
So I think yes, because it would have demonstrated that she is a leader and she can stand up against the administration where she thinks that they're wrong. And I think this would have caused people to see her as a more competent, it would have energized the base, right? Who I think saw her as essentially a Biden sock puppet toward the end of the election, because she just couldn't find a way to differentiate herself from him.
The Fox News was begging for her to do that, because you know what it would have been? Breaking news. There's quarrels at the White House. Kamala Harris says that Biden's incompetent. Yeah. And she.
So what? They should talk to her anyway. Who cares what they say?
So what?
So what? Literally, so what? They say all the crazy shit about her anyway. Like, they'll say this extra crazy thing. Like, who cares?
No.
So I think it would have looked really bad. It wouldn't have moved enough people to dispositively affect the outcome. And I think that's why what was said at the start. I'm so sorry, I forgot your name again, brother.
Bam.
Apologies, Bam. What Bam said at the start was really important. That he thinks it has to do with like a general apathy. I have said that it has to do with the economic conditions that were then prevailing, where across it wasn't because of this ideological reason. I haven't been convinced that moving in this direction would have gained her enough votes. And also it's a huge risk. And I don't think that she has the acumen, the political acumen to maybe a very out there, politically gifted orator, a good communicator would be able to walk that line and say something like, listen, I'm the vice president. I love Joe, but I'm going to be honest with you now. I'm going to level with the American people. These are my disagreements on policy, and I have to do this because blah, 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 blah. Maybe there's someone who could walk that line with that kind of oratory skill, but do you really have the confidence that Kamala can make that work? I don't think that she could. And I think that it looks to an average voter, and what the campaign ads would show is chaos in the White House. Even the vice president isn't sold on the administration. They can't get along. You can't, that is, I think, the issue is that any kind of strong stance, and what you're describing right now is for Kamala Harris to support a position of conditioning congressional aid on some outcome in Israel, and that's instantly, I think, going to bring in a bunch of these calls of discord and disunity in the White House, and additionally pick a fight with Congress and potentially with the courts if Biden ultimately listened to her. But he wasn't going to listen to her because she didn't really have any power in the administration, if we're being honest.
I also think that in response to that, one, I think she made reasonably strong stances. I know people will say they don't, but if we can go quote by quote, line by line, we can find pretty strong, reasonable statements that Kamala Harris made in advocacy for the Palestinian people and issues that she had with the way that Israel was carrying out the conflict. She didn't. I don't think she may have sugarcoated, but I think it was clear that she had issues with Israel, and it was honestly even clear that Biden had issues with how Israel was projecting policy.
No,
also, there's also like we've had this conversation from an accepted framing of that, like Biden was somehow a failure of a presidency. When I honestly, at right now, I give Biden's presidency like an 8 out of 10. I think if we look at the policy, if we look at how Biden carried on, I think Biden actually did an excellent job as president at being the president of the United States. Again, he wasn't a celebrity, but he did good policy. He got good things done. I don't think he had like a history that she should run from.
Go for it, Prime.
Sure. Sorry. All right. Lots of things are happening here. For one, I reject, I guess Pisco didn't make a super strong statement on this, but like talking about how like you implied that the support for Palestine, or at least against Israel, the anti-Israel support vote, was like, you know, too soft, or at the very least, you didn't want to deal with any polls happening after the election. Well, we'd have to look at polls before.
I think
the
that's
election,
fair, right?
How people, of course, it is, right? But like, yeah, we could just like look at the numbers, because there's plenty of polling done on this, and this, what I'm looking at right now, I believe is a YouGov, yes, a YouGov poll, and specifically on this topic. So conditioning aid to Israel. So this is a larger report, and I'll link it to you guys so you guys can take a look. It's 14 pages, but I can read choice excerpts. Conditioning aid to Israel, right? Which is something I talked about. I'm specifically reading this section because I talked about this a lot, right? Like conditioning aid to Israel would have been a fantastic step. And I think a far more durable step, rather than saying, oh, we're done with Israel, like cutting all ties. This would have been something actionable and firmly within the law, firmly with the powers, within the power of Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. So this section says, an April 2024 poll of likely voters across the U.S. found that 30%. So this section is talking about other polls, but then it also has its own numbers, but it's referencing previous polls. An April 2024 poll of likely voters across the U.S. found that 30% strongly supported withholding military funds to Israel until the attacks on Gaza stop. Another 25% someone supported the conditional aid policy. Another poll, specifically of African American voters nationwide, found 59% believe that aid to Israel should be conditioned. Our poll in 5 states find very similar results. Roughly 30% in each state strongly supports conditional aid. 55 to 66% somewhat or strongly support conditions on aid to Israel. The breakdown by states below. And so the states they poll, swing states, Arizona, Michigan, Minnesota, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. And yeah, like in terms of the for all the states, for every single one of them, the support for either somewhat support or strong support outweighs the somewhat opposed or strongly opposed. This poll further goes on in other sections. You're talking about specific policies, right? So not just conditioning aid, but other like specific policy sets, right? And how they poll. And you can see again, Biden gains votes, right? There is, or Biden or Harris, the Democratic campaign, they gain votes from taking a anti-Israel stance, right, or a tough on Israel stance. So this was all known beforehand, right? And I feel like there's a bit of rewriting of history saying, oh, it's only after the election that people suddenly realize, oh yeah, there was a genocide. No, they understood there was a genocide. They got that. In fact, others in other parts of this poll, I had to pick them out. I'm sorry. But they talk about specifically, was Israel doing a genocide Do you believe that, right? And people were asked, many of these, a large percentage.
Can you send the YouGov poll in our Discord chat?
Sure.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I absolutely will. I absolutely will. But the point is that there was, like, looking at these poll numbers in the context of swing states, right? There was more than enough support to put it over edge, especially with such small margins, especially these small margins. Yes, there are individuals here, and you'll see that in the poll. Again, I'll send it to you in just a second. That don't care, right? There's that these policies make no difference to their support. But for so many others, yes, this was a big thing. And it also talks about the uncommitted vote. There's something we don't really discuss anymore. If you remember, during the primaries, there was a huge uncommitted campaign where there was it was like either they were asking people not to leave their vote blank, but just specifically put uncommitted. And the uncommitted vote, for the most part, like, talked about the situation of Gaza. That was the focus of that, and how the people like there was no option available. Like the people weren't didn't feel represented with that. That was a large part of the outcry, but we seem to forget all of that at this point, right? And then we excuse, at least I feel like the other side here is excusing Kamala's responsiveness and the larger DNC's unresponsiveness to this level of voters, right? Like, we can understand, just like with gun rights, right? Gun rights, when we're talking about them, like the crazy death cult 2A supporters, we can understand that they're actually a very small minority of voters, but they're motivated. Right? They're motivated to either show up or to donate against you or like whatever. When you're dealing with a motivated cohort, right? Especially with such numbers in swing states, that's something that needs to be addressed, right? Maybe not in the way that I necessarily wanted to be addressed, but it had to be addressed, and they just didn't do it. So I'm gonna send you that information right now.
Yeah, send me that poll if you get.
Oh, you go.
I was going to say, whatever the methodology was that you did last time, you didn't include the possibility of people turning against Kamala for being too pro or too anti-Israel in principle. And there are people, there are dedicated pro-Palestinian voters. There are dedicated pro-Israel voters in this country. And I find that oftentimes when we're doing this analysis, and really we should not conflate the question about was it the right policy or wrong policy in terms of the underlying like ethical policy, right? It's the question about, is it going to move votes or not? That's the only question it is. And would she have won if she had taken this position? I'm not convinced by that.
Pisco, you can say that it was a weakness in my methodology. That's great. But like, the thing is, on the other side, your side, there is no methodology. There's nothing, right? All I'm getting from you guys are straight up vibes. Like, what is the data that proves
you can just say I'm not convinced. So you can just say I'm not convinced that her taking this stance would have won the election. And
sure. And what data leads you to that feeling?
Wasn't the official statement of the uncommitted movement a full arms embargo?
I don't remember of that being the
I don't think
it might have been. I'm not saying that it wasn't. I just don't. I literally don't remember if that was like the only condition. But like, even if it was, that doesn't mean that those individuals, right, aren't going to vote for something else, right?
Well, they didn't vote for the lesser of two evils in this context. That's the problem. If you really cared about, if this was for actually analysis here,
stop,
if they
stop
really
trying
cared
that.
about
Stop
it, why are we? Why?
Stop trying to insert yourself into.
No, you're the one. You're the one saying, "Oh, of course, these people who wanted something more would vote for something less," but they didn't show that.
You disagree. I know.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You didn't understand
anything. Pisco, you've literally shown nothing this entire time during this conversation and during the previous conversation.
I don't even think you understand what I just said. You don't understand. So you were just Bam just presented you.
Don't insert yourself.
So I am not inserting myself.
I'm gonna finish.
Oh my
just
God!
Don't insert your self into this and to say that like, well, I disagree with this policy. This one have moved me, like, from your mindset. Like, I get that
Wait,
you don't.
Bam just laid it out. No, I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. Bam just said, well, they had a more maximalist policy than what you're presenting here. They have a greater policy. You're like, oh, I'm sure that these people who are ideologically motivated, they would have been satisfied by this lesser policy than the maximalist position. That's what he's saying. That's what you said. You were like, I'm sure that these pro-Palestinian voters, if she had taken this half measure to their current position, they would have voted for Kamala. And my response to that is, no, because they didn't vote for Kamala, right? And you yourself, wait, let me finish. You yourself embody this attitude because you're not in favor of half measures. You're not in favor of lesser of two evils.
You don't know what I'm. No, hold on. You don't know what I'm in favor of. What was I in favor of? Hold on, no, stop that. Because now you're inserting me. Okay, great. What was I in favor of, Pisco? What did I want? I let you know.
You wanted to stop the genocide.
I told you. Hold on. No, I wanted to stop the genocide. That's my larger picture. But in terms of the campaign, Pisco, I told you this, right? So I'm assuming, right after hours of discussion, that you have a good handle on it. Pisco, what did I want from Kamala Harris?
You wanted her to have an embargo. Didn't you want her to have an embargo on weapons sales to Israel?
One of the things so
anything less than that, you wouldn't have accepted.
No, hold on. What I said, like, hey, I understand that, and I said this so many times, especially during the course of that campaign. I understand that Kamala Harris is not me. I understand that Kamala Harris does not share about my concerns. She didn't give a fuck about the genocide. That part was clear. I understand that she's under pressures within the context of the DNC. And so what I'm looking for is solid statements of support. That one, that there was a problem at all, right, with the policy. There had to be some sort of problem. She said there was no problem, right? That she would have done.
This isn't true.
She would have said. She said that she completely aligned with Biden. There was no changes. Like, given the opportunity to put for her policy changes, she had no changes there, right? All signals from Kamala Harris was that nothing was going to change. Period. What I was looking for was hope. I was looking for the bare minimum. And I said this again and again and again during the campaign. Now, I had specific policy agendas, right? Policy proposals that I would have loved, right? Conditioning.
So what would she have had to say? Well, what are the words she would have had to say to get your vote?
What are the words? I told you
example
this last
words.
time.
They don't have to be
again.
exclusive words.
I literally gave you a speech last time. I told you this last time. But I guess you didn't bother to listen, right? Like when which would have.
I have many conversations. If I forget the exact set of words that I asked before,
yeah, I know. It's just,
I'm raising it again.
Don't worry.
Sorry if I don't remember.
I'll repeat myself. But like, it's just annoying because we spent hours and hours discussing this, and you did everything you could to derail the conversation, right? By saying like, "Oh, I don't understand. I don't understand these basic concepts, basic political concepts," and trying to have me define them again and again. Yeah, it was an extremely frustrating conversation. So I'm sorry if I feel a bit aggressive here. But okay.
No, you're fine. Yeah, no, I just want to like, what are the words? And I want to map this on because I don't want to just get into like let's hammer you. I just want to like really what would have taken sort of the maximalist. Yeah.
What if she said something like, "As president, I will do everything in my power to end the war in Gaza, to bring home the hostages, to end the suffering in Gaza, ensure Israel is secure, and the Palestinian people have a right to freedom, dignity, security, and self-determination."
Biden said the same shit over and over.
No. Wait a minute. We're talking about work again. So it wouldn't. Doesn't that sound like a strong stance and saying over and over again, talking about the end of the war again because it wasn't an arms embargo?
No.
Yeah, so what would she have had to say? Is the question? Yeah. To get your vote, and you and Doobie, because Doobie said he didn't vote. By the way, Doobie's whole thing about I would vote in a swing state but not in a safe state, you're just as astronomically unlikely to affect the outcome, and so that's a delusional perspective that would shift your vote, like whether you're in a swing state or a safe state, based on like the instrumental effects of your vote. I've had this conversation multiple times. That doesn't make any sense at all. But like both you and Doobie said you didn't vote for Kamala. I'm asking on Israel in Gaza, what words would she have to say for you to get for her to get your vote?
Okay. So what I thought would have been a great thing for her to say would be that
sufficient to get your vote. That's what I want. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
But
sufficient to get your
vote.
Hold on,
I'm going to answer the question. Yes, I didn't forget. Yeah. Thank you, Pisco. Love you, friend. Um, so when I say what I think would be great for her to say, I mean for me, right? Obviously not for anyone. For me, what I think would have been great for her to say would be that yes, my predecessor, Joe Biden, was under significant pressure. That he has been doing his very best to navigate this situation. I don't believe that, but still, this is what she should say, to navigate this complex situation, especially one that deals with such a close ally, such as Israel, to the United States. However, I myself, I have a different perspective, right? Um, uh, I think that I like to chart a new path forward. And in this path forward, I like um, we will change our stance, right, as to how we go about completing the goals, right? The goals that we all want, right? Ending the war, of getting humanitarian aid to the Gazans, and of keeping Israel safe, because Israel being safe is our priority, right? And so when when I become the next president of the United States, what I promise to do is to use every ounce of leverage I have to make that happen. Right. I will use levers of power that may not have been used previously. Right. I will make sure that in prosecuting this war, just like we do with all our allies, right, all the ones that we send military aid to, that they are following all applicable laws. Right. I will bring that up to our ally, a great ally, Bibi Netanyahu, right, to let him know this is something that I'm looking at right now. And I will. I could add some other stuff
You know,
here as
but
well.
no, you're
But
basically saying that you wouldn't require concrete policy positions. Fair?
number one, that so uh, I would want I would want a concrete policy position, right? But that statement alone, right?
Would
So, and
have made
assuming
you
it's not
vote
a
for
lie,
her.
assuming it's not a lie, yeah, would have been enough.
Wait,
Uh,
assuming it's not a lie?
yeah, of course, assuming it's not a lie, right? Assuming that's what you do
Didn't you say?
in the
I thought in the
campaign.
last conversation you said like she could have lied to me and that would have been okay. But I'm just like floored because of course, how are you going to determine that first of all she's a politician or whatever, and but just those words by himself, I guess if they're said in such a way that you think that they're genuine,
Yeah,
or
I
what
mean
have
that's
you,
what we have to
that
do
would
with
have been
everyone,
enough for you
right?
to vote. Is her
Whenever,
just
like,
if she says I'm going to chart a
sorry,
different
I
course,
don't
that's
know,
enough?
Pisco. I don't know why you're pretending like you're fucking amazed here, right? Whenever we have conversations, right, we're always judging the truthfulness of a statement, right?
No, of
You're
course that's what I'm
doing
saying.
that.
That
Great. So
I'm
great. So great. So you're doing that with
I'm not
me, and
saying
I'm
it's
doing that
ridiculous. No,
with you.
I'm
Okay,
just saying.
great.
Last time you
So
seemed to suggest that you would
so
have been
then
okay for
why
her to
I
lie to
don't
you.
know. So then why are you amazed when I'm saying, hey, yes, of course, assuming that's not a lie, right? Yeah, like you
Assuming,
said,
but what you mean is
politicians
assuming that you
lie all
assess
the
it
time,
to be.
but still, like,
I'm just saying, assuming you assess it to be genuine, right? Not that it actually is not a lie.
okay, then
Just
that's what I just
assume.
said.
Okay, no,
That's literally what
I'm
I
just
just
providing
said.
clarity, bro.
Well,
Chill,
hold on,
come
but
on.
I don't. There's no. Again, but you keep doing these distractions. Like,
It's
okay,
not a
all right.
distraction. I'm
It's a
seeing
huge
what the
distraction.
condition
There's
is. Like,
literally,
so
of
it's
course,
not like you would have.
the condition can't be. Pisco, condition cannot be that I think that she's lying to me. Yes,
No,
if
no, that's
I
not. No,
thought, no,
no,
no, no. But then why? There's no
dude.
reason to bring this up unless you're assuming
Calma,
otherwise, right?
calma.
So
But no,
no.
you said
If
assuming
I
it's not a lie. Assuming it's
yes,
not a lie.
so
Okay,
then why
so
did you pick that out? It's not. It's an
because a lie
unextraordinary
is a
statement.
deliberate a lie is a deliberate intentional falsehood. Okay, so I understand. I'm just providing clarity that when you say assuming it's not a lie, it's assuming you don't judge it to be a lie, assuming that you don't determine it's a lie. That's what I'm trying to say,
Yes,
to get clarity.
yes.
All right, why are you freaking out? I'm just saying that's an additional
No,
condition
because
here.
you
I
keep
get it.
distracting with this stuff, right? Like,
I'm not.
like
I'm getting right back to the points,
You're
dude.
not.
Come
You're
on.
not.
I'm getting.
Literally, you're pointing out unremarkable aspects of my speech, right? Unremarkable like portions of my sentence. I'm like, oh, let's focus on this. Hey,
Okay,
obviously,
I'm trying to understand. So I'm asking you. So this is us, the
the
shit
thing that,
libs, asking you what she would have had to do to get your vote, so to
and I
maybe
literally
have a
just gave
clue
you a
into
speech.
the. I
Okay,
understand.
great.
So now, like, I want to address what you're. So you're saying, in order for you to vote for her, she would not have had to. It would not have been necessary for her to give concrete policy shifts. She would just have had to say, "I'll be different," and that would have been enough for you to vote. Correct?
If he believed it was sincere.
If Prime believed it was sincere.
Yeah, that's the thing. Because if I believe it's sincere, that means she's going to actually do that, right? So like that statement, right? I believe it's
Prime.
Okay.
Can I just can I give you the statement and you tell me if this would have won you over? Okay. If this would have won your vote. Because what I imagine is something like so I respect President Biden, but I'll be clear. My administration will condition aid to Israel. If U.S. weapons are used, then humanitarian aid must flow freely. And international reporters must be allowed in to document the truth. Security for Israel cannot come at the cost of silencing Palestinians or starving children. That is a standard of real American leadership. Something as simple as that, right? Something to make it clear that to make it clear there will be conditions. These are the changes that we're going to be making. We're going to require that Israel allows international reporters who want to go into the fucking country to document what's happening, and we're going to require that aid is flowing freely. Like something clear and firm that she can say, "Hey, this is my stance. I'm 10 toes down on this," right? Which would be a far cry from what Biden was saying. I think something as simple as that.
But that's not simple.
Yeah, that is simple.
No,
that's absolutely simple.
That's a dramatic shift. You're saying that Israel,
dramatic shift.
You might as well say that Israel is evil and deserves to die.
That's ridiculous. What are you saying?
That's how the statement. That's how the statement comes off. Again, and she
requiring international reporters to be allowed in the country is saying Israel is evil and deserves to die. Like, what are you saying?
I'm saying that we've moved mountains from Prime's statement, Prime's initial statement. To what
it's fun. So it's different, and I want to be clear about something. So just to be clear, what you're saying that it's not radical in the context of your position, Israel Palestine. You agree, don't you, that would be a massive generational shift in American foreign policy and attitude towards Israel, which has never conditioned. I mean, like the closest threats we have are from 40, 50 years ago, and those are not at all on all fours with what we have right now. You agree, don't you, that it's a massive shift from what Prime just said, and B, it's a massive shift in American foreign policy in the last 80 years, correct?
Because you said nothing about Hamas and their responsibility or accountability or hostages or any of that. You just put all 100%.
No.
So can you agree with those two things? So I
don't.
So it is. Wait. I just want to be clear. It is a massive shift from what Prime said, and it is a massive shift in American foreign policy. That's correct, right?
No,
it's massive shift from Biden's policy. It is not generational.
I didn't ask that, Doobie. I asked you said
generational change. It is not. American presidents have conditioned aid to Israel on things much, much larger than this before, but even smaller than this. Right? American presidents have absolutely demanded policy change within Israel if Israel wants aid from the U.S. That has happened repeatedly.
Hang on a second. So I want to be. There's two questions on the floor. The first was about Prime. So do you agree that this is very, very different from what Prime just suggested? Correct.
I think it's more.
Why is this a hard question? Prime said that he didn't need a concrete position, and you can't even give ground on that.
Wait a minute. I was trying to answer that question, right? Do I need a concrete position? The thing that I was having trouble with answering this is that I'm trying to understand what's the difference, because rather than saying sure, I didn't say that when I'm president I guarantee, right, and use the word guarantee I will do this and this, right? But within the speech that I gave, hey, I will use the leverage, right, that I can to get Israel to do this and this. So those are the statements, right? It seems like you're making some sort of differentiation between a guarantee and what I said. And I specifically said, hey, if I have to believe they're being truthful. So if you make a statement and I believe it's truthful and the statement is an action, right? And that action is a leverage, right? That's a policy.
This is insane what's happening right now. So you basically said you had a whole statement, and it was largely about representing a shift from the current policy, but was ambiguous as to what that would be. Doobie says that he has this concrete policy position. This is what we're going to do when I'm president. And the first question, there were two. The first question I asked was whether that was significantly different than what you just said, and no one has answered that.
What Doobie said is different from what I said. He just gave the different options, though. But
mine. To be clear, mine is more concise, and they're concrete positions that she would be laying out. They're not insane positions, by the way. These are not crazy things to demand from Israel.
I would have accepted that, and I would accept the thing that I put forward.
Well, of
Why?
course you would have
There's no
accepted
reason
what
to
Doobie said.
assume
Doobie went further.
there's no reason to assume that there's literally only one set of magic words that would have gotten the necessary number of people to vote for Kamala Harris, right? Like obviously there is a range here, right? I'm giving you options here. I didn't say
we're
like
talking about the minimum threshold. Of course,
I'm like hold on, but I don't know like what is the least amount. It's hard for me to understand to know what's the absolute least amount she would have to do, right? I
Then
know
how can you be
Kamala
lecturing
Harris.
us? Then-
I
then-
know
wait,
Kamala
how can
Harris
you be-
offers very little, right? I know her
No,
whole.
but
I know
how can
her
you be
whole
lecturing us
political.
like that?
I know her
Oh
whole
my God.
political campaign, right? Her whole political history, right, is all about giving people the least of what is available. I understand, but I can't
Let's stay
imagine
focused.
what is the least, right? So instead, right, when you asked me what would have gotten you to vote for her, I gave you an option. Juby put something forward, right? I thought that was a perfectly fine option as well. The point is, and I said this before, that I was open, right? I was optimistic during the campaign, right? I was like, I specifically said, hey, like I even though I thought Kamala was a complete train wreck previously, I thought I want to give her the benefit of the doubt, right? I did not.
So if she
hold her
said,
under the
"I'm going to
same
change. I'm going to
circumstances.
change. We're going to have change. And it's going to be we're going to be a market shift when I become in office and everything else
What
you
is that
said."
change?
You
would
would
have dignity for the
no.
Palestinian
I'm
people.
trying to synthesize your statement was long. I'm trying to synthesize it in a sentence and say, prime sentence. If she had said something like that, where you're emphasizing the difference that she's going to be, but kind of being vague on the details, that would have earned your vote. That's right?
If it was sincere.
It was a sincere a shift. Didn't have to in this case, right? Like I'm trying to understand like the difficulty that we're having in communicating here, right? So like
I'm at a
He-
loss.
he's
I'm just
looking for the
basically
minimum
asking
threshold.
what would it take
I'm
for
trying
you to
to-
vote for
let me-
Kamala,
guys,
dude?
hold on,
I have a lot of shit.
hold on one second. I've already told you, right? And you're pretending you're doing this again.
No, I'm
You're
just getting you to say
pretending like I didn't
yes.
answer your
You're
question.
like
I
immune to
absolutely
saying
did.
yes. You think
Hold
I'm
on.
gonna
And then
lead
you
you
give me
somewhere?
another question,
So
and
Prime,
as soon as I go to answer it, right, then you immediately interrupt me, and then like you haven't answered my question.
Do you know what
once
I'm doing right
again,
here?
I'll do it again.
So
Don't
what
worry,
I'm,
I'll
no,
do
no,
it again.
no,
I'll do it
Prime,
again
Prime.
for you.
What I'm doing here is just repeating and just saying. So you gave an answer to my question. All I'm doing right now is giving it back to you like a fucking I don't know, like a parakeet, and saying so. All she would have to do, right, is say this essentially what you just said. Correct. I'm just repeating it and getting it to synthesize for you to say yes, and then that's it.
Yes,
That's,
but I'm not going to
but
give
you're-
you a yes.
Why won't you
right?
say yes?
I'm going to properly. I'm going to give you a nuanced answer. Hey, I can do that. We have the space. We have hours
Oh
here
my
to talk and
God.
give a nuanced answer. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that not allowed here? Is that not allowed?
Because what you're trying
You'd
to
be
Okay,
totally
so then
linear all the time.
Okay,
Prime.
so
Fuck
if
you.
it's allowed,
this is so
then I'm going to give my
stupid.
fucking answer, and you're not going to fucking interrupt me every fucking time. All right? Get that right, Pisco.
It's kind of frozen or is it just still?
The fact that you're unable to
Pisco, hold on. Pisco, you're not going to fucking interrupt me every time that I try to open my mouth and actually give you the answer, right? So I'm going to give you a fucking answer, and you're going to have to accept it afterwards. You can parse it afterwards, correct? Pisco, can you do that? Can you manage it? Can you manage it?
Okay.
Yes
I
or
don't even
no?
remember the question. I don't even think you're
What do you mean you
I
want
can manage
to
it.
answer
We
that?
can just let you monologue. Yes, I can just let you monologue.
Hey, Connor.
No, I got
much appreciated. Much
Okay.
appreciated.
guys. Wait, hold on. Why the fuck am I not on camera?
You were frozen. You're still
Fuck
frozen.
you, Connor.
Oh, fuck you too. So, anyways, I'll fix my camera. The point is though, like, listen, I'm happy to be here. I want to have a conversation. But if Pisco and Prime want to do a one-on-one, then that's like that's fine. But I also want to contribute to the conversation because I do have 10,000 other fucking things that I should be doing, but I got invited here, and I want to show love to my friend Prime.
You're such a good
So if I had to summarize what I think Pisco is kind of getting at, and I think what his frustration is that liberals, realistically, like liberals and never Trumpers right now, this is about as bad as it could be. Okay. Like Trump, killing a shitload of people overseas through incompetence, gutting a bunch of agencies, signaling authoritarian bullshit, defending Antifa like a terrorist org, ignore like propagandizing shit. This is about as bad as it can get. And so if we can't get the lefties to say, well, shit, maybe we should have voted for the fucking the lesser of two evils here, then we don't know what the fuck to do. And I think what the Prime is, or I think what Pisco is kind of getting at is the minimum threshold needed to secure your vote, it feels like as soon as we would have met that threshold, you would move the threshold. That's what I think.
I'm not even there yet. No. Well, I am kind of going there. I just want to say for Connor, the meta on this, we had that conversation before, and I am actually interested in what Connor thinks about this, and so I'm glad you're here, Connor, about like lesser two evils. We're not even there yet. I think I am just here, and Bam are just here to get an understanding of like, well, what would we have to do to earn the good faith vote of the people who withheld, and that's one of the reasons we're here. So it's even just beyond convincing them. It's simply understanding them. And the reason we're getting this feeling that the goalpost would have shifted is if I'm unable to say, oh, so this is what you would have had to say, correct? And you're like, no, I'm not going to answer yes to that. Then I'm like, well, fuck. Then there's no. Then if you're unwilling to give anything concrete, now it really does seem like there's a shifting target. You know,
if I was to put words in my dear friend Prime's mouth, okay. One of the things that I think leftists are frustrated with is there's this constant appeal to pragmatism. And I am a pragmatic person, particularly when it comes to politics. However, I don't think that liberals who are saying like, well, just vote for Kamala, I don't think they're really reconciling with like the horror of what's going on social media, where you see tens of thousands of Gazan civilians getting butchered.
Sorry to interrupt
and
you.
so as a result,
you got to interrupt everyone. I know.
Due to a lack of deference to the seriousness of what's going on in Gaza and treating it as what they view as a genuine genocide, then it's like, oh, okay, well, the United States is complicit in a genocide, effectively like a new Holocaust. But can you suck it up for a few months?
Connor,
that's the correct
not
position.
Before you got here, let me just clarify. Before you got here, like I even went to ask. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what you wanted was a decoupling from Israel or a weapons embargo, and they said no, it doesn't take anything that intense. You know, she just could have made some lip service. So that's the only reason we're here. So we're trying to figure out. Okay,
we're trying to
understand. You don't want the
like,
extreme thing. You just wanted some lip service.
That's more pragmatic
Connor,
than I was ready for.
Just to be clear, so like no, like we're not even trying to convince at this point Prime. Like to do the lesser of two evils. We're way past that because I know I'm never going to convince him to do the most pragmatic thing. Like we're not doing like what you suggested is not what's happening right now. What's happening right now is a frustration because we're doing what leftists say they want to do, which is come and ask us what to do. And so Bam just provide like, what would you want? Would you need this? Would you need that? What are the problems with this? And I'm now having trouble repeating back what Prime told to me and being like, so this is the minimum. This is one of the things that she could have said, correct? And he's saying I'm unwilling to answer that in a fashion that's concrete where I can be held to. And that is giving me that's sending shivers down my spine.
You gave a hard answer, but Doobie's answer is dramatic.
Like,
how is that lying?
Pisco, you're a fucking liar.
How am I lying? How am I lying?
Literally, I said, hey, you've given me a question. I'd like to expand on this and answer in a nuanced fashion. Not that I was not going to answer, right? Or doing it in a way that I couldn't be held down to, right? You put a statement out there. I'm like, okay, let me try to make sure that we're on the same page and modify that, right? And this is what I believe, right? So if you're looking for the,
I don't want you to modify, right? The reason I don't want
if I say no, right? If Pisco, if you put out a statement, right, a yes or no statement, right, but it's like 80% of what I want, right? And I say no, it's not 100% of what I want, right? What does that leave you of? Oh, I guess I'm completely wrong, or maybe I'm completely off base,
then
right?
You say,
but if I say hey,
no,
yeah,
because
it's
close,
missing this, right? But also
you say no because it's missing this. So what you say is you say no, that wouldn't be enough because X, Y, Z.
Pisco, you're not going to regulate my language. It's not going to fucking happen.
Oh my God.
I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to here. It's not going to fucking happen. I'm going to communicate the way I'm going to communicate, and you're going to fucking listen. That's how it's going to work.
Dude,
understood? Can you get it?
Hold on. What I was going to say though,
because you keep interrupting me. Knock it off. Fucking knock that shit off.
So what it feels like though. So for instance, because I think I heard somebody. I think I heard Bam using like a direct quote from Kamala. Wait, can you guys hear me still?
Yeah, we just
my split cam is still fucking up. That sucks. All right, I'll fix it. But the point is that what I'm kind of hearing though is, you know, Pisco likes to linearize his argument. Okay, so it feels like what's going to happen is you're gonna hit some like a threshold of what Kamala should have said or should have done. But then Bam brought up evidence where Kamala might have rhetorically approached that threshold. But one of the things that I'll say that I heard consistently through the 24 election is that nobody trusted Kamala because she would waffle back and forth between like catering to the far left, catering to the moderate right, and then also her her policy positions, as stated, were in complete contradiction to her primary run in 2019. So as a result of that, nobody really knew what she was except for maybe like a vague clone of Biden.
I think that's fair. She was different from 2019, and I like I said, because I loved her in 2019. I thought her 2024 campaign was as good as it possibly could have been based on the timeline and the circumstances she was put in. But yeah, she was different from 2019, and that's an argument you can make. Again, I just think that I think that Kamala Harris did. I think it would be crazy, because there's a rewriting of history going on between Doobie and somewhat Prime to say that Kamala Harris was everything but wearing a yarmulke. She didn't offer anything toward Palestinians. She didn't want to have conversations with anybody. We just wanted crumbs. And it's no, she gave quite a bit. And then when you bring quotes, it's well, that's not enough. Well, that's not enough. That's the only reason we're here. And I don't want to get into
but it's vibes, circle. Right? It's vibes. And the vibe was that she was any rhetoric that she did in reference to Israel Palestine that was pro-Palestinian was just to placate the mob just enough so she could seize power, and I think people smelled that.
Yeah. So Bam, the issue with that statement that you read out earlier, right, is one that sounds almost exactly like shit Biden was saying throughout his tenure while funding Israel. And then he got on the debate stage with Trump, and they fought over who loves Israel more, would support Israel more, and send Israel more missiles. It was fucking crazy to see that. And then Kamala comes along, and she's asking, "Hey, what's the is there anything you would do different?" And she says, "No, I can't really think of anything." So her saying that after we just saw Biden do the same kind of lip service while feeding them missiles and money. Well, after going on the debate stage and fighting over Trump about who loves Israel more, it's just empty, right? So I think she needed to demonstrate that she's a leader, a separate person from the administration, and she failed to do that. I think
I think you're wrong, Doobie. But I'm about to say that's wrong. I think you're wrong, Doobie. But I think I can disagree with you. Your position seems. I know what your position is. You were expecting a hard stance of a pretty dramatic shift on U.S. foreign policy. You were expecting okay, we're going to put I want her to come out on the stage and tell specifically that she's going to put these conditions around aid, that she's going to make all of these specific requirements and conditions on Israel. That's what you wanted. Again, I can tell you I think she's still lost, or I think there's still people who wouldn't have came out for that. But that's a much harder and more rigid position than what Prime says.
Do you remember when he said earlier about
before we move though, real quick, the thing though is that I think Pisco has said this and I agree with him. I am not envious of Kamala's position rolling into the campaign because effectively she had 90 days, 120 days, something like that. She had to cater to the far left simultaneously to catering to moderates. That's not an easy thing. And so I think because I think it was in the media that people were disappointed with her statement that she couldn't think of anything to differentiate Joe Biden on. But I think that if you're politically astute enough, you realize that the reason why she didn't want to articulate anything that she hard disagreed with Biden on was because it would be viewed as a backstab of the current administration. And so that's a really, really hard tightrope that I don't think she gets enough credit.
They say so. They say no.
Counterpoints. Hold on. Stop putting words in our mouth. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Dan.
You did say so.
Counterpoints. 1 second. Counterpoints. Yeah. I hear you on that, right? That people would have believe that would have been an easy narrative to create, right? Well, yeah, she's backstabbing the president, this is what campaigns are for, right? The opposition makes statements about you, some of them correct, some of them incorrect, and then you respond to that, right? So rather than being paralyzed and doing nothing, right? Not making a positive statement as to who she is as an individual, right? And said, I can't think of anything. How would I be different, right? That doesn't show you to be a leader whatsoever. But even beyond that, right? What you could say is that with Kamala Harris, right? Now I remember. There's reporting, right? There's reporting, and I think she backed this up in her book. I think I saw that from the excerpts. If I'm wrong, then I apologize. I don't mean to misdirect or something. But there was reporting that before the debate, right? Before the big debate, I'm pretty sure it's that debate between her and Trump, that like she gets a call from President Biden telling her no daylight, kid, right? And what he was referring to is that between their policies, there should be no daylight, right? She should have the exact same policies as him because President Biden, would have internalized it, the narcissist that he is, as a backstab. So yes, no daylight, kid, right?
So are we moving topics? I thought we were wondering what it would take for you.
I'm talking counterpoints. Hold on, calm down. No need to interrupt. I'm talking. I know it's your favorite time to start talking, but it's not going to happen.
You just go off on these diatribes.
So shut the fuck up while I'm talking to counterpoints.
No,
not about you.
The diatribe's relevant.
Yes,
I don't think it is.
Well, yes,
it
I know,
is.
Pisco. Then you want to take over the conversation.
He's saying he understands why, but he also feel like that's a problem because Democrats don't have enough of a spine to stand on their own 2 feet. That's what he's saying.
Referring to internal deliberations within the DNC. And
Pisco, shut up for a second and let me actually finish my statement, and then you can respond. God damn. Any which way. So what I was saying was that yes, she had the she had the ability to differentiate herself. I forgot what I was going to say. Differentiate herself. But like when pressed by Biden, right, when given pressure behind the scenes, she collapsed. That's the type of person that she was, right? And so if she's just making statements, I'll wrap it up here. If she's just making statements that mirror what Biden was saying for the last 2 years, right? Of course, it's not going to be enough. Why would I believe that? Biden was insincere during all that time. But I believe Kamala's sincere there, right? Unless she's actually making some sort of at least rhetorical break. But go ahead.
This can be a conversation or it can be therapy, okay? If we're going to talk about what Kamala could have said to won the vote of lefties, then referencing like how fucking shitty Biden was behind the scenes, I don't take that to be responsive to the question that we're asking, which is like, what could she have done? Not what the fuck Biden was doing behind the scenes or how horrible Jill Biden is. And so it's frustrating. If you just want us to be here and we have a group therapy session and you can like talk to us about everything that is like upsetting you about the Democratic Party and the campaign, we can do that. But that's not a conversation where we're responding to like particular things that other people are saying. Like what could she have said? And we're trying to get clarity on that. And it seems like every 2 seconds we have to take a sidestep about this or that or how horrible Biden was. Or at this point, I think even the notion that she's in a rough spot isn't even directly relevant to just the question of what did you want to see to vote for her? And then we can get into the other stuff.
Pisco, I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck how you feel about this. Not even a little bit. Like not even a little bit.
Okay, well, it sounds like you guys are a little bit tense right now. But
to be clear, I was responding to counterpoints. Counterpoints made a statement, and I responded to that, right? Now, if you want to redirect the conversation, we can, right? But I don't give a fuck about your feelings about this, right? So the conversation is going to shift back and forth. We're going to respond to different things, and that's okay. Some of them will be tangents, some of them will be direct, right? But you don't get to decide, no, we're not going to do this or that, right? So this is the conversation we're having.
And by the way, you
can
infer the steelman here. The steelman, as far as I can tell, if I was to try to steelman Prime's position, it feels like you're saying, okay, the Democrats were responsive and that Kamala's a big girl and she put on her big girl pants, so we shouldn't be criticizing the back end politics that led to her making the statements that she made.
I have no idea how you're not tracking, Connor. That's not what's happening.
That's what it sounds like. So anyways, I'll finish my sentence too.
Oh my God.
So what I think the steelman is from the progressives or whatever, or the lefties, is effectively saying that like, we don't fucking believe you. That's what it is. It's like it feels like like bones thrown to a dog after the meal has already been eaten. Now,
that's a huge.
If I was you, I would just say, lefties are not that big of a deal. Fuck yourself.
No. I don't think that that's a steelman of lefties. I think that's insulting to Prime and Doobie. I think what you're
saying. I don't think it is at all.
No,
they don't believe you. I think you're full of shit.
No. I think what you just said is potentially insulting to Prime and Doobie, because what you're suggesting is no matter what Kamala said, it wasn't going to change their minds. And I'm sure that that's not what I'm hearing from Prime and Doobie, that they just didn't believe her no matter what she said.
But for me, it's not the statement, because I think Bam could probably go through and you could come up with the word that like Prime and Doobie could come up with the magic words that Kamala could have said in order to get their vote. And I'm sure Bam could do like a quick grok research or whatever and find something close to what they're looking for. But politics is vibes. And the vibes is that she wasn't trustworthy. It felt like she was trying to cater to everybody at the all at the same time.
Listen, then if that's the case, that's beautiful. That's a wonderful moment. And then we just say it's not anything really specific. I mean, I think Doobie gave something concrete and tangible that Kamala absolutely did not do. And you're never going to find a quote where she says, yes, I'm going to support what Doobie said, because that doesn't exist. And so I don't think that would be true of Doobie. But if the answer is, I just voted based on vibes, and it's really not any specific thing I would have asked for, then I mean,
but you're gonna have to prepare for that in 26 and 28.
Wait, hold on. I think
so. Prime and Doobie are capable of articulating sincere policy prescriptions that they care about. But I'm telling you, the vibes are off, and you have to deal with that.
I'm trying to be respectful of Prime. If Prime, I don't think that it's respectful to say Prime's was a vibes voter. I'm trying to like that. That seems like would you consider yourself a vibes voter, Prime?
I wouldn't consider myself a vibes voter, but like I think I understand.
But did Kamala seem like she was a phony bitch?
I mean, yes, absolutely. So that's what I'm saying. Like she vibes feels a reductive way of saying it, but that's what he was trying to be reductive in his statement here, right? He's saying that yes, and that's the thing that I was addressing. Kamala Harris seemed extremely, her entire political life, she's been insincere, right? We had this conversation during our last conversation, Pisco. I laid it out, and I won't do the whole thing for you again, right? But during that the previous campaign, she made statements and then immediately retracted them, right? She made big statements about policies, and then immediately retracted them. And then,
so why would you be assuaged by the kind of thing that you were talking about, right? Like, if you think that she is a very disingenuous, has a history track record, in fact, that you pointed out of being disingenuous, why would anything assure you? I mean, like, why? Because you said I would have to believe it. I guess maybe that's entailed in what your response is. But then if what you're saying is like, well, she would have a high threshold because I just think she's super fucking scummy and disingenuous, then holy shit, it really does seem like very little she could have said to assuage that fear.
And it's also
last thing I'll say this, and then you can go jump in, bam. That's the art of politics, right? Like Trump is a massive liar, right? I don't think anyone here disagrees with that, right? He lied his way through the 2016 campaign, and he lied his way through the 2020 and the 2024 campaign. He lied his way through all of that, right? And people, conservatives, saw that, right? They got that. But politics is the art of convincing people of your sincerity. That's part of it, right? That the words that you're saying aren't just hot air, but a portion, built in that a portion of it is hot air, right? That there are promises that they literally can't keep, that are impossible to keep, right? And promises that they just don't feel like keeping, and then promises they'll try to keep, the whole spectrum. That this is like the art of politics. So understanding that I had these feelings about him, I didn't like Joe Biden. I never wanted to vote for Joe Biden the first time, right? I didn't want to vote for him the second time, really. But especially, let's talk about the first time. But the first time, still, I did, right? Because I was convinced that still this guy's going to be a good steward, right? That was the art of politics. So yes, I think she's a fake. I won't call her a B word, but a fake individual. But if she could have convinced me on the stuff, she could have tried her best, right? There's a way to do that. Politics has been doing it for centuries. Well, then, yeah, I would have voted for her.
Mm-hmm. Sorry, Bam. No, you're fine. I think that's. I'm about to say there's probably other aspects of the conversation to get into. I think that's probably as honest as close to the truth as you're gonna get, which it feels uncomfortable, but it's really just the art of okay, it's not necessarily about what specifically she said, unless she was literally gonna put on paper a hard platform of conditional aid as Doobie has. Outside of that, it's not really a statement because, like I said, I found another statement of her actually speaking about conditional aid, conditioning aid and things that she supports.
Can you read that if you have it?
Yeah, it says that Kamala Harris speaking to the National Association of Black Journalists, she says, "I am entirely supportive of the pause we put on the 2,000-pound bombs," referring to a shipment of heavy payloads frozen during the Biden administration and concerns. He says, this is some leverage we've had and used. And she's talking about the most important thing is the humanitarian crisis, the tens of thousands of civilian casualties, and we need to get this deal done immediately. And then I was about to say, right at the end, the Israeli, let's see, The Republican Jewish coalition, as well as Netanyahu, came out and made a response statement that it's no secret that Kamala Harris supports leveraging critical military aid to Israel in its fights as it fights an existential war for its very survival and the terrorist regime known as Iran. So, like, from the Israel's perspective, from like people's perspective, that statement right there, you would say, "Oh, that's bullshit. That's nothing." That was framed as like, "Oh, okay, yeah, Kamala Harris clearly supports conditional military aid."
So bam. All right. So, oh, sorry. I'm actually, I'm not interrupting you. Are you?
No, yeah, I'm done. Fine? Yeah,
okay, great, sure. If I'm remembering the incident that she's referring to, it was a long campaign. So hopefully I'm not getting things mixed up. Yes. What Biden did, and someone fact check me if I'm getting this wrong. I do apologize. But what Biden did was he stopped like one shipment, maybe more, but like one shipment of 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. And I forget exactly the reason given. I just don't have that at the top of my head. But he did stop one shipment. Something like that. Hey, great. However, like that didn't like do anything.
It didn't end the
that
war.
Was like a fig leaf, right? It did nothing to interfere with their ability to prosecute that war, like at all, right?
Right.
So
it didn't end the war, but that
no. I'm not saying end the war, right? Very specific. Their ability to prosecute the war, right? So like it when that 2,000-pound bomb shipment didn't go off, right? Like if I'm remembering correctly, and again, if I'm misremembering something, I'm not trying to lie here, right? But like sandwiched in between, so like here's that event, right? Billions of dollars to Israel, like approved by Congress, and then afterwards, billions of dollars to Israel approved by Congress. That showed an insincerity that you can do a thing, right? Like, okay, I'm being asked to condition aid, right? And so a shipment of 2,000-pound bombs, I am going to deny, right? But in between there, you'll have every other type of bomb, right? And so when we're talking about conditioning aid, obviously it has to be to a significant amount that it actually affects your ability to prosecute the war. If it's not, right? If Biden conditions one grenade, well, that's clearly not enough. He can say, well, I conditioned weapons, but I didn't actually do enough to make any sort of difference in what's happening. Any material
is
difference.
That a signal?
Obviously,
Because
material difference would have to be built into to what we're talking about.
But if you want to get what you want, if these are the outcomes you want to see, like I just want to look at it in a like I think of it like when you deal with children. If you want children to do things like Connor, you have kids, correct? And I don't even know if he's here. He's
frozen. Connor, buddy. Okay.
Well, I can say I'm about to say most people.
It's a scary face.
Most people will find this to be generally true. If you want someone to do something, like if you have kids and you want them to do something, you say, hey, clean your room. Maybe like whenever they pick up the first toy or the first sock, you initially say, hey, great job, keep up the good work. Because you're incentivized, you're showing that I give you positive reaction to when you do things that I want to do. Biden doing some conditioning, Kamala saying, talking about being in favor of conditioning. If that's met with like, yes, we want more of this, or like even your initial, you said, great, but we need more. I think that's even a reasonable response. Like, I think the general reaction was, oh, they've done a reaction. That doesn't mean fucking anything.
Sure.
No one cares. You're still committed. Like, so now it's like, oh, okay, so why shouldn't like these people aren't
okay. Again, am I interrupting you?
No, you're fine. Yeah,
I don't want to
the vibe of what I'm saying.
I don't want to pull a Pisco.
I don't need to sit to the end of the words. I just want to make sure you got the vibe of what I'm saying. If you got the vibe, yeah.
But like, I understand what you're saying, right? You're saying, hey, right, like, the best way to influence these politicians is through positive reinforcement, right? Yes. Here's the thing, right? These politicians got a lot of feedback during the campaign. Right. That was through the protests, right? Through the college campus sit-ins, through other people on the streets, through the letters, through the like
through the negative
phone banking campaigns, right? There was no shortage. Sorry, he's going to be back soon. There was no shortage of feedback, right? But the most powerful bit of feedback is through the vote, right? That's in the end the final say of it all. So it's not like they were bereft when they did something good. Like I heard it right through channels that I watch through like the social groups that I'm part of. I heard that positive feedback, and it was transmitted. But
Do you feel like it was
the
publicized? Well, I mean that could be a media issue. I know the media doesn't necessarily report on the right things, but do you feel like the average Palestinian supporter gave Biden credit or celebrated Biden for when he did pauses related to stimulus? Do you honestly believe that, or do you think that they said that's peanuts, it's not enough, fuck Biden?
It's hard for me to say what the average person would have done. Like I'm just like telling you like my experience and what I saw. Like I don't think you're making an unreasonable ask of me, but like I'm pretty cloistered, honestly. I don't know what the average person did. Like it would be disingenuous of me to try to make that statement. I would say like yes, like because what I heard was like people saying, I'm glad they took this step, right? But we need so much more because of all the reasons that I said. Oh my god, I'm gonna mute for a second. But yeah, like I can't tell you that exactly.
Can I respond to the aid thing? So well, it is true that he did pause 2,000-pound bombs in like mid 2024, but they'd already sent like over 10,000 of them at that point. And the concern was that Israel was using these bombs in heavily populated areas, right? And which is causing massive collateral damage, right? So it's true he did pause the 2,000-pound bombs after sending like 14,000 of them, but they didn't pause anything. All the other shit they were sending, they still sent thousands of other bombs, other missiles, other like weapons. They still sent 500-pound bombs, right? They started that up again. And the issue with Biden's threats to withhold aid, threats to condition things, is that he never ever followed through.
So he did follow through.
No, but he didn't though. So, for example, he said that Rafah was a red line for him, right? That they cannot go into Rafah. They cannot do it. It is a red line. They did it anyway.
I'm so sorry to do. I know you, but like this can't be a debate about Israel Palestine, can it? I mean, like,
it's not.
Are we really gonna?
It's not.
Like,
I'm telling you, God.
It's about what Kamala could have said.
I understand.
And she's not in charge.
God. I understand. So Pisco, I understand what you're saying. The issue is that so Biden says Rafah's a red line. Israel does it anyway, and then lo and behold, aid does not stop. Billions keeps flowing right to Israel. That message from the State Department, that memo was leaked, saying, "Hey, you got to let the aid in, or else they don't do it, and nothing happens." So that was the issue with Biden's threats, right? It's a lot of work. It seemed like optics rather than like an attempt to actually like leverage anything against Israel. So when Biden's doing that, and that's his position, and people are upset about this, and then Kamala comes around and says she won't change anything. Well, then why?
Again, we've named statement after statement of her like saying things. Like we keep going back to this, like
saying the same shit Biden said. She said the same shit Biden said, right? So if Biden was saying this shit too, wait, no, hold on, bam, and let me ask you a question. So if Biden was saying this too, but in actuality, he was still sending them billions of dollars in weapons. Like if Kamala's saying the same shit, but then saying that she's not going to change it, she wouldn't have changed anything. Well, then that should lead us to believe she would also send billions of dollars in weapons.
Or how about you use your brain, Doobie, and think about like, hey, maybe Biden, who's a committed Zionist, has an ideological commitment to Israel, and the only reason why Kamala isn't coming out forcefully against her own president because it would look bad, and maybe that you should have read the room and read the little hint signals that she was giving her instead of just assuming that she's going to be the same ideologically committed Zionist as Joe Biden would be.
What is this? Well, okay, why don't you demand leadership? Why don't you demand leadership and conviction over loyalty from the person that's asking to lead the free world? I'm sorry. No, hold on.
So now we're talking about.
She's asking us. Just trust her with leading the free world. She has no fucking backbone, no conviction. She can't separate it. She has to pander to
the question is about what you
to the brand to Biden's brand and the Democrat brand rather than stand up on her own 2 feet and mark her like character.
The question here is about who's gonna. So you keep trying to make this into an actual on the merits conversation about Israel and Palestine. That is not what we're here to discuss.
That is not what I'm doing at all. That is not what I'm doing at all.
And we're not here to discuss also their merits in terms of their underlying qualification for office, as though they're no. We're talking about what would have won them the election and what would have secured
and I'm telling you over and over again. Okay, again. So in that interview, demonstrating that she had the courage of her convictions and that she cared more about doing the right thing or having a conviction over the brand of Biden, Biden's
shaming
fucking
Biden
political
is more
brand.
important than what you would
Hold on,
do.
no, hold on. Protecting Biden's political brand rather than presenting herself as a leader with convictions and a fucking backbone. That was the issue, right? That is an encapsulation of the issue with Kamala.
Policy position, and to be clear, the policy position is a full suspension or a full conditioning of all military aid.
Conditioning, yes.
Yeah. So,
yes, which was very popular in the U.S. at the time. Yes,
but it would be in effect a suspension of congressionally approved aid because obviously Israel would not have met that condition. That condition being what exactly? And letting in the reporters.
Then that would be on Israel.
What else?
So hold on.
Before you answer that question, just it'll be very quick, right? Before you answer that question, I just got 2 super chats that came in 20 minutes ago. Just want to get them out of the way, but we're going to jump right back into it. I promise. So hold on to that thought. One $20 from Grassroot Hegemon says, ask Doobie why he shot Charlie Kirk. You can respond to that if you like.
Can I either confirm or deny?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Grassroot Hegemon, for being so kind. Seriously. Another one from Grassroot Hegemon, $100. Really, really kind. Thank you, Grassroot Hegemon. Seriously, you're really super kind. I think you're one of Pisco's, right? Is this not one of your chatters?
No, it's one of Connor's.
One of Connor's? Okay. Oh yeah, it might have been. I might have seen him in Connor's chat. Excuse me. But Grassroot Hegemon, is that one of yours, Connor's? Grassroot Hegemon. Okay, thank you. This says hypothetically, Prime, if I gave you $100 dollars, would you give me a wrench if I promised to do literally fucking nothing ever? Well, yes, actually, I would give you a wrench for $100 fucking dollars. Thank you so much for the kindness. $120 to us. If anyone else wants to super chat, and we can respond to it, we will. So hit youtube.com/primekai, PRIMECAYES. Hit us up there. But thank you so much for the kindness. Back to DB. I'm sorry.
Is a wrench YouTube mod perks? Was that what? Yeah.
So that's an encapsulation of the issue, I think. So I'm not even. Hold on. So, and Connor touched on this a bit. I don't believe that Kamala is like a liar, right? I don't have that kind of assumption about her. What I do think is that she came off as more concerned about the brand of Biden than presenting herself as something different from him, right? As a leader that would activate people within the base to go out and want to support her and actually energize people, right? She came off as somebody with pre-planned talking points, very corporate consultant, kind of corporate, that it's just. There's a very little.
Did that affect you, Doobie? So the question about what you would vote. Like, so were you affected by the fact that she seems corporate?
I would have voted
talking points because I will say the reason that maybe you should have a better interpretation of her trepidation, anxiety, or carefulness is she wanted to win the fucking election. But you're not going to be. Are you really caring about these kind of like? Did she see?
People care about that. People there care about authenticity.
You, Doobie, you.
Me personally,
did you care about whether she came off as corporate or okay?
Yeah. I'd prefer her to be like a human being. Yes.
I think that's a bit naive, right? Because then you said that Barack Obama, who was criticized, I think, by a lot of lefties as being too corporate, you said he really stood for something.
No, that's not true.
aren't you admitting you were duped
Barack
by
Obama had charisma. So
not just charisma, he had conviction.
You're not going to be like, oh, me, Doobie, I'm not going to vote for someone based on Riz, right? Are you going to vote for someone based on Riz?
It's not Riz.
I
voted for fucking Bernie Sanders. Okay, it's not Riz, right? But it is.
Between Obama and Kamala Harris, who seemed more manicured, who seemed more coached and prepared?
Kamala.
No, but and do you think that reflects on their policies?
It makes me think that she has no. Listen, it makes me think that she has no policies other than what the party told her policies should be.
In a way that Obama's different. You voted for Obama,
yes,
though, because
Obama was different. Obama,
in what sense?
Okay,
I think we were probably just children.
He had specific policies and things that he was advocating for that were not just the typical Democrat talking points. He presented himself as a leader with a backbone and conviction.
He switched on gay marriage from term 1 to term 2. His term 1 was absolutely.
I get it. He was anti-gay marriage. Most people were.
No, he
wasn't as a centrist. Yeah. He was running a change campaign, but he wasn't running as a massive progressive that's going to change everything.
Change you can believe in was literally his motto.
Listen, no. I just said he ran as a change agent, but not as a radical leftist. He didn't govern as one. Or
I'm not talking about radical leftist.
No, but all I'm saying is, so he was not some very, very different Democrat. He was a mainstream Democrat, willing to work. Of course, no. He was obviously very skilled politically. He obviously had a lot of his own qualities that he brought to the presidency.
You're forgetting
as well.
the enthusiasm
but in terms
of the time.
of ideology. Stop.
These are the opposite of rose-tinted glasses.
You need to stop. In terms of ideology, give me the difference between Kamala Harris and Obama right now.
Okay, what was Kamala's ideology? What does she believe that wasn't just what the Democrat Party held her to because to protect Biden's brand?
Yeah. So
That was the
I
issue,
think that you can. So you can associate. So is the answer you cannot find a significant distinction between Kamala Harris's ideology and Obama? Is that the answer, Doobie?
Telling I don't know what Kamala's ideology is.
Sorry, so then the answer would be you cannot tell the difference between Obama's ideology and Kamala Harris, right? And the answer and the reason is because you can't tell Kamala Harris's ideology. Is that the answer?
Wait, hold on. I think that Obama did have an ideology. I don't think Obama. I don't think.
Can you not tell the difference between them? That's the question.
Pisco. Yes, there is a difference, and the difference is that I don't think Kamala had an ideology when she was running her second campaign. I think when she was running.
Break.
I think when she was running for the presidency, she had ideas and conviction in the things that she was advocating for. I think when she was running as Biden's sock puppet, she was just an empty suit that was like parroting Biden talking points because she wanted to protect his brand.
As between Biden and Obama. Okay, if she's just a clone of Obama, of Biden, what's the daylight on Obama and Biden then for you, right?
I think that
you voted for Obama, so let's see, what's the daylight between Obama and Biden?
Okay, I think that Obama again presented himself as not just a change candidate, but he had specific policies that he was advocating for and pushing for that weren't just popular within the Democrat Party. So, i.e., universal health care. Right, that was a brave policy position to take at the time. This is not something that the majority of people supported, but he supported it and he advocated for it and he made the arguments. Right, so for Biden
and Biden didn't.
Biden ran as the anti-Trump. That's what Biden was. Right, so that was literally he was the Democrat answer to it was let's go back to normalcy was Biden, right?
I think the uncomfortness that you're feeling, Doobie, is that there's
not
a ton of daylight. There's not a ton of daylight in this respect. I mean, maybe the largest amount of daylight between Biden and Obama is Biden's opposition to Afghanistan when it comes to foreign policy. I mean, that's the biggest difference between those two people.
I think Doobie's doing vibes, and you're talking.
Yeah.
I'm not doing
vibes.
Obama had a vibe.
But here's what I take to be the mic drop. You are willing to vote for Obama, and you're not willing to vote for Kamala. But really, we all know in terms of how they're going to run the country, Kamala and Obama, they're going to run the country in a very similar fashion.
No.
And you can't.
Yes.
There is. Come on, you're the one saying that Kamala is just not distinguishing herself enough from a Democratic consensus. That Democratic consensus was built by who? By Obama era Democrats. That's the era of Democrats that we're living in and living through. And so the hard thing that you're having to justify right now is why you would treat Obama so different than Kamala. And the truth is, the biggest thing that distinguishes them is Obama had good optics and good vibes. That's the difference. And Kamala's a woman.
No. So first off, it's not true that I wouldn't vote for Kamala. I would vote for Kamala. I told you earlier that if I was in a swing state, I would have voted for her over Trump because I fucking hate Trump and I want him to get ball cancer. Okay, I hate Trump more than any politician in my lifetime. Right, so I would have voted for her or a fucking dog, or an actual animal over Trump.
You was uncomfortable voting for her.
Yeah, so because I live in California, I have the luxury of my vote not mattering so much in the presidential campaign. So I didn't vote. Right? So I chose not to participate. So that's it. But I felt like it would matter. I would have advocated for people around me to vote for her. I would have pushed my family to vote for her because I fucking hate Trump. Okay. But
outside of Israel Palestine, is there any other like policy positions?
I'm not a single issue voter. So
that's what I'm saying. So like, is there any policy positions you held that you was like, ooh, I just don't like I don't like where she stands on that?
I think that she was too. She leaned too much into like identity politics with the.
She didn't mention identity politics.
Yes, she did.
No, her campaign.
Not in this campaign.
He didn't say anything about being a woman, being black. Like she did the opposite of that. She like if you want to talk about empty suit, when it comes to the identity stuff, she didn't lean into that at all.
Not in this campaign.
That's just not true.
I don't even think she said
I'm
anything
sorry.
about
I feel like you're not rewriting. I feel like you're just not remembering history. She absolutely leaned into her black and Indian identity. Absolutely, and her womanhood.
Leaned into her black and Indian.
Yes,
I
heard you hear it all the fucking time. Maybe not directly, but from her fucking from her pundits, right? From her spokespeople. Like this was the message being put out by the campaign. Oh, she's a black woman, she's an Indian woman, and she's a woman. So and she's inclusive of everybody.
Oh, there's no way you
very. That's exactly what we got from her.
I think I think there's a middle ground here. We'll touch on that just a little bit, but One, Ali, thanks for being here. Sorry, I had to mute you before because we're getting a lot of background noise, but like you're back on, so just
Okay, sorry.
FYI. Yeah, no worries. But I believe during the campaign, I think there's a middle ground. One, I think Kamala Harris herself like avoided making those statements that you're talking about, like the Black Indian or talking about trans woman herself. However, her campaign, like her the pundits that were sent out, what are they called? Surrogates, yes, her surrogates. Talked about that, right? They weren't shy about saying those things. Now you can say, like, is there really a difference? You can decide that for yourself. But like, I think she didn't. She made a specific choice not to. But then her surrogates absolutely.
Okay, then why did you vote for Obama? To Doobie, this is not to you, Prime, but to Doobie, like Obama. How many campaign surrogates are talking about the historic campaign, the first Black president, and even to Trump. Trump plays on identity politics more than anybody. This is not a real issue, and no one actually cares a fuck about this.
I voted for Obama because I thought John McCain was evil. Right? He's a warmongering piece of shit. I did not want him anywhere near the White House. Right? That is why I voted for Obama. Now, I supported specific policies of Obama's, but I disagreed with him about a ton of shit. Right? So
so who was worse, McCain or Trump?
Fuck.
Gotta be Trump, bro.
Yeah,
Come on.
Trump. Yeah,
I'm about
Trump.
to say,
Trump's right.
McCain is a super honorable man.
McCain is the devil, you know.
So
Okay,
look
that's
at what
what
we're
it
doing
is.
right now. So the differential between Obama and McCain was enough for you to vote for Obama over McCain. Now talk to me about this differential between Kamala and Trump. You've already said Trump is much, or at least somewhat worse than McCain. So I'm assuming you think that Kamala Harris is significantly worse than Obama. And I just don't understand, like, where are you getting that intuition that Obama is like that much better than Kamala? I assume that Kamala is probably going to be, less hawkish in these areas just based on her personality.
I think
Obama was quite hawkish. Obama got involved in Libya. Obama, escalated the war in Afghanistan. Obama had, record drone strikes. Obama wasn't just like there were a couple instances where, but even Trump has sometimes where he bucks Israel a little bit. But in general, he ran the country like a Democrat. And so how are you going to possibly justify that differential between Kamala and Obama sufficient to you to overcome the massive gulf between her and Trump, given what you just said about McCain and Obama?
Okay, I feel like we're lost in the sauce right now. So what I'm telling you is that I believe that Kamala did not differentiate herself enough from Biden. I think Biden was a candidate that did not energize.
We just had a thing. You just said you voted for Obama over McCain because you thought McCain was evil. You just said Trump was more evil than McCain. And so why doesn't that logic apply now to Kamala?
Well,
I've told you repeatedly, I would have voted for her, and I would have advocated people around me to vote for her if I was in a place where it mattered. I'm in California. I have the luxury of not having my vote.
This doesn't make any sense.
But do you think the people who didn't vote for her were wrong?
So this is one thing Prime and I disagree about. So Prime didn't vote for her. I disagree with him. Right? I think that if there was a chance that he could have convinced enough people around him to vote for Kamala, I understand the issue with the voting for the lesser evil thing. I feel like when people do the lesser evil calculation, sometimes they forget that they're still voting for evil. But I understand. But I totally understand Prime's position, right?
Wait. This is a little sneaky. What you just did is a little sneaky because you did vote for Obama. So just talking about you got up to vote. You got up. You moved your ass to vote for Obama in 2008 but it didn't. This differential didn't move you this time, and the answer is because she was too close to Biden. That's the answer for why it didn't move your ass.
He had probably never voted before. I think it was.
Obama was the first. Obama was the first time I ever voted. Right, it was the first presidential campaign I ever voted in. Right, so I wasn't thinking about politics deeply enough to be like, oh well, my vote's not really going to matter because I'm in California. Though I did vote for Obama in the Democrat primary. Right, to be clear.
But that's okay. Now we have to address it because you said it multiple times.
Sure.
You understand that in terms of the likelihood that you're going to affect the election, it's essentially the same whether you're in a swing state or whether an individual.
This is why I said. You
understand this, right?
I would have also advocated for people around me to vote for this person.
No.
Hard push within my social circles, my social bubble here where I live, to get people to go out and vote for this person. Right? I would enact people to go out and vote.
It's not a rational reason person to vote in one state versus another as an individual.
Of course,
an
I
agree,
individual.
but that's a different conversation. I just don't want to. I just don't want to make that the conversation. Even if you're right,
Okay.
like behind the logic, like we don't have to have that conversation necessarily. Maybe he was super excited because he had never voted before and term with Obama, and now he hit like the excitement of it wore
The
off.
last thing I'll say in it, I understand what you're saying because we don't get to it, but the last thing I'm saying, it's just not rational to say, well, because my vote is more likely to affect the outcome in a swing state than in a non-swing state, that's the real reason I chose to vote, when you're essentially zero chance to affect the election in both cases. It doesn't make sense. We don't think of it this way. That's not really what we're getting at.
So wait, hold on, wait, but no, but it's not true, right? So the way that I think you should think about this is, right, ripples on a pond, right? So if I'm encouraging people around me to go out and vote for this person because I believe that we're in a swing state where our votes matter, what I would hope would happen is that they would also come to understand.
No, I'm just talking about an individual vote decision. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about. I am talking about individual vote decision.
That's not the case.
That's not ridiculous because you came into this trying to have credence. You were
no,
trying to say,
let me finish
Kamala.
the statement because you're not understanding.
I'm only talking about individual vote. I'm only talking about individual.
That's stupid. I don't know why you would think about it like that. Because politics.
You brought it up. You brought up your individual vote. You care.
No individual vote matters really. You should encourage people to vote with you. And I would have encouraged people to vote with me for Kamala.
You cared enough about your individual vote to bring it up. So clearly, your individual vote matters to you. Yes or no?
But it's not just the individual vote.
Does it matter to you? Does it matter to you?
Yes,
you brought it up.
It's not just individual vote we're talking about. I'm talking about more than the individual vote. I'm talking about my ability to impact the voting decisions of people around me.
When I'm cornering you on this issue, I'm only talking about your individual vote. I'm only talking about your individual vote. And what I'm telling you is,
I'm not. I don't think about politics that way. I think if there's a serious issue or an important issue, I advocate for people around me to vote for that issue. People who don't typically vote to get off their fucking ass and go vote, and I nag the fuck out of them to.
But you didn't do it. But you didn't do it. You didn't do it
because I'm in California.
No,
and again,
if you're an advocate, oh my god.
Okay, and again, I don't understand why this is like. I don't understand why this is this confusing to you.
It's no. What's confusing, I think, to you is the notion that you have a infinitesimally small instrumental chance in affecting the outcome of the election, either in California or in a swing state, and therefore an individual voter's decision on whether they will vote.
I'm not talking about individual votes.
Stop. Well, I am talking about individual votes. You might not want to talk about that, but you cared enough about an individual vote to bring it up on this panel, and so I'm saying what should motivate you in terms of your individual vote, because you are talking about what it would take for you as an individual to vote. We are talking about what it would have, what have made you swing it one way or the other, and so your individual vote is relevant to this conversation. And I'm telling for you to decide your individual vote based on the likelihood that you as an individual will affect the outcome of the election because you happen to live in a non-swing state is irrational, because you're not going to affect the election outcome with your individual vote either way. And that's the point. And you need to deal with that because there is no instrumental differential here. It's a 0.00000001% no matter what.
Okay. I would like to go. Doobie, please indulge me. I promise it'll be relevant. Might actually redirect the conversation in a positive place. So this panel was, apparently the title is now "Was Kamala a Disaster?" But originally the panel was, basically what the fuck is wrong with the DNC? And I'm going to tell you, Pisco, most of us are here to have like a conversation. You're here to debate. And the liberals, are smug, self-centered, completely self-righteous assholes who think that they're totally right about everything all the fucking time. And so as a result, you have Ali, who's a Muslim lefty. You have Prime over here, who's a black lefty. And then you have Doobie, who's a frog, chaos god.
Social libertarian, okay? That's right.
And so the point is that they're all telling you the Democrats are fucked up. Their messaging sucks. They're beating up on their own base. They're trying to jam through uncharismatic people. And these uncharismatic people have policies that are turnoffs for their voters. And you're saying, you're irrational. You're wrong. You're an idiot. You don't know how voting works, et cetera, et cetera.
Connor, you're half
and by the way,
listening.
and by the way, and by the way, and by the way, and by the way, that's part of the fucking problem.
Connor, you're doing the Wick thing where you're trying to be like, I'm the enlightened centrist. I know everything. No. I mean, you're half listening. We're here.
You're right.
Listening to lefties
you're right morally, but your tactics suck dick.
Didn't the Dems win in 2018, 2020, 2022, and probably going to win in 2026?
Oh,
He's just basically, there's a track record of success as well. So let's not pretend that, like, there's this like twisting of the narrative that as the Democrats always lose. That's insane based on past track record. But put that aside.
yeah. But
Let's
I
give you
don't
the
think
track
you
record.
beat. I don't think you beat Trump. I think Trump lost because he had an anemic economy. I think people were so sick of the COVID economy
I'm not
that they
sure.
said anything besides Trump, and they voted him in. But
Okay,
when the
whatever.
economy was anemic again, and it seemed like Democrats were asleep at the wheel, they were like, "Well, fuck it, we'll change up again."
Well, that's our argument for 2024. So what do you do with that? But anyway, putting that aside, in general, like, we're here to humor. The complaints are that, like, the libs don't listen to the left, and as part of that conversation,
what policy do you advocate for? What policy have we talked about tonight? That
No,
is
we're
gonna
here to
affect
listen.
the life.
Wait,
You've talked
Connor.
for 70% of the time, so I'm going to interrupt you, bitch.
That's not
So
true.
what policy have you advocated for tonight or talked about tonight that is going to affect the average motherfucker who's working at Dollar General for $10 an
That's
hour?
not what we're here to do. Is you came here late. You
I
have
mean,
no
that's what I'm
understanding
here
what the
to do.
conversation is. You
Because
have
I
no
think that's why
understanding.
Democrats lose, is because they don't even talk about the working class anymore. They don't even talk about the middle class anymore. They talk about fucking far-off wars that nobody gives a fuck
Then you
about.
need to talk to Prime and Doobie. We're here to hear the concerns of people who didn't vote for, and what matters to them, what matters to us, and what we
And
want to
you're
speak to the majority
bullying
is so
them for
different.
what they care about.
Dude, are
you're
you
saying
serious?
you're retarded.
Are
You're saying you're
watch
wrong.
this
That's what
entire
you're doing. You're calling them
Oh my
stupid.
God. Okay,
That's
and
what-
then
that's
we're
all
in a
the
group therapy
DNC
session.
has done since
Liberals
they
surrender
lost.
hands.
It's
I'm
bad.
gonna put my hands up. Why don't you guys just talk and talk at us, and then we won't disagree with you. We'll just accept whatever you say. Go.
No,
Or
wait,
maybe
can I
you
just
could
ask- wait,
facilitate some feedback and incorporate it into your argumentation and rhetoric and policy.
well, instead of
So,
putting you on the
um,
offensive,
we're
instead of-
going to go to our friend Ali, just so everyone knows, right? Everyone on Pisco's side is on the top row, and everyone on my side is on the bottom row. This is clear. This is an even fight here. Just want to be clear. All right, but let's go
Pisco's still
to
right. He's just mean. He's a meanie head.
But he's okay. He's strong and
They
wrong.
were calling me, bro. Like, in terms of snide remarks, there have been some made. I've been a little bit snide for sure, but the frustration that I'm feeling is like, I want to win. I hate, like, this. The country's fucking falling apart, bro. This is shitty. And so I'm here humoring a conversation about Kamala's deficiencies because I like Prime. I like having these conversations. Sometimes I get a little feisty, but I genuinely want to hear what she could have done to earn your vote in the future. And because
they already
people,
said that she was uncharismatic. She wasn't sincere.
Like realistically, can I ask just
Oh,
just
no,
just-
Ali.
maybe- yeah, I understand. But just to move the convo forward maybe a little, because I feel like we should not be discussing Kamala in the future. I don't think she should run again. I think she's a dead horse. We should leave her out to pasture. Okay, let's leave her out in the
That's
past.
probably fair.
I think the Democrat Party needs to move forward. So even arguing about what she could have done differently and yada yada is silly. It's pointless. I think we should be discussing what the Democrat Party should be doing different now and going forward.
I want my sweet baby Ali to talk about whatever he wants to talk about, but I'll say that it didn't matter what she does.
And just before you,
no, it could have
we
mattered.
do, like, Pisco. I was
Black
just gonna
woman.
move past this, but I can't. Pisco, you're saying you're humoring this conversation, right?
yeah,
It doesn't sound like you were okay. That
Tolerating.
and this is, I feel like then this goes to what our friend Counterpoints was saying. I feel like you're not actually genuinely trying to have this
No,
conversation.
the reason why I
It feels
characterize
like
it as
you're just
humoring,
trying-
the reason why I'm humoring it is because I'm very highly skeptical, Prime, that there's anything that could have been said realistically in that context that would have earned Kamala your vote. I'm highly skeptical of that, and maybe you can convince me otherwise, but that's why I characterize it as humoring.
Pisco still
I'll
advocates
leave
for
it
like
there.
considering you part of the base. I'm completely
Yeah.
against it, but Pisco's had an argument that the left still matters to the base.
Ali.
So, as an Arab from Dearborn Muslim, I just like, can you convince me to vote for Kamala real quick? Like, why should I have like run to this like and voted for Kamala?
I think if you care about your country remaining a republic, I think if you care,
No one knows it. No one
Oh,
knows
sorry.
these words. No one knows these words.
Yeah, bro.
No one cares about the country being a republic.
I'm
I'm an
sorry,
Arab.
I'm sorry,
I have
I
a
thought- I thought it
business.
was-
I make money.
I thought I
I'm
was talking to
chilling.
you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought I was
Habibi.
talking to you.
I said I'm an Arab from Dearborn. I generalized myself. I'm an Arab from Dearborn, who
Okay.
we vote on. Most people vote on vibes. Why would the Arab Muslim from Dearborn vote for Kamala?
Trump's going to fuck up the economy with tariffs that are massively going to increase your expenditures. He's not going to solve inflation. He's going to be massively corrupt.
Yeah, but most people think Republicans are better for small businesses.
Okay, so
they're just going to vote for Republicans.
Okay. So what do you want me? Do you want to railroad me and say it was impossible to convince them? What's the answer?
No, actually, it was actually really possible to convince them. That's what I'm saying. Is like,
what's the correct
can you
answer?
convince me?
Sorry, what's the correct answer?
You're supposed to come up with the correct answer. I asked you to convince me. So you come up with the correct answer.
But you just said, but Republicans poll better on economy.
Yeah, so convince me otherwise.
So who am I? You're saying that my line of saying that Trump's going to increase all your costs, he's going to be corrupt as fuck, and he's going to fuck up the economy, that yes. wouldn't work because Republicans poll better.
That one statement, wouldn't work. Convince me to vote for Kamala.
So would any one statement work? What was this exercise that we're
doing?
A
few statements would work. Can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
Who are you? You, the individual in Dearborn, Michigan. So I can't talk about the economy,
just Dearborn
right?
Arabs, people who make make a little bit of money.
Dearborn
they're concerned about Gaza.
Don't care about the economy.
Israel, Gaza. Like, can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
So here's a question, right? Do Dearborn Muslims care about the economy?
Yeah.
Okay, Trump is going to fuck up the economy by raising all of your prices. Trump is going to fuck up the economy by
still making money right now, so they don't care. So like once again,
can
you convince me to vote for Kamala without just shitting on Trump, please? Can you do that? Can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
This is an insane. What we're doing right now. This is insane. This is not a real conversation. You're saying the Dearborn, the Muslims in Dearborn, they're not suffering economically. They're doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I mean, the GDP just grew 3.8% in the past quarter, so at least rich people are doing okay.
Okay, so
there's a lot of small business owners in Dearborn and doctors, and yes, there's a lot of successful people in Dearborn.
How about this? If Trump is in office, he is going to escalate and worsen the plight and death of thousands of Gazans.
So you say, but Trump has convinced them otherwise. Can you convince me to vote for Kamala?
Hey, let me try.
No, I want Pisco to do this. I want Pisco to do this.
This is an easy Trump card. Whatever I say, but Trump convinced them. But Republicans won on that issue.
Okay, can you focus on Kamala, please? Can you convince me to vote for Kamala, please?
Here we go. This is the dumbest conversation I have ever been a part of. This exchange, right? I just
want
to
say, not.
This takes.
It's not even close.
No, he's just
you talk to Rob Nord. Don't say it's the dumbest conversation you've ever been a part of.
Whoever this person is, right? Anything
I say, voter you lost.
Just to be clear, anything I say, his response was, "Oh, but Trump won that voter. So what do you do now?"
Okay, hold on.
No, wait, counter.
This
is insanity.
Well, Ali, you are my love. You are my little Habibi. I'm going to defend your honor.
No, I don't need to defend. Give me a second. Let me have the conversation with the guy. He fucking got aggressive off of one question. Couldn't even answer the question.
What he asked you two or three times was articulate Kamala's policy. That's better.
Wait, hang on a second.
No one cares about her policy. No one cares about her policy.
He didn't say that. Connor, do you agree?
Yeah, he said stop talking about Trump. Tell me about Kamala.
No, he didn't.
And vibes.
He said that twice.
The policy almost doesn't actually matter, right? No one reads or knows the policy. Can you convince me to vote for Kamala as a Dearborn voter, right? Do you know what Trump did for Dearborn? Whether or not he was actually going to benefit the people, he went to a cafe in Dearborn one-on-one in front of a crowd of Arabs during the height of the Israel-Gaza conflict. Wait. So that's enough to show for people to have. It's a show of faith. People that's going to convince people to vote. What did Kamala do when she came to Detroit? What did Kamala do when she came to Detroit? What did Kamala do? Did I hear Judea and Samaria on stage?
This guy comes. That Bill, you're referencing Bill Clinton's. What he said.
Sure, I'm referencing the DNC plugging their ears.
So surely they saw all these people who are watching Bill Clinton say Judea and Samaria. Surely they saw all the unhinged Israeli supporters, all the unhinged rhetoric coming from the evangelicals who have this, religious commitment.
But here's the thing.
At this point, people are convinced. No, but hang on.
At this point, people are convinced there's no difference between Democrats and Republicans in terms of support for Israel, so it doesn't matter, right?
So this guy comes up and he just tells me, he's like, "What? I'm a voter. Convince me." And then he says, what Trump did. Trump went and actually had a meeting with a bunch of people. He went to a diner.
Yes.
Well, the scenario you introduced was the scenario that you introduced was a conversation between one person and another person. I didn't know that you had now I'm supposed to plan a massive strategy. So you completely changed the scenario.
Once again, I just told you to convince me to vote for Kamala, and you just started attacking Trump.
So will you acknowledge that your scenario, the implication there was it was a conversation, wasn't it?
Will you acknowledge that you couldn't convince me to vote for Kamala?
Wait. Can you answer that first?
What was the question?
Well, no, because you're unreasonable. I'm never going to convince you.
I think
don't
that-
Why?
I
You
don't
actually
think-
really could have convinced me if, but instead of like having a conversation, you went instead of having a conversation, you went on the attack. You went on the attack because you're trying to get dubs, and if you just answer the fucking question and actually answer the question,
I'm never going to convince you because everything I say.
You could have asked me how could I have convinced you.
Well, first of all, I did come into this panel, and I did come into this panel asking people what she could have done, and people got really offended that I was trying to ask like.
I didn't get offended. You're talking to me, not them.
So you came into here saying convince me. You didn't say ask me what I want, right?
I said convince me. Then you started asking me questions, right, about like Trump's policy and
notice what's happening because this is not a real conversation. This is not a real conversation. Notice what's happening, right? Like this, you are presenting a scenario of a conversation. You're saying, "Tell me something," and then the first thing you say is you're giving us what Trump did, which is not a conversation. He's just appearing someplace and addressing
that's how
a
it's
crowd of
going to
people.
work. You're going to tell me this, and I'm going to tell you, well, Trump is going to say this.
The second thing you said was like, "Oh, well, hang on,
no, he has to.
No, we actually do.
Try to make himself more correct.
Then the second thing you
avoid
did
answering
was,
the question.
The second thing you did is, why didn't you ask me? When you're presenting the scenario of convince me, and so this is you're not in the business of being convinced. And by the way, I don't take your answers as representative of Dearborn, Michigan.
Okay,
you're not in that
so
game.
I want to.
Let me try.
So we're seeing like an impasse here. I want to go to Bam, but before then, just quickly, super chat. Let me just read that very quickly. Christopher, screen. Thank you, Christopher Donardo. Nice picture, pretty handsome there. Anyone who gives me money is pretty handsome, I think. $5 says calculating the special weight of your individual vote is a fundamental misunderstanding of voting. It is also very American in its selfishness.
Correct.
I don't disagree with that. I think, but what I wanted to say to Ali is based off of like if I'm legitimately like oh, okay, I'm talking to Michigan, I'm talking to Dearborn voters, like Muslim. What are the type of things I would do to appeal? And I went and looked at what she actually did to appeal. Like why make something up? Let's look at what she did.
Wait, it didn't work. Wait, no, that didn't work. So you have to come up with something else. It didn't work.
Wait a minute. Let's
You want to let him actually finish his statement of talking about what Kamala did to try to convince people?
But Trump won those, and Republicans win those.
Pisco, you just had.
Pisco, you couldn't give me one fucking thing to convince your side. So
you know what Trump did? Trump went to there and he went to a diner. So whatever you say is bullshit.
Okay. You just jibber jabbered the whole time. Anyways, Bam, go off.
What I think,
just saw what you just did. By the way. What I just did is what you just did.
I mean, I'm having the conversation with Bam. You can watch the conversation and see how this conveison goes and how it's supposed to go to get somewhere. Go ahead, Bam.
No, honestly, our conversation is
you can watch and learn, Pisco. You can watch and learn.
Jesus Christ. Honestly, like I said, we may end up at the exact same place. I don't know. I might get just as mad.
What's up, Bam?
But when I look at what she did, like to me, this is like, oh, okay. The reason why I say like it doesn't matter. She was a black woman. She was never really gonna win. Now I don't think that's necessarily about Muslim voters. Maybe there's some issues with her being a woman, but what she did was I think she did when she did her rally, she had a conference with like 25 Muslim leaders within the community. They came on stage. They all gave their advocacy for her. They said that she was better. Like I think she talked specifically about the war that's going on in Gaza. She had a meeting with the leadership of the uncommitted movement. Which again I wouldn't have went that far, but I think she made the extra step to have a meeting with them. She had to sit down and what the uncommitted movement came out and said that she wouldn't agree to a full arms embargo, and they was like, "Yep, we're staying uncommitted, committed on that." Outside of that, I think standing on stage, speaking to the people, like I said, obviously some addressing of Israel and Gaza, but then outside of that, advocating for herself and the policies that she believed in. Well, like the first time home ownership thing, like the things you were doing related to small businesses, because I think a lot of Muslims
domestically, I'm not really making an argument for domestically, right? Obviously, I prefer domestic democratic social policies and domestic policies, anyways. But I'm saying, like, there are a lot of people who, one, vote on vibes, and two, there are one issue voters, and it was Israel Gaza that was their biggest issue, particularly Dearborn, Michigan, right?
Because they're the cousins, their family. I get
whatever it may be. So like you said, she came and she met with these like leaders, so on and so forth. I think the issue with that is for the majority of people, they don't see that, right? They don't see that she had these conversations, so they don't really know. And also, we don't hear anything from her. All we hear is that she brings Bill Clinton, and then they do the Judea-Samaria thing, right? Mm-hmm. The DNC's plugging their ears when they're walking out. They have an Israeli speaker. I think it was, I don't know, maybe it was a hostage, whatever it may be. But they had an Israeli speaker, no Palestinian speaker at the same time. So it's like we just see the no-show voting, right? Like there's no show of love, and then once again, in everyone's mind, as like they're being propagandized during this thing, it's like there is the idea that there is no difference between between support for Israel from the Democrats or the Republicans. So I said this last week or a few days ago, like for Dearborn Arabs Muslims who in general are going to be conservative by nature, right? The only reason they typically vote Democrat is because of the racism that comes from Republicanism. But if we're going to feel that like our voice doesn't matter, at the end of the day, they're going to vote with their pockets. And most people believe, whether or not it's true, whether or not the policy shows, whether or not they don't know, most people didn't know what tariffs were, they're going to believe that, hey, Republicans are better for small business owners. They less taxes for us, so on. So we will make more money under. So it's like, yeah, that's what's going to happen. And for the people who want to vote Democrat, right, they gave up their vote or they went third party. And we saw that. So like all people, honestly, when I didn't vote, I was hoping that the Democratic Party would look inward, go, hey, we really fucked up on this Israel-Gaza thing. When in general, the Democratic Party is fucking up on this Israel on this Israel support thing. And so far that how heavily this government supports Israel and how fucked up it seems that we're being taken over by this other government. So yeah, obviously they're going to go third party just to prove a point. We wanted you to look inward. Instead, you guys ended up yelling at us and thinking that you're going to now win the next election without our vote, which makes no sense.
So the Bamman.
That's how a conversation goes, Pisco.
That's not a real actual conversation. You understand that, right?
It's the start of one.
But to Bamman Pisco. So to at least part of his point, and Ali, if this is incorrect, you can correct me. But it seemed like part of his point is that, like, yes, to the average voter. And we are not, right? The people here aren't average voters, right? Like in the amount of like news we intake or anything like that, right? We're not special or anything, but we're not the average voter in our habits. Anyway, but the point is that like to the average voter, like there's much of what happens within a political election, it like flows right by them, right? But there are some like breakthrough moments, and those breakthrough moments differ from community to community and from party to party, right? From niche to niche. And it sounded like what my friend Ali was saying was that, well, specific moments that broke through were Bill Clinton lecturing Muslims about Judea and Samaria, which was fucking wild. And then the DNC moment, right? Both with the lack of Palestinian
and then Trump coming to the cafe.
So much mess. And yeah. Trump coming to the
mind
cafe.
You, even before all this bullshit, a lot of people wanted to vote for Trump. A lot of Arabs in Dearborn were already primed to vote for Trump pre-Gaza, pre the whole war. Like they just don't like.
So he's just saying that like for like the medium voter, like these are the breakout moments in this culture in this area in Dearborn, Michigan. These are the things that mattered, and so. With that in the background, with those events having happened, how can you convince a voter, right, who's witnessed those things?
So with those things in mind,
what are we here to do? Are we here to actually contest the like underlying premises of what he's saying? So, for example, he said, "Oh, this thing in the cafe, this really struck to the heart of the Muslim community there." That's conjecture, right? Is there any case
it didn't
for that?
straight to the heart of the Muslim community.
We don't have to do lawyer thing right
now. Pretentious asshole didn't strike to the heart of the Muslim community. He just talked to people, and he's a likable guy. So he was actually able to convince people to vote for him.
So to be clear, right? Like we can have a conversation. So we're having a conversation right now. Are we supposed to have a conversation with what he's saying, or as though he were the average voter in Dearborn? I don't understand. Are we doing some kind of like dramatic performance where we're meant to like talk to him?
You seem to not understand a lot,
and like where I'm
where someone who's a lawyer, you don't understand anything.
Am I pretending that I'm the candidate, or are we here to have a conversation as between us as equals?
Okay, or are we? You're representing the candidacy, and I'm representing the average voter. Is that simplified enough for you?
So
talk for
we
about
can-
it.
Let Pisco finish. Let Pisco
I
finish.
just
Let
want to
him
have
get out.
clarity on what it is we're doing. Are we having a conversation, or are we doing some sort of dramatic performance where you're going to critique us on how we're doing as though we were the candidates? I'm not the candidate. I'm not saying I'm the most likable guy. That's not
You're
what I'm doing. I'm
trying to
here
get
to have
people to vote
a
for the
debate,
candidate, right?
So
And you're
we
doing
need
a
to
poor
decide.
job. I'm telling you to do a better job.
We need to do one of two things. We need to A, decide to have a conversation, or B, we can have this pantomime dramatic performance where you can critique us as the candidates.
Dick.
Let's do. Okay, I want to keep doing the pantomime performance.
That's the issue.
we
He
just
doesn't
need
answer
to
the question.
we just
He
need to
doesn't know
agree
how
on
to
what we're
answer
doing.
it. I agreed
He
on
knows
it.
how to be pretentious and top down.
Listen. We just need to agree on. No, listen. No one's talking. I'm just saying we need to have clarity on what everyone here is doing.
Clarity.
Like,
I got clarity.
what are we doing right now?
Yeah. Well, okay, Pisco, if you would take a breather, stop trying to win the conversation.
What are we doing, Connor?
And
I'll
answer that question.
Hey, Dad, what are we doing?
You're here to represent the DNC and the Democrats. No, you want people to vote for the
DNC?
Democrats?
Are you fucking shitting me?
You're here to vote for the
Do you
Democrats.
think I'm
You're here
paid
to
by
convince
the
people
fucking
to vote for the
Democrats?
Democrats, correct?
Dude,
The
you're
white
so
guy's
stupid.
talking. Ali, know your
the
place.
white guy.
Okay. So, Pisco, if you stopped being a smug dickhead for 2 seconds.
What are we here for, Connor?
I will answer your question, and you can shut the fuck up while I'm talking. I've listened to you for a very long time. You can wait 30 seconds. You can be a little patient, okay? So the reason why we're here, if you would stop being a smug dickhole about it,
Connor, what are we doing?
Is very clearly shut the fuck up and listen. You're actually articulating the point.
You are filibustering.
No,
What are we doing?
Stop. It's my turn. I have the talking stick. Everybody shut the fuck up. It's my turn. Listen to me. Stop waiting for your time to interject. You are with 5 of your friends who care about politics. They're trying to tell you there is something wrong with the Democratic Party at this juncture in politics. And so we need to discuss what 26 and 28 are going to look like. And they're bringing their problems to you for what they think is wrong with the Democratic Party. And you're calling them stupid. You're saying that they're wrong.
No,
you're saying that they don't know what they're talking about. You're saying that they're not emblematic of real people. And therefore they should be dismissed. Which, by the way, is part of the problem.
It's so enriching. By the way, it's so funny that Connor is saying this. Connor, who's saying that we need to fucking forget about everyone on the left. So just be clear where Connor was 4 weeks ago, whenever we were having that new round of Red Scare and going after me for having conversation with the Vanguard. By the way, you know what side Connor was on? Connor was on like, why the fuck? Well, you guys should not be included in this party. We should be excluding people. And now he's coming as the ultimate bridge builder. I wonder why that is.
Well, hold on, because I don't think Ali is as bad as the Vanguard. And I don't think Ali is as bad as your co-host. I don't think Ali is as bad as a lot of the other people that you sweep for.
I think he's worse. I think he's worse. But to be clear,
no.
I'm not. I'm just wondering.
Ali's a fucking normie.
You're a socialist or something?
What
He's a fucking normie.
What you described, Connor, is not the topic of the conversation, which was backwards looking. You might think, all right, we're looking at 26, 28.
The topic is quickly becoming you being a smug bitch who's incapable of listening to anybody else besides yourself.
So in order to have a conversation, like, we need to know what we're doing. And I want to know, are we talking about the future, are we talking about the past? Or are we doing this little dramatic performance where we're pretending to be the candidates to convince some average voter?
Even now you're being a smug bitch instead of stopping.
After this earlier, I think the conversation should be, when it settled on a topic, what should the party do going forward to
26 and 28,
right? Because I think I agreed with you, Pisco, about the push away the left thing. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I think that is what the moderates in the party tend to do. Whenever they lose, they go, oh god, it's the left. It's the left's fault, right? And they try to push them away. I think it's a ridiculous strategy. It doesn't work. I think the party should be moving more to the left, because what tends to happen with the Democrat Party, I think it's happened since like Clinton, if I remember correctly, probably before, but I'm not really aware of the campaign before. It's just like a ratcheting effect, right, where the party moves to the middle, and then it gets locked in there, and then the next election comes around, they move a little bit more to the middle, and it's just over time you just have a center right party and a far right party. I think the party should be pushing to the left.
I don't think we have to do anything. Like, whenever I talk about the left, I think people think that, like, oh, AOC is a far right dictator. Like, if you think that AOC is like isn't a good leftist, then I'm like, oh, okay. Like, these are people that, like, probably don't need to probably don't need to take.
That's a very tiny group of people, right?
Yeah, exactly. And that those
okay,
tiny group of
but
people.
that's not what Connor was talking about. Connor was talking about democratic socialists.
I don't think that Connor
people
would
who
be
vote
on
Democrat, by the way,
AOC.
all these people vote Democrat
even
and advocate for people to vote for
different
Democrats.
or very dramatically different from AOC. I don't think that Connor would looking like, oh, okay, someone who likes AOC is like too far gone. They have to be cut off.
And be clear about what you're saying with that. No, like, the topic is not just about Dearborn's Michigan. It says the left. No, and so I think it's totally fair to talk about broader left issues and how to win a next election.
I was just trying to see if you can prove to me that Kamala did sufficiently convince people to vote. And
I don't think.
Can I?
Pisco. Honestly, I love you. We're on the same side, but I feel like I know that you have a conversation you want to have, but I feel like you're actually
no. That's where you're wrong. I'm happy to have any of these conversations. I just think that we need to be clear on what we're talking about. If part of us is talking about what happened in 2024 and like that's the nature of the conversation is what Kamala did wrong, I'm happy to have that conversation. We can stay there. But the shifting back and forth about, to me, that makes it impossible, right? It's just really hard because we're just not talking about the same thing.
So if we're the only reason I say that's relevant is because let's say in 2026 we need to do more of this because we were doing bad on X. And then someone says, when were we doing bad on X? You might pull from an example that happened in the past.
In that way it can be relevant, but it's relevant, but it's oriented toward a specific thing. Where in another case, we could be looking at the past and saying, well, in this, look at the polling data from Dearborn, Michigan, and this shows if Kamala had done X, Y, Z, then she would have won actually in 2024. Well, the situation's changed now, and so now I think there's justification if you're purely pragmatic, purely cynical, looking at a strategy to say, yeah, as a Democrat running in the future, you should condition all aid to Gaza. But that's a different conversation, or to Israel, sorry. That's a different conversation than what would have won the election in 2024 for Kamala, you understand?
Yeah, okay, because the reason why I don't care about that necessarily, and again, this is just my personal opinion on it, I don't believe that America was ready for a black woman to be president, regardless of who. I don't think Michelle Obama, I don't insert Oprah Winfrey. I think that there's still some things that America feels uncomfortable about with that, and I don't believe that
she didn't lose by that much, did she?
I was about to say not in raw numbers, but in in scale of electoralism. Yes, she lost significantly.
Well, I mean, it was
technically the closest in overall numbers.
Electorally, she was close, but then she did lose the popular vote as well. So I am willing to do what Doobie asked, right, and orient the conversation to the future. But before we do that, right, and I promise we can do that. I promise, right. Before we do that, there's something that has bothered me about these conversations in general, and it bothered me specifically about the conversation Pisco and I had a few weeks ago. I'm going to ask this question. I'm going to ask it to the top row here, who are on the other side. So it's two questions really. First, right? Do you believe, right? And however you managed to get there, right? I don't know what your calculations look like, but do you believe that the issue of Gaza lost Kamala the election? No from Pisco, no from Bam, Connor.
And by that you mean lost. No. You mean if she would have had a different issue, she would have won. That's what you mean.
Okay. So no, I don't think it was outcome determinative. I absolutely do not think it helped. It hurt.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. What you were saying, Bam?
Yeah, basically, I was talking about, I guess the word I was looking for was outcome determinative. I was saying if she had a different position stance on this issue, then it wasn't dispositive.
Yeah.
And I'm I don't think she would have won the election.
When the elections are this,
I'm not convinced that it was dispositive.
When the elections are this close, though, everything counts.
Oh,
yes,
okay.
But that doesn't change my mind that I've not been convinced that had she taken a different position, she would have won the election.
Right.
Okay. So I'm not going to debate you on that. I'm the only one here with evidence to say that it was, but that's okay, right? I'm the only one who has numbers.
Your evidence is that she would have won, in every.
I have, state? Yeah. I went through a whole thing. You went there when I had Pisco. I literally brought numbers and showed that this could have made the difference. This particular topic.
Did you take it state by state, or did you look at national polls?
I looked at all the swing states. I looked at swing states. I poll numbers. I had calculations. I have the whole thing. But I'm not here. Sorry, I'm not trying to get a dig in here. Okay. We can discuss that, Bam. You and I, we can discuss that some other
we'll
time.
do that down, yeah.
So then, if that's the case, if it was the case that Gaza was not the deciding factor, then what is with all this vitriol directed at people like me who decided not to vote? For it? Like if our vote like did not matter, right? If I had voted or if I didn't vote, and the cohort that agrees with me, that has my mindset, if they had voted for Kamala, right, that would not have made a difference.
Why the vitriol? Why the
anger?
The vitriol?
Yes, please.
You know, I'm happy to answer that. It's because there's a semantic problem here with the words we're using, and it's founded by the exchange I had with Doobie. That when people say, you know, who should I vote for, or was it good that you voted one way or the other, what they're talking about is separate from your actual chance as an individual to affect the outcome of a particular vote. Because every individual, right, has a negligible possibility to affect the outcome of a vote. When people speak about whether a vote was done wrongly or correctly, they're not talking about it in relation to the probability that that single vote affect the determination of the outcome. They're talking about a vote in the context of your perceived preference for who wins. Right? It's not this question of who is going to make a decisive factor in any given election. And that's why this case about, well, my vote wouldn't have changed anything in California, but it maybe would have changed something in a swing state, that is not supported by the math. And when people are saying that you're a bad person because of how you voted, they're talking about the signaling value that your vote sends, perhaps in terms of whatever value you import to that, and perhaps also your notion about what is the best world that you want to live in, and that's what they're talking about when they're talking about you voted rightly or wrongly. That's
Pisco,
it.
I can believe that you, Pisco, believe that, right? And I won't question that's how you feel. However, right, and you do this as well. You talk about an assignment of blame, right? And the blame is for Trump winning. And that would imply that, like, because of an action that I did or did not take, right, we had a certain unfortunate outcome. And so that's where the blame is involved. I think, Pisco, so I'm going to let you answer or respond. Yeah. But I think, so I won't put words in your mouth, but I think other people, right, when they are saying that, they're saying, you lost us the election, right? And Doobie and I have discussed this many times, right? That, like, what we hear from liberals, we hear from the other side, is that yes, because you didn't, you weren't supportive overall, right? Maybe you did vote, but you weren't supportive. You didn't, like, campaign for her, or you didn't vote, right? You have lost this election. But at the same time, they're saying, but your focus, right? Your priority, your policy priority was actually not determinative. Right, like, it actually didn't matter. The reason why she didn't bother with prioritizing your policy is because it wasn't important, wasn't a big deal, right? And in the end, it didn't make a difference any which way. So I'm trying to marry these statements together, please.
So this is where I think the confusion is. I think that there are some people who say that, who, like, personally blame an individual, but if they actually think about it and step back and think you personally blame an individual because they caused this outcome, if you either would explain to them, they'd be like, oh, that's silly. Okay, that's what I'll get to that. Okay, so either they're thinking about this as an individual, and then you explain it to them, and then they're either literally irrational because you explain to them and they're like, oh, of course I'm not meaning that specific individual person, or it's a shorthand for a cohort, which was dispositive. But in general, no, I do think that it's related to the outcome, and it's related to some vision about someone's preferences. So, for example, if someone said that they voted for Trump in 2020, you would have been like, oh, you did a bad thing. And the guy would be like, wait a second, Trump lost in 2020, right? But it wouldn't matter, right? It's not the literal outcome itself, and if you stop and think about it, anyone who is exposed to this and is like, hey, rationally, any individual person isn't having an effect on the outcome here. It has to do with either a shorthand for a cohort, a dispositive group, or what I think in most cases it's about a signal of preferences and what the preferred world you want is. So yes, if you told me in 2016 you voted for Trump, I would be like, holy shit, shit, that was the wrong thing to do. Not because I think that you had a dispositive effect, but because it signals something about your values and what you wanted the world to look like back then. Similar to, by the way, if you would talk to me, Prime, and you said the day before Charlie Kirk got shot, I really fucking hope that Charlie Kirk, gets shot or whatever, and then he does, and then I go back to you, be like, what do you think about that? What do you like that? Like, in that case, I'm not literally blaming you, right? Or if the witches had done the hex that they remember, there's those witches that apparently hexed Charlie Kirk,
the Etsy witches,
and now they deny saying that they wanted any like harm to befall him, they wanted something else or whatever, but assume that they actually were hexing him to kill him and to have him die. People would say that's crazy, even though rationally we know that these witches don't have any tendency to affect the outcome. The fact that it's an exposed preference means that it's something that we can judge according to a moral standard. And I think that's where people are assessing, not the instrumental effect. If they really think about it, the instrumental effects of one person, maybe they're referencing a cohort, maybe they're referencing a dispositive cohort, but in that case, they need to bring evidence that it was in fact dispositive. And that's what I've not been convinced by in the Gaza case.
Can we, the others two think?
Nah, I mean, it's something that we should fight about a different day. The whole thing, the reason why I don't like this, it's being repeated, so I guess I should address it. Yes, we all know that like a single person's vote is likely not our individual vote is going to be what determines the outcome. However, we are acting as a group, and like you said, we're expressing a preference. And what's going on is like we're bringing our boys with us. You know what I'm saying? When I'm going to the election, I'm talking to my family about stuff. I'm talking to my friends about stuff. I'm talking about the political vibes going on in the country. I'm doing all that kind of stuff. So is my individual casting of the vote really what determines the outcome? No, but it's a symbol of the fact that we as a cohort feel this way. And so when Doobie says, hey, regardless of how I feel about elections, California is going to go blue. As a result, I don't give a fuck. I don't care about his vote. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I do think that if you're in a purple state where it goes red or blue, your vibes and bringing everybody else with you and being enthusiastic and all that kind of shit, it does matter. You can say that mathematically it doesn't, but I'm telling you psychologically it's quite powerful because when people are unenthused about the election, they don't tell their friends. They don't tell their neighbors. They don't tell anybody.
I price that all in. Like, yes, so there's two distinct things I'm talking about. One is a signal value. So the signal of you voting and then saying, hey, I voted and here's who I voted for. That is something that has value, especially if you're a more influential figure. It can even have a dramatic value. So I'm not saying that that's not there. And I totally agree that in terms of the vibes and like the other people that you could bring, that's also a value as well. But all of that is consistent. You could do all that, right? Taylor Swift would come out and say, vote for Kamala, and then not herself vote. And so all we're talking about here is splitting out the different reasons why there's a rationale to vote and why we would cast blame. And it doesn't have to do with the determined outcomes of one's individual vote. But the thing is, people like Prime, this is not a dig at Prime, and because I think it is a statement, he's saying, I didn't vote for Kamala, right? And that, when he says that, he's not basically, it's a signal, right? It's not about, oh, I affected the outcome. And so when people are mad at Prime, they're not mad with him on the level of, well, he changed the outcome. It's Prime's fault we didn't have Kamala. They're saying we don't like the world you wanted, right? Like, and your signal is a bad signal.
But I want to affirm this and maybe this is parallel to what you're saying, so you're not going to disagree with it. I think this was my frustration with Adam Friended. Adam Friended said, well, I'm in California. These are the reasons why I didn't want to vote for Kamala, blah, 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 blah. Who gives a fuck about my vote? But obviously, he's signaling to 1,000 people, which again is not going to be outcome determinative. And we don't know what states they reside in, but it's a general thing of like, the snowflake is not the snowbank, is not the avalanche,
right?
But we don't know which snowflake is going to cause the avalanche. And so that's where, for me, him just copying out and saying, well, who gives a fuck about me? I'm a small bean. It feels like a cop-out.
That's why it can also be rational to say we're mad at Prime, because when we say we're mad at Prime, we're not mad at Prime because he, he has a community.
We're mad because he dug in his feet and he dragged his heels during a very important election with
same for Piers Morgan.
ramifications for the country.
I was about to say Piers Morgan's not even an American, but we still get upset about the way that he signals to
and it's not irrational to say that, because what we're criticizing is either his expression, the signal, original, or maybe the Prime, I would say, is one of the grandfathers of political Twitch. I mean, he does have some influence with people, and so maybe all the people that didn't show up because of Prime, we're not literally saying that he or his cohort didn't have the certain effect on the outcome.
But yeah, and Prime, to direct this towards you though, I do think that this is where the frustration comes from or whatever, which is like, let's say that we were all precious snowflakes, all right? Okay. And we wanted to be a part of an avalanche that caused Kamala Harris to win because we knew that that would be better than Donald Trump winning. When we started sliding over the side of the snowbank and sliding down the mountain, you were like, I'm not feeling it, guys. I'm gonna hang back. And so as a result, you individually are not necessarily a problem, but you held, you were representative of holding back the rest of the avalanche that then resulted in disastrous shit. And I think that's why, like, as much as I'm being a dick to Pisco, because I think he's being a little bit of a dick tonight, I understand his frustration and his anger because the consequences have been horrible. Yeah, this is one of the worst administrations in American, recent American history.
But this isn't on the voter, right?
What?
Yeah, it can't be on the voter, right? The problem.
Yeah, it is. You're the motherfucker that chooses the power. What are you talking about?
Wait. An election literally is like a fucking popularity concert. You're literally trying to convince people to get out and earn, like you're trying to earn people's vote. People aren't just going to vote for you for the sake of, people are sick of doing like the lesser of two evils shit. On top of that, you had a perceived genocide, right? There was a point in time where people perceived there was a genocide, and how the candidate handled that was going to affect how they voted.
But now, okay, but now I'm sorry.
Wait, guys. So when the people who didn't vote, I can understand that you want to blame them. Like, look, you guys didn't vote. There was a slippery slope, and you didn't reach out your hand. Sure, that's fine. But also, like, it seems like this thing, and I hate using like liberals and leftists or whatever it may be, but it seems like liberals are like performative pragmatic, where they're like, we want these things, we side with you, but if you don't get them, they're fine. You guys are content not getting these things. Whereas leftists are just kind of sick of like looking at these people in power, feeling like, hey, the president can do whatever the fuck he wants, it seems like, when he's a Republican. But when it's a Democrat or someone on the left, they can't get any of the things that we actually want done. That's what it feels like. I'm not saying
when you say that's fine, do you mean you agree with Connor that voters do have some culpability? Of course they do, right?
No, voters have no culpability.
So when the voters voted in, to be convinced to vote. So when the voters voted in for George Bush in 2000 and 2004, you didn't think that the people of America didn't have some culpability for their decision?
No.
I mean, we don't choose. What about the voters in Israel? Can I ask the voters in Israel? The voters in Israel, do they have culpability for electing a genocidal crazed man to be leader of the country? Do they have culpability? Yes or no?
No.
I don't think
that's
voters
wild. That's wild.
I mean, hold up, real quick before we move though, Ali. So I want to change teams real quick, okay? So when earlier, I think you are correctly pointing out that the average voter is not like the most politically savvy person, and that the Democrats need to think about how they're communicating to people who basically were turned off by the Democratic message in 24, right? And I agree with you. However, I think that I'm with Pisco. That if you wake up and you're aware of what's happened in this country within the past year, like, I don't know how the fuck you just shrug that off. And by the way, this is why I'm not a Democrat philosophically, because I think the average voter is dumb as fuck.
The average person is just like, once again, the average person who was a Democrat who didn't vote, personally, I'll just speak for me, right? One issue voter, Israel, Palestine, it kind of fucking left a bad taste in my mouth, right? It's not so much that I shrug off like, oh, the year is bad, but like what happened was, instead of once again looking within and being like, hey, shit, how did we actually lose you guys? It became an attack on the people who didn't vote. And I'm sorry, but once again, when there's a perceived genocide of people, like, I'm Lebanese personally, my aunt's houses got hit.
You made the genocide worse, bro.
Once again,
you made it worse, bro.
No. I want what, rhetorically?
Literally.
No, not literally.
Netanyahu came out and
said that there's like Trump gave a green light to things that Biden never.
Yeah. What green light wasn't there already?
Dude, okay.
turning
If you-
Gaza
Kamala
into
Harris
wait,
would not be-
wait.
Kamala
For
Harris,
the first year and a half of the
Kamala
war, for the
Harris-
first 60% of Gaza was decimated by the time Biden was done, then 70%
Kamala
by the time
Harris
Trump. It's like
would not be signing off and turning the other way in reference to 2 million people being starved to death. Kamala Harris would not be trying to shop the ethnic cleansing of Gaza. And Kamala Harris would not be trying to build a new Atlantic City
that we held that power after Biden let that shit happen for a year and a half, brother. Once again, no one is convinced that Kamala would do anything different. They were calling
do you
him
think
genocide.
Kamala Harris would have built Atlantic City in Gaza?
Okay, listen, the rhetoric is worse. I'm not denying
No,
that the rhetoric is worse, but that's not.
Do you think Kamala Harris
You
would be
hate Gazans,
trying to
man.
build Atlantic City in Gaza?
No.
Yes or no, as Pisco would say.
I do not believe
Yes
the
or
Democrats
no?
would. No, the Democrats would not be as bad as Trump.
Okay, there you go.
Again,
You made the
if we're
genocide
talking about
worse.
if we're talking about like 90% versus 80% to the perception of the people, 70% of Gaza was already gone by the time Joe Biden was gone. So like that doesn't matter. I'm like yes, you understand.
I want to
You
hear you
understand
say
but
the
for
lives
the
of Gazans. So you just said it. You said it. That doesn't matter. The lives of Gazans. That differential doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
There is no differential.
Doesn't
right?
matter?
There is no differential. There's no
You
perceived
just said there
difference.
was.
There's no perceived difference.
No, then the
I said a
actual
rhetorical difference.
Is there an actual difference? Does that matter?
there's a
That
substantive
actual
difference.
And
difference.
right now, no. On the ground, no. There is no difference between
I
6
think that's
6
bullshit.
months ago and now. No, there's no
I
difference
think
on
you
the ground
hate
to Gaza.
Palestinians, bro. I think
So-
you hate them.
Don't do that.
I want to
That's a
go to
great
I want to
tactic,
go to
but
I want
don't
to go
work
to
over
Bam.
there.
I want to do Doobie. Later on,
Virtue
Peace, I do want
signal.
to talk to you about like the blame and like the yeah. I have something to talk to say to you there, but Bam's been waiting, and then Doobie wanted to interject as well.
We still haven't technically moved on to 2026, but I'll say kind of wrapping up the Pennsylvania people. Like I said, I think that again within our campaign time, I think she did almost everything I could reasonably expect from a campaign. Like I said, some people may have, and I guess we have different definitions of what we consider reasonable. I think that Doobie's ask would have been pretty significantly dramatic. I won't even go as far as say it's completely impossible, but it just would have been a dramatic shift. And I don't think that she ran on a dramatic shift. Now, I think that what Doobie's campaign would have worked on is in a legitimate blank primary where she's not the acting vice president. Like I think a Democratic candidate that comes out of a primary can absolutely like have pros and cons and differences from the current administration. But if you exist in the current administration,
That's tough.
yeah,
I want to say to Doobie's,
Yeah.
I agree with what you just said, Bam. But I just want to say, like Doobie's policy, it's actually the policy I agree with. I think that's what Democrats should do for sure. I just am not convinced. Anyone who tells you that had Kamala taken that stance in the lead up to 2024, that would have changed the result, you're not certain about that. That is a highly uncertain claim, and I know that Prime has it. We're not doing the actual discussion about the numbers there, but I have not been convinced by what I've been seeing there, and it's a risky maneuver for sure. Now we know that Kamala lost, but Kamala also stopped the bleeding in a lot of different with respect to the Senate. But I want to be clear. I think that Doobie's position is the right policy prescription. It's the right thing to do. But we're having a more narrow conversation about what would have won her the election. That's the only reason that I'm.
You can do it in 2028. Like I think that Gavin Newsom can run on that, and I don't think
100%.
Some people would flinch, but I don't think a lot of people would. They'd be like, "Okay, he's his own man. He's not."
So what I take an issue with though is the notion that voters don't have responsibility. We would all say that like voters have culpability. The voters in Israel for voting for parties that want to ethnically cleanse and or treat the Palestinians as second-class citizens or kill them all, they have culpability. So let's stop with this game of yes, obviously it always looks. Go for it.
So I agree with you, but I feel like you need to be careful with the way that you express that because it's not a terrorist. It's a way that Osama bin Laden, for example.
You know what I mean. I'm not.
I know. No. Listen.
Therefore,
No,
they deserve to be
finish.
killed or anything.
No,
Come on.
let me finish. Okay, I think you know where I'm going, right? It's a way that Osama bin Laden, Hamas. It's a way that like civilian casualties are justified by these people, Right? Like, hey, you voted for this government that's doing this terrible shit, so therefore you're culpable, so therefore you deserve this.
Ethical culpability does not mean that something is justified in response to them. That is not what I or anyone should take my statement to be. Just because someone is ethically culpable for something doesn't mean they should be killed. It could be the case that you do something horrible, like you're a little bit irresponsible and you let like something happen to your kid or to some people's kids, or you leave the door unlocked, you let a fire go off. But I don't think that necessarily that implies some kind of punishment. The punishment is not coextensive with moral guilt all the time.
It's the reason we call voting a civic duty. Like American citizens have a responsibility.
Yeah, but not if you're going to blame them for their vote, right? If they're going to vote the wrong way, it's only a civic duty and a correct civic duty if you vote the correct way.
Just grant
it. Like all MAGA voters.
Wait, tell him to grant it. So if the people who voted for Likud or these other,
we didn't keep it America. I think that MAGA voters have
I want to go right to Israel. The voters who are voting for pro-Kahanist parties or Likud parties in Israel, they have a moral culpability for their vote, don't they?
No, they don't. They have a reality. They have a reality on the ground. I'm sorry. There's a huge portion of people living in Israel who are convinced that there's just terrorists living on all of their borders that are trying to attack them and kill them and genocide them at any chance they get. That people want the fucking that they want Israel gone. They're fully convinced.
So
of
why
these
do you
things.
blame Israel?
So obviously they're going to support. Obviously they're going to support extreme. Obviously they're going to support extreme politicians who are pandering to their fears. Right. That's what happened in America. Right. That's how we got Trump twice. Right.
So why do you blame Israel for anything? If Israel is just accurately reflecting the goals and desires of their people, then they're functioning as intended.
Because I don't think
why would you blame
goals
Israel?
And desires of the actual people. I think once again, a lot of people are propagandized or convinced into something. Right? We have two Trump presidency, and honestly, I'm at this point. If the guy is healthy, I'm convinced he's going to go for a third and could potentially fucking get it, which is disgusting. But the fact of the matter is, like, if he convinces the people to vote for him, he struck something within. Like, if someone convinces people to vote for them, they struck something within like the people. Like,
right?
I think what at least
unless we want to sit here and say like half the country is culpable for like all the things that happened through Trump. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think that's how it works. That's not.
Guys, I think what
I voted for.
Wait, hold on. I think what Ali is saying, right, is that it's the responsibility is on the Democrat Party in this case
to win
for not connecting with the voters and not getting them excited to vote for the Democrats, because Trump should.
Wait, I agree with that too.
Wait, hold on. They're
not mutually exclusive.
Trump is like I think in insane times he'd be a dream candidate to run against, right?
No,
like he's a fucking.
It's not mutually exclusive, is what I'm saying. Yes, Democrats have responsibility.
I understand.
Made huge mistakes,
the voters have some responsibility, but I think what Ali's focus on,
but he's not granting that. He's not granting that.
Is a responsibility of the party to win over the voter, to do what they need to do to win the vote.
I believe that is that is where the responsibility lies, is with the person trying to win the vote.
Did you say more? Did you say more?
No, that is where the responsibility lies, is where the person trying
0%, exactly 0% on voters, right?
No, the voters are to be convinced. They are going to be swayed. That's the whole point of running a campaign.
I think if you don't believe voters have a duty, like if you believe, I think it's like, I think if you believe in like the dereliction of duty, if you believe that, like, okay, so being a government for the people is like I said, because if we had monarchs, maybe you can feel differently. But
you have a duty to vote. You don't have a duty to vote for one side.
But people don't even. So again, when I put my blame on non-voters.
So I never want to hear you guys criticizing any voter for any vote. That's what I hear. I never want to hear any.
Don't put it you guys, because I feel differently. To be clear, I feel differently, and I'll get to that in a second.
I hope I don't go to your Twitter and find any criticisms of any voter in any context, because that's wild.
So let's go to Doopy. Why don't you finish your thoughts, and I have some chats I got to read. Go ahead.
I just had a question for Connor, because I'm curious. So the Republican Party right now is fucking it's a fucking mess, right? Do you blame, who do you blame more, the voters for voting for Trump and his cronies, or the Republican Party itself, the establishment of the Republican Party for losing to Trump? Like who do you think is more at fault here?
My answer is yes. But if you had to ask me, like, who do I blame? Who do I think is like more capable of responsibility? The Republican establishment.
Okay, so you're leaning toward Ali, I think.
No,
I think it is true.
If you'll indulge me, there were absolutely people that came back and pushed that back against Trump, and then they got removed. Like the voters decided.
Sure.
Shut the fuck up
No,
and
no.
kick him out of
Let
the
me
party.
articulate it because I think you guys will find this relatively inoffensive. So when I say that I hate, like I genuinely believe democracy is the worst form of governance, except for all the other ones, I mean that. I think authoritarian communism is worse, jihadism, fascism, all that kind of stuff. This is a flawed system, but it's the best that we have as far as we know. The reason why I'm philosophically a Republican is because within the definition of republicanism is representative democracy, typically a constitution, and typically rule of law. It's actually rooted in the fucking word. And so we had an opportunity, in my opinion, during the primary to do what Joe Biden did to Bernie Sanders, and we didn't do it. There was at one point that Donald Trump was polling at 37%, and we were coming up on the primary, and all of the moderates could have dropped out and they could have strangled Donald Trump in the crib. They didn't do that. And so as a result, he won the primary, I think with 47% of the vote. And then it's been a fucking nightmare since then.
You talking about
And then not
2016 or
just
term
that.
1 or term 2?
And part of that is because it avalanched, right? You're talking about 2016?
It did.
Yeah,
it did.
Yeah.
And then sorry, just real quick, I can wrap it up. I know I like the sound of my own voice too. But specifically, Marco Rubio and JD Vance, I view them as currently having sold their souls for power. They know better. They know better, and they actively choose to serve the Trump administration because they know it's good for their own power. In my opinion, they have sold out the Republic of the United States.
I think in 2018, there's a version of you that would have like voted for that version of JD Vance. The way he talked at the time, I think that he was kind of
never Trump JD Vance and never Trump Marco Rubio are no shit. Some of
they're
my
completely
fucking
different. Yeah,
they're my boys.
I hate both of those people. What the fuck?
But
Yeah. Dude, I would have voted for Jeb if I could have.
Let me read these.
I don't know why you'd
super
ever
chats,
say
and
that.
I'd like
Holy shit.
to deal blank.
You should have clapped, Doobie.
Oh boy. Pisco, I want to try to answer your question more directly.
Hey,
but let me read these super chats first, quickly.
Sure.
Thank you, Ogre Boy, for the $5. They say, and this is to you, Pisco, actually.
Yeah.
If voters have culpability, does Pisco empathize with Hassan Piker's America deserve 9/11 statement, which is what Doobie was trying to get to?
Not in the slightest. Like I said, just because someone has moral culpability for an action doesn't entail any kind of response. So no, just because someone has done something for which they deserve X level of moral culpability doesn't entail that they deserve some kind of blowback or something.
Like social shame?
I
Social shame isn't a blowback?
No, I said violence. But yeah,
no.
social shame,
I'm just saying
absolutely.
one does not entail the other. You'd have to make a case. No, I do think that some people deserve social shame for their votes for sure, but it doesn't entail that 9/11 is justified, especially because that's what deserve means. Especially if I think that 9/11 is going to make things even worse, and it's going to cause America to be even more interventionist in other areas, which is definitely did. So yeah, obviously saying someone deserves moral culpability doesn't commit you to any kind of blowback or response. It might deserve some blowback, but you just need to make a case for it.
Sean tells me to ignore his messages. He usually he sends a gift sub for whatever reason it's not coming through. But thank you, Sean, for the $5 Canadian, much appreciated. But okay, so dealing with this issue of blame, and again, we can still reorient the conversation with the time that we have left. But like this, I feel like this is central to like why we come to like lawmakers, so why I get so emotional, because I feel like someone's assigning blame here, right? And saying, like Bam and I, explosive conversations we've had, right? I think even more explosive than what me and Pisco have had. And
I don't know. It's got pretty heated today.
It's been pretty heated, yeah. And for me and Bam's been, Anyway,
right there, yeah.
So, but that comes from somewhere, and like it seems to me that like. And you were touching on this. I think you and Doobie, Pisco, were touching on this, that there is a culpability of the voter, right? And then a culpability of the candidate. And these two things, like you said, Pisco, aren't mutually exclusive.
Correct.
Right? There is this weird feedback loop, this like parasitic, symbiotic response there, right? Where like I think the candidate is responsible for making their case, right? Yep. I would say, and you and I, Pisco, had a lot of trouble on this point previously, but no candidate deserves your vote or earned. They have to earn that vote. That like they have to make a case for themselves. They have to go on the stump, right? And they have to present a platform that is attractive to their voters. That says to them, "I'm the one who will fight for you," right? And these areas. That's.
I understand what you're saying, and I think
let me sure. And I won't. Hopefully, I won't take long. Hopefully. So you have to present your case, but on the other hand, right? Like I think, and this is where I disagree with my friend Ali here. And I'm not sure if I said differently during our conversation. I don't remember. Pisco. But like, yes, there is some level of culpability of the voters. Like, of course, like you have a responsibility. This is a civic duty. Like I say, and I said this before. Democracy is not all a spectator sport, right? I understand that my non-vote in itself is
statement
interacting with the system, right?
I would agree with that as well. Yep.
Great. So there's level of culpability. The problem, as I see it, right, is that when I'm talking to liberals or people on your side, right, our friend Connor's not a liberal, but for people on your side, it seems that Kamala has no blame, no culpability.
Yeah, let me give you what you want. I'll give you what you want. So first off, I'll leave the frustration to the side. In terms of the people who I think have relative blame, I blame Joe Biden way more than I blame you or Ali, even though I think that Ali's statements on here have been totally indefensible and annoying to me in a way that, Joe Biden sometimes doesn't annoy me as much. But Joe Biden...
Leaving the frustrations aside?
Putting that aside, Joe Biden bears more culpability for not dropping out. I think that he was weak with respect to Bibi in a way that he got played by Bibi clearly, when Bibi had no intention, and Israel in general had no intention of holding true to he made Biden look like a jackass while he was going around, touting the potential for these ceasefires, which Israel had no intention ever of abiding. And so you look like an asshole, and I do think it negatively affects your chances. I think Joe Biden made a lot of mistakes, and all that being said, I think he was the most effective president in my lifetime, just to be clear about where I stand there. But no, I put Joe Biden's his decision to run again was completely irresponsible and fucked over Kamala Harris 100%. And the Democratic Party in a way that it's what we're still feeling the effects of. So all of that is shit I agree with 100%. I just view that as a separate question from your culpability or someone else's culpability. And to be clear, you said something else I want to respond to directly. You and Ali appear to have this notion, and maybe it's an actual coherent notion. I just don't have a grasp of it, which is like, X people didn't deserve vote, or like you didn't deserve our vote, or she didn't do enough to earn our vote. Those are concepts that are not like. So I understand someone should vote for. I have an idea of what they should vote for, but this self-standing concept of deserve is something that's elusive to me. I don't really get it. If what you're saying is you shouldn't vote for her or you should vote for her, I get that, but I don't get this independent self-standing concept that's separate from should you vote for her or should you not vote for her, which is like this deserving to vote. In what sense is someone deserve to vote separate from you should vote for them, right?
Can
I
answer that?
Is not understanding, yeah.
So like when you're saying you should vote for her, right?
Yep.
It's on you to tell me and convince me why I should vote for her. Versus you saying I should vote for her regardless of my being convinced, and that her vote is deserved by me. I should vote for her regardless of being convinced by her to vote for her, is essentially what I'm saying. When a deserved vote is me going in and regardless of my belief that she's going to do with the thing I think she's going to do or why I'm going to vote, right? I am not convinced.
I'm having trouble here because I'm not trying to be frustrated. I just don't understand what you mean by the term deserve.
So
deserve.
Okay, so like deserved as in, once again, if I'm not convinced as a voter to vote for Kamala, I don't think she's going to do the Israel-Palestine thing in the way I believe it should be done, right? This is my issue. I'm not voting on this. I'm not convinced that, now you're saying I should vote for her anyways. Right.
So I understand that it's not your preference to vote for her. But in what sense is it different from deserve?
So in this matter, are you saying I should vote for her regardless of my belief?
No.
What she's going to do, right?
I'm trying to understand what you mean by the term.
Yeah, I know, and I'm trying to clarify by asking you a question. Yeah. If I don't believe she's going, if I don't believe I think she needs to decouple from Israel at very minimum. No more weapons being sent over there, right? And I'd like a concession of like, hey, Palestine deserves to be free, and also like, just without saying Israel has to defend itself. These are a few things, right? She doesn't do these things. Are you saying that like I, as a voter, should still vote for her if this is my one issue and she's not meeting my like?
I would say it's my preference that you vote for her, right? And I think it should be your preference, but I don't understand. So when I would answer, yes, you should vote for her. And when I say you should, it means it would be my preference if you would vote for this person. That's what I mean by should. But
so
I don't
what I'm
understand
saying
deserve.
is
She's not meeting his threshold.
She's not meeting my standards.
For your own preference.
And so what I'm saying is, and so then my rebuttal to you would be in this matter is, I'm not going to vote for her. She hasn't earned my vote. And just because you believe I should vote for her doesn't mean she deserves my vote, as in she doesn't deserve me getting up and voting for her. That's right.
Can I try to bridge the gap?
But if I say,
try to bridge the gap.
So if I say she deserves your vote, I'm just saying you should vote for her. But do you understand?
Sure.
Like, when I say deserves, I'm using an equivalent. But when you say deserves, I think you're also expressing a preference, and I don't think that there's any difference between saying you should vote for her and she deserves your vote.
Okay, hold on. Wait,
let me give it a try.
So can I just like bridge the? So I think what people mean by deserve, right? Because I also don't believe that Kamala deserved my vote, so I would have voted for her if I thought it mattered. Don't do the thing again, because I'll go into the Ripple thing. But it's that, does this person have the moral? Has she earned it? Does she have the moral consistency, the values, the vision, etc. that I want to see in the leader? That makes me want to say, hey,
according
this
to your
person,
preferences.
yes, hold on, yes, right. This person has earned my support for the presidency, right? And whether or not you should vote for them is just a pragmatic thing, right? Is it this person 0.1% less shit than the other person? Yes, okay, then you should vote for them. Like it's just a pragmatic calculation versus some kind of like a merit
vibe check,
merit-based thing.
But it's all according to one thing, which is your preferences. Like deserve isn't the self-standing like objective thing, which people try to claim it out to be. Deserve is just another way of reflecting one's preferences, right?
Yeah, I don't think anybody said
that. So people will often say like, okay, you might say I should have voted for her, but she didn't deserve my vote, as though they were saying something other than I just didn't want to vote for her. I think it's the same thing.
Okay, guys,
I think plenty of people voted for Kamala that
I was I sat for 20 minutes silently working on a project, and this is all you twats.
Can I try to answer this? This is a conversation between me and him, please.
My turn. It's my turn.
I said please. I'm being more polite than you.
Well, he said no. So he said
it's in the middle of our conversation.
No,
hold on.
I will invoke Sharia.
White man is speaking. Let's go learn.
I will invoke Sharia.
I want to ignore the Muslim in my country. Thank you.
Points.
So, anyways,
I back white people.
The point is, okay, we all have this ideal of democracy within our minds, which is that we, the people, are choosing our elected representatives. Now, it's infinitely more complicated than that, but the pragmatic appeals to, well, this person sucks less than the other person, actually kind of sucks, don't you think? And so I think that people are still trapped in the ideal of democracy, where what our representatives are supposed to do is they're supposed to say, I see you, I hear you, I understand your problems, I understand your criticisms, and I am going to work hard to work for you. Because the whole point of this is that they're supposed to be servant leaders. They're supposed to be accountable to the people. And so when you have representatives who stand up and they say, well, I'm not as bad as the other guy, and you might care about this, but fuck you, you're a peasant. Then at that point, you can make a pragmatic appeal to, okay, well, this guy actually is less shitty than the other guy, but they don't deserve it. They're not servants. They're not representative of what's best about republicanism or democracy.
According to someone's subjective preference.
I think that stands for Kamala.
Yeah, we all yes, we need subjective preference.
I think Kamala is representative of kind of like the blight of the career politician. I think that's why a lot of people don't like her.
Well, I think that the reason people are using the phrases like deserve or she didn't earn is to kind of put some distance between themselves and their choice. In that, yes, we all agree that at bottom,
because they're being blamed for their choice in a democracy.
I think it's what I said.
Well, yes. No, I think I agree with Ali that they're being blamed, and so when they say deserve and earn, they're trying to put some linguistic distance between their subjective preferences and their decision, as though there were this objective standard of deserve and earn.
They're putting responsibility on the candidate who was supposed to run a campaign campaign and convince people to vote for them versus the people who are supposed to be convinced to vote. So once again, like Kamala probably would have ran a fine campaign. It would probably would have been all right. Personally, in my opinion, if the Israel-Palestine thing wasn't going on. And so for
you would
the
have
people,
voted her but that, right?
Actually, 100%.
Yeah.
So for the people who this is once again a one-issue thing, which I think affected a large vote, right? They don't feel like, once again, they're already under the propaganda. Well, hey, these people are all bought off by AIPAC. The left and the right seem to only agree on one thing, which is defense of Israel and support of Israel. So fuck it. If they're both not going to concede, then fuck it. Why even vote?
So okay, I'm going to go to Bam. I'm going to go to because I want to have
you go.
Okay, well, I have a question for you. But quick super chat from Grassroots Hegemon, right? $20 from my brand new mod. It says, how does the panel feel about putting literally every living person in prison? Universal basic prison, zero crime, zero homelessness. Think it over. No, to be clear, I'm in support of it, right? Complete housing, right? Everyone gets fed, at least in American prisons. Everyone gets access to medical care, right? Where am I missing? Like, if everyone's in jail, right? We can
get laid.
Good communities. Oh, that one's a problem. All right, first, but like you have a community there, right? People are also lonely, right? That solves the male loneliness problem. There'll be plenty of males around, right? And we get like exercise time, right? We have people actually have to go out into the yard. I don't think it's too bad. But thank you, Grassroots Hegemon, for the very kind $20. Thank you so much. But to direct at Bam. So our friends Pisco and Counterpoints said their piece about blame, right? But and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and I won't harp on this if you say the answer is no.
No, you're fine.
But Bam. Well, don't worry, I'll harp on you on other things later on. But specifically on this, Bam, on Monday, right, during the reverie, you said 10 toes down. This is what you're saying now. 10 toes down with my chest out.
Fuck you.
I blame Prime.
Yep.
Right? That's how he said it, right? So it felt like, and if I'm wrong, let me know. It felt like that was I blame Prime for the outcome, not simply because of like your subjective your vote is a subjective expression of your will or anything like that, right? That's
so that no, I blame you. I blame, like I said, I don't think Kamala Harris was gonna win, or I thought I wanted her to win, but like hindsight 2020 was like, oh, okay, there was nothing she could have done.
I do disagree with that, but
I get it. But that's where I've come to. Like, so like changing all the voters. Like, I don't think that you voting and everyone who feels the way you felt if they voted, I still think Kamala Harris lost the election. So no, I don't think that like I blame you for that, but I'm saying that you not voting, I think that you now, like, these outcomes that have happened are also part of your responsibility. If you're not against them, it's kind of like that people do the racist versus anti-racist thing. Like, and some people kind of cringe, but it's like, oh, it's not just enough to be a non-participant. You have to be against it. And in my head, like, no matter what you say now, when it came down time to put action behind it, you weren't against what what obviously was going to lead to what's happening now.
Man, all right. So like to Connor's point, when he's saying like people are idealizing politicians, and that used to be that they would come and speak to the people, and hey, I'm going to do for you this, and I'm hearing your criticisms, and this is what I'm going to do, blah blah blah. And now it's like career politicians, and they're dying out. Like if like. Jesus, fuck! I lost the question. My bad. Go off, man. I lost.
Well,
you good? If it comes back, I was about to say, or do you know what he's gonna say? Or you about to say, can you pick up?
Well, what I was gonna guess was that not voting for Kamala, at least the way that most people would have conceptualized it, is that should start some introspection amongst our representatives, because if the far left and the moderates are so willing to risk the Republic of the United States in order to be heard, then the people in charge need to wake the fuck up.
Yeah.
And that's one of my things that was super frustrating when I went to a convention in DC recently. It was liberalism in the 21st century. And 70% of the speaking engagements were about foreign affairs. They cared more about Eastern Europe. They cared more about Nepal. They cared more about, all these random countries all over the world and their right to freedom of speech and their right to conscience and their right to economic liberty and their right to this and their right to that. And part of the question that I asked Pisco earlier is like, what have we talked about tonight that speaks to the person who's working at Dollar General as a cashier, making $10 an hour, who can't afford his family, who can't afford his apartment, who is behind on bills, who everything's getting shut off, and they feel like they're constantly getting fucked and it's not getting better. Because that's the guy who
Democrat
voted
or Republican
against
doesn't
you.
matter. Wait, Democrat or
That's the
Republican
guy who
doesn't matter
voted
to that
against
guy.
you.
There's a huge slew of people, right? There's I think it's a majority of people that are at this point. They're like, hey, like Democrat or Republican doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
It's not going to affect my. It's not going to affect my actual day-to-day life. Now, like, please go to your point. There's going to be huge policies that do affect people. I agree, right? But most people don't have time to think about like the external, right? They're thinking about their immediate family and friends, right? They can only think within their group of 10. Right. And so it's like, yeah, like most people are disillusioned. They're sick of the career politician. And at this point, like instead of looking within the Democrat Party, you guys have spent a lot of time blaming the voter and not once again, not addressing anything. Like you've said, like Kamala ran a perfect campaign. I think she could have done a few things that would have won her a lot of the vote.
I never said that.
No,
I'm not talking to you. I was talking to Bam.
I said, yeah, I think that she ran a near perfect campaign.
No,
yeah.
Can I respond? Like,
what I wanted to add a separate point before to give to Prom, like before we move away from it. Outside of how I feel about the blame, I think that before people were Connor and Ali, when you're talking about the idea of earning your vote and things like that, I understand exactly what you mean, but I think that speaks to a more, like I said, an ideal of of the United States prior to the existence of political parties.
Oh, I think it's politically naive.
But it's if you disagree with the value political parties create. Like I'm an advocate. I'm a strong advocate and believer in the concept of political parties. Like I think me and Prom have argued about this as well, because he's like, oh, like you just team blue. You want the Dems to win. And I'm like, well, I'm a Democrat. Like to some degree, I believe the Democrats generally work in the interest of the things that think are good. Every election is going to be a little different. Like not every representative they put up there, I'm not going to find to be perfect, but I do think that it works in that good direction, like slowly but surely. If I continue, like I fight for what I want in a primary, whenever a candidate is selected, I think that now, like, okay, I'm a big D Democrat. It's time for me to get in fucking line. Like that's what the world looks like. And I think that Ali, and to some degree, the only reason I think leftists haven't done that is because leftists haven't formed that party yet. But like leftists feel like, oh, it's just like if you don't, that you have to love that candidate.
Let me respond to this.
Bam.
Let me respond to this.
Hold on to your question, Ali.
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Yeah. So let me respond to this. I think one. All right. So before 2020.
If you want to remember the context of the conversation we argued about, I was talking about I want the Democratic media to like give like easier interviews, like a place that Democrats.
I do remember that conversation. Yeah. And that's a larger thing. But so before this election, right? I was, and I think you can find me online talking about this. Right? I might have said it to Pisco years ago, right? I was a vote blue no matter who guy, right? I was with it. Now, in terms of my party affiliation, like I'm like a registered Democrat, but that's just only at this point. That's only for primary purposes. But like the Democrats is the party that I align the most with among the two that I have to pick. And at this point, I'm not like really convinced about third party. So when I'm talking to people and I'm like, hey, like when you're considering your choices, right? I'm mostly talking about voting for Democrats, right? Every so often, maybe a third party candidate, but mostly I'm talking about voting for Democrats. So I mostly align. Now I've been pulling away from the Democratic Party for more and more, but still, there's nowhere else for me to go at this point. But it's like, to say that like you have to align with this party that like disrespects you, that like thinks your priorities are a joke, right? Like you, I don't understand why others don't see why that might not be like, that's a big ask. When we talk about earning votes, yeah, of course it like this feels like what happened with Hillary Clinton, right? Where the media said, absolutely, this is the person that
Are you guys hearing
is
background
next.
noise? Sorry.
Yeah, somebody's listening to a media thing or something.
Yeah, I don't know who.
It's
Hey,
probably
can
LA.
you guys?
Yeah, it's probably LA.
I'm muted. I only have one mic.
Oh, that's probably Connor then.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you guys hearing
Actually, I
random
think that was
shit from me?
Connor's. I think
Yeah,
Connor's
yeah.
listening to himself. Actually, I think that was Connor's voice.
Yep.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm editing Warhammer 40K stuff while we're hanging out.
You're good.
So I'll mute myself.
No worries, friend. Fuck. Where was I? Repeat what you're saying before. Bam.
You were talking about you said you vote with Democrats now, but you feel like if they keep disrespecting you, like that's a tough ask for people.
I mean, like, look, like I'm part of the cohort. Yes, I was above blue, no matter who guy. But like the reason why I thought so. Let me move away what I was just about to say. But let me get to this part. This is the most important part. The reason why that's different now is because I thought we had a general understanding, right? Part of the social contract that there are some things that are unacceptable, but they're like beyond the pale. So they're not something I have to actually consider within my vote, right? Hey, child molesting, right? If you're a child molester, you can't be president, right? You might be a great guy overall, right? There might be so many other great qualities we have. But like you can't be president. I'm sorry, right? That's just the way it is. You've left the realm. You've left the realm.
You would think
of political you would think, right?
I agree.
You left the realm of political acceptability. At least on the Democrat side, I thought within our social contract that was the case. And included in that, I didn't have to think about it before, but I thought we were all on the same page. Genocide would be one of those things, right?
There's a difference of facts. I don't consider it to be a genocide.
No.
You're crazy. You're a crazy person.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, fine.
Well,
I'm not
I don't
gonna
think you can
gonna-
like surrender from a genocide.
Yeah, you're a crazy person. I'm sorry. Like that's
Yes, like when
Let's not.
people
Please,
do
let's
the
not. Just
Holocaust.
read the reports. Read the
Okay,
studies.
fine.
Read the reports. But like read the. Please.
Well, but just to a prime point, like I said, the reason why like that is still a hard line. There's disagreement on the facts
Oh
there.
God.
But yeah,
At least say perceived. It's at least perceived.
Can I say something? 'Cause I feel like this
Sure.
is. I think.
One second. $5 tip from Pace. It says, "Is there any historical precedent for not voting and that leading to a foreign conflict changing? I don't see how justifying not voting, because she doesn't deserve your vote, is not just a massive coup or quote unquote vibes politics like MAGAs do." So you want to tackle that, DB first, and I can do it at some point. But thank you, Pace.
Okay, so I want to so Prem, what you just said, it touched on something that I was feeling the last couple of years, right? But last year especially, and this year, it's and I think it's the reason I got so focused on Israel Palestine as an issue, right? Is because I think that the us bankrolling, mass starvation, ethnic cleansing, genocide, this brutal shit that's happening. While the leaders of that country are saying the crazy supremacist, crazy shit all the time, right? We're bankrolling it, and our politicians are just lockstep. Love Israel. I think it reveals like some kind of sickness in the national soul, right? Like some kind of like rot, like some moral rot, right? That we can call ourselves, because I was raised like Connor, I think, right? Believe that America was the shining city on the hill, and we're a force for freedom and good in the world, and that's what we're supposed to do, right? We're supposed to lift people up. Now I understand that's not been the reality, actually, right? We've done a lot of terrible shit, right, as a nation, but I think that this issue specifically, it being so much on our face. I mean, I remember looking up like toward the start of the conflict, like I go online and there's videos of like a 2-year-old girl with her guts hanging out, like that's fucking, and she's alive, she's screaming, right? So like that's that kind of stuff is very impactful, I think, for at least for me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that our politicians were just in lockstep, oh yeah, Israel has a right to do this. You know, to me, it just speaks to the sickness that I want to rip out, right? And I think this is a case for a lot of people. It just totally pulled the blinders off.
Wait, Connor.
Yeah,
I just want to add to that real quick because I was supposed to ask the question, but it's less of a question. It's like it seems like it's become once again the whole question when you ask non-voters that were guys, oh, do you think Trump would have been better for who's better, Trump or Gaza for Trump or Kamala for Gaza, right? Who would have been better? Who would have been better? It seems like it's always a push and constantly a push towards like voting based on like the lesser of two evils. And it feels like politics, as far as the presidency, has become less about what a politician can do for you and more about the other guy sucking, to the point where we have Connor on never Trump Republicans that are voting Democrat, right? Politics is now not about like what your politician can do. It's about how much the other guy sucks. And that's not a good way to go. There's no shot.
So
Yeah,
before you
yeah.
answer that,
I need to address the.
I just said Doobie didn't address the tip that I got, and I just wanted.
And that wasn't a shot,
quick.
Connor.
It's
Sure.
very
I'm
quick.
sorry.
And-
What was
and
the tip? I'll address.
No, it
it
is
really
cope to say deserve. I mean, yeah, that is cope. That
Sure.
language is cope.
It says, is there any historical precedent for not voting and that leading to a foreign conflict changing? I don't see how justifying not voting because she doesn't, quote unquote, deserve your vote is not just a massive cope or quote unquote vibes politics like MAGA people do.
It is.
Hold on. Hold on. That's so again. I think I'm sure plenty of people voted for Kamala who did not think she deserved their vote, but they voted based on pragmatic calculations, right? I'm sure this was the case for many people, right? I don't have an issue with that. I think if you have one person who's promising to kick 2 puppies a day, and he's running against somebody who's promising to only kick 1 puppy a day, and everything else is the same, yeah, you vote for the guy who kicks one puppy less a day, right? Sure, it's still a bad choice, right? And now it's also that guy doesn't deserve my vote. He's a piece of shit. But because I want 1 less puppy a day to be kicked, I'll vote for that guy. Like that's all people are saying.
And to be clear, I wasn't
really get push him in there. If you could have snapped your fingers and made Kamala the president on January 20th, 2025, would you have done it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what actually is the differential here that you would be willing, if you had the power, to make someone who kicks 1 puppy here, the whatever the comparison is, whatever conduct you expect from Kamala on genocide, you're willing to snap your fingers, and if you had the power, you would in fact make Kamala president, but you're not willing to vote for her, and the answer is why?
I've already expressed this. So I agree
He's
with you
already
that she
said
was
he
like,
will vote
listen,
for it.
wait 1 second.
He lives
I
in
agree with you.
California.
I agree with you that she would have been less bad than Trump on this issue. I agree 100%. Let me finish. No, I'm not
going to let you be. So I'm not asking would it be better or worse. No. That's the same exact way I'm framing it. You said, given the power, you would make Kamala the president. In what sense so you've said that now. You've said that you have a preference for her, but nonetheless she doesn't deserve your vote. Explain in what sense are you
I've
seeing
already
this?
expressed this. I don't know how many more times so again, the guy who only kicks 1 puppy a day versus the guy who kicks 2 puppies a day.
He's still a piece of shit.
He's still a piece of shit. I still don't want to vote for the guy. He doesn't deserve it, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's pragmatic.
He doesn't think
that's all it
Kamala
is.
deserves to be president.
But what is deserve doing for you? Explain what deserve is.
She didn't earn.
Like they should stop kicking
Literally,
puppies.
What does that mean?
Hold on,
This shit doesn't make any sense.
Yes, it makes total sense. I don't know.
You can't even describe what it is.
I just
What
did
does
multiple
deserve
times.
mean?
Guys, I don't want to get lost, and I just want to
I want to go to counterpoints. And just to answer that question quickly, hey Pace, I didn't do it to change the foreign war. That wasn't the point of my vote. The point was that she didn't meet my minimum threshold. That's why I didn't vote for her. Right? That's different from saying not voting will affect the outcome of the war. All right, go ahead.
But hang on.
I don't want to go down your tangent. I want to go down my tangent. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait. Doobie.
Cut off the white guy, Connor. Don't only cut off the Muslim. Cut off the white guy, Connor.
Doobie. Would she deserve?
No white on white violence.
Would she deserve you installing her in office?
He's what?
Technically brown.
No, but
you score both white passing enough. That's fine.
I know.
Stop it. No, I mean, like,
okay,
you say
my
that, but you have no
turn,
idea about my history.
Pisco. I don't want to go down your autistic rabbit hole. I don't want to do it.
I hate this shit. So,
my turn.
So he says I'm a white guy.
My turn. You won.
Apparently,
you're not going to applaud you. I hope they give you lots of super chats. You won.
Fuck you.
You did it. You linearized the argument and you won.
So, Doobie,
wait, who said you're a white guy?
Shut the fuck up. Well, go back to editing, bitch. Doobie, answer the
No.
question.
Yes, sir.
What?
Back to Anthony.
All right, you've been making it impossible. Now Connor can be the most.
No, I want to
gracious
get your
person.
Pisco.
Connor can
I want
be
to
the
get your
enlightened
Pisco,
center.
please.
No.
These
I
people
mean,
Please,
Connor
Connor, you
will
want to
talk
talk.
let me
later,
talk
too.
to my friend Pisco, please, for a second.
So
okay.
would
Please.
Kamala deserve you to install her as office if you had the power? Would she deserve that?
No.
But you would
Should be
so you
James
do-
Tamarico.
But you would but hang on. So you would do things for people who don't deserve it, correct?
Yes, because it's better.
So why
okay.
wouldn't you vote for someone who
Again-
didn't deserve your vote?
Again, I don't know why this is complicated to you, right? So for my, again, subjective, this is me different based on the person. There's no objective standard for who deserves what, right? So to me, she did not have the qualities that I think are deserving of my vote, like morally, the integrity. She didn't have the leadership qualities. However, because she's less bad than the other person, I would have voted for her. Wait, no, listen. Yes, I would have installed her.
You know where this is going. That's why you're stopping me.
No, I'm not stopping you. I'm trying to finish my sentence. You're interrupting me. So I would have installed her for pragmatic reasons, not because she deserved to be the fucking leader, but because she's the only other option, and she's less bad than the other guy.
Okay, so you've answered. You said, given the fact, notwithstanding the fact that she doesn't deserve to be installed, I would install her. However, similarly, right? She doesn't deserve your vote. Why wouldn't you vote for her? Is it because you couldn't affect the outcome?
Okay, so
That's the question.
Again, Pisco,
that's a question.
Pisco.
Is it because you couldn't affect the outcome?
I feel like, yes, that's what I said earlier.
Okay.
So Pisco,
But
listen,
you would
listen,
vote for
Pisco,
her in a swing state
Pisco,
where you couldn't affect the
Pisco,
outcome.
Yes.
So that doesn't make
that's
any
not true.
sense. So you're
that's not
wrong.
true. No, that's not true. Pisco, that's not true. So one, she wouldn't have deserved my vote in the swing state either. To be clear, I would do it anyway for pragmatic reasons.
Even though,
However,
wait, how pragmatically
listen for a second.
you make no
Listen for a
sense and you
second.
know it.
I'm not finishing. You're interrupting me before I can get to the sense. Okay. So I don't think of it's just my individual vote. It's just my individual vote that doesn't impact anything. It's like Connor was saying earlier, right? It's I use the analogy of like ripples on a pond, right? So my advocacy for this person is a ripple. It interacts with other things in the pond. Those create more ripples.
No.
And eventually,
Don't try it.
Stop.
You know it's not going to work.
This is what it is.
It's
Right,
the
so
high
we're-
ground,
I have-
Doobie.
hold on, I
Don't
have
you
friends
try
that-
it.
Listen,
Don't you try it. I have the high ground, Doobie. I've linearized my arguments.
Pisco, do you not advocate for?
It doesn't work.
Please.
No,
Yes,
My
it does work.
axioms are grounded.
Exactly
you can
what
hold that
Pisco
against-
believes
you can
your
voting
vote
is.
was
Doobie,
advocate for your friends and family vote for this person.
Doobie, that's consistent between both scenarios, right? You're gonna. I believe that you were ripples in a pond in California, and I believe you would have been ripples in the pond in Pennsylvania, wouldn't you? So that's consistent. That's held consistent.
Hold on.
Why are you
but,
trying to check
wait,
the
hold
psychology?
on. Do you think that I wasn't advocating for people to vote for her outside of California?
No, I'm saying
online?
you did, right? You were,
Yeah,
right?
I did.
So you were ripples in a pond no matter what. So that's not the distinguisher, right? That's not a symmetry breaker. It's not a symmetry breaker.
It
because
absolutely is.
It exists in both cases. It can't
No,
be
it
the
doesn't.
thing that
It doesn't
distinguishes
exist in the same
Of
way in
course
both
it
cases.
does.
No,
how
it does
doesn't
not.
it? Explain
Oh
that.
my God.
You don't have
Okay.
to. You don't have to like his reasoning, but he gave his reasoning. Like I don't think
It's
like it's
super like clear in office. Like I don't know why this is so confusing to you.
No.
So I can advocate for people in other places to vote for her, where I think it will impact the chance for her to be elected. But because I'm in California, I have the luxury of not voting for the pro-genocide candidate. Okay, like that's it.
No. That doesn't make any sense. So you
got
can
it.
do hang on. Whoa. Last effort.
Vincent.
This is my last effort for Doobie. So you can do all the ripples in your pond. Go to Pennsylvania in that private booth and not vote for Kamala. So why would you vote for Kamala?
I don't think my ripples will go that far. Okay, I don't think. Unfortunately, I don't have that much influence.
However,
online, I did try to impact.
Consistent. No, we're keeping this consistent.
Listen
Keep
for a second.
everything consistent.
Listen for
All
a
your ripples
second.
in the pond. No, you know you're no. Let me get it out.
Get it out.
You could do everything. The ripples in the pond. Keep it exactly the same. You go into that booth in Pennsylvania. Would you check off her name? It's private. No one's going to know you didn't vote for her. You've already done your ripples in the pond. Would you vote for Kamala?
I've
Yes or
already
no?
said yes multiple times. I don't know why this is
there's-
confusing
so
to you.
there's something else going on besides the
then
ripples in
let
the pond.
something else go on. You don't have to
It is
solve
that
wait.
in a
No,
swing state,
you guys are
he
disagrees with you about swing states, Pisco.
Holy
He
shit.
disagrees
You guys are
with
so fucking
you.
Stupid.
You
Let me get it out.
linearized your arguments.
No, you've got it out.
The high ground.
No.
I
So
even
you
agree
just got
with
you.
Don't
just
do
got
it,
to the vote.
Doobie.
Wait, Doobie,
Don't you dare
just
do
got to
it.
the vote in the booth. You just did all the ripples in the
I'm in the
pond,
voting
and
booth,
now
okay.
and you are voting for Kamala in Pennsylvania, but you
Okay.
wouldn't do the same thing in California. That's the fact. The fact is, there's no rational explanation, and the
Just
truth
let
is,
it-
absolutely
the
is.
final
I don't-
point is the final point, and we can move on. The
In
deserved language
Pennsylvania,
is
my vote is
the-
not just
the
I'm
deserved
sorry, go for it.
language is purely to try to evade and push off responsibility. It doesn't mean anything, and it's to hide moral cowardice in my mind.
Dude, I'm going to vote for
That's
Trump next
ridiculous.
time in
Let's get-
2020.
We're gonna go to
2028 just to fucking
counterpoints
fight
now
Pisco
that
at this point.
Pisco is done reducing this conversation to an algebraic equation and solving for X.
Oh
I
my
appreciate
God.
you.
He's
Frank.
linearized his
Yes,
argument.
no. Yes,
Cannot
no.
defeat him. He has
Yes,
the high
no.
ground. So, okay. So, what I was going to say earlier, which was the point that I think is more interesting, is that Doobie, I hear you. And I understand that in the era of smartphones, being able to see a 2-year-old's guts spilled out on a fucking table is horrific. But I feel like what I went through in the military, in law enforcement, through studying history and all that kind of stuff, is I went through the same shit that everybody else did, where it's like, oh, America are the heroes of the world. And then I was like, oh, shit, America does a bunch of really fucked up shit. And then I was like, oh, everybody else does even more fucked up shit. Turns out America is actually pretty good.
I don't know
And
about
so-
even more fucked up.
That's
shit.
not how that
Hold on.
works.
Hold on. Yeah, it
What's
actually
the
is.
more fucked up.
It
shit?
actually, hold on. I'm going to explain it. It is. And so when you look at the valorized stories of the 19th century or the early 20th century, the Native American wars, and we were fighting the Native Americans who were scalping people, or the banana wars where we were fighting tin pot dictatorships in the Caribbean, or if you look at World War II where we were doing all that kind of shit, all of the dirty, fucked up civilian killing bullshit that you're seeing on your smartphone, we've been doing it for the past century. And so, like, that's where, for me, like, yes, it's fucked up, but geopolitical reality is still geopolitical reality, and we have to make decisions within the world.
And you
So
want the
within
dollar store
world-
guy at $10 an hour to think like that?
What's that?
You want the dollar store. So like you did this like breakdown of like geopolitical realities matter. But then like earlier you were talking
Well, I
about
don't
the
think that-
guy
I don't
working
think
at the
the
Dollar
$10
General
an hour
for
guy
$10
should
an
even
hour.
have a
So the
vote.
guy
I
working
think
at
he
Dollar
should
General
be-
for $10 an hour may like conceptually
No.
understand like, hey,
The
fucked up
$10
shit's been
hold on,
happening forever.
Ali,
But
you're
when he's-
mistaking. You're jumping ahead of point. Okay,
Mhm.
Doobie is a smart guy. So I want him to like read history, understand my perspective. He doesn't have to agree with it. He can say, no, this is uniquely horrific and I don't want any part of it. He can do
He's
that.
talking to average. He's not talking to the average guy. He's
what
talking to Doobie. If Ali
what
had it
I-
his way, we'd all be like, "Oh, vote for this guy, bro." Because we're having a conversation right now, not to the average person, to someone on a
fair.
panel. We're not having a conversation to the average person.
Thank you, Pisco. I was going to say that. So Ali, the $10 an hour dollar store general guy, what I'm arguing to Republicans, hopefully eventually, and Democrats is that they are so far left behind that they are politically radicalized to the point that they will pick whatever candidate promises them change, regardless of whether or not they actually deliver it. And so what we need to do is we need to improve the material conditions of the $10 an hour Dollar General guy to the point that he doesn't give a fuck about politics. He's happy with his Taco Bell. He loves his Section 8 housing. He loves the public school that his kids go to. He can afford to buy a Nintendo DS so he can enjoy all the goy slop that is fed down our fucking mouths every single day. I want him to go into the Harry Potter heroin Marvel movie Funko Pop paradise that America was in 1996. But until we do that for him, until we give him Funko Pops and Taco Bell and a comfortable apartment and a decent public education school, he's going to keep voting for extreme shitbags in American politics and making the world a worse place.
I disagree.
Yeah, my bad for distracting. I worked a long day today.
I know we're getting close to the end, but I disagree. Like, I think your framing sounds good, but I think we're coming to realize that the truth is much sadder. I don't think that what these people wish for is change. I think that we're at a point. What these people wish for is retribution. The Republicans have everything right now. They have the House, they have the Senate, they have the presidency, they have the Supreme Court, more or less, and they are unhappy because what they want is blood. The Comey indictment today is more important to them than any policy change or how it's affecting them, any tariff, anything like that. We're in a point in the United States where all we want, like, I think if you scroll down Rob Noah's Twitter timeline today, you could see him almost doing backflips. Like, you can see he's about to bust. He is so excited to see blood. Like, they are foaming at the mouth for it. So, like, it's, I don't know. Like, I think they're generally deeply unhappy people, but yeah, I think that there is something going on specifically within the MAGA movement, the Republican Party, that absolutely wants retribution right now. And honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if, based on honestly what some of the violence going on, like if I pray it's not a trend going forward, but on the pace that Trump's going in 2028. I think the Democrats are going to want it, like 2028. If the Democrats win, I think a lot of Democrats are going to want a taste of that. And I say that because I say that as someone who I don't think has a taste for retribution necessarily. But if after this Trump term, if people don't go to jail, like, I don't know what our country looks like anymore. Like, we can't just, I don't think we can play like, oh, okay, I know you tried authoritarian, I know you tried to do a dictatorship for a little while, but like, oopsie, everybody goes home, takes your ball and go home. I think that people actually need to go to jail for the decisions that have been made and will continue to be made over the next 3.5 years.
Comey just got indicted, and he's saying that he's willing to go to trial in order to prove his innocence. So realistically, like, MAGA has consistently impressed me with their inability to absorb relevant information. And so if Comey is indicted and then acquitted, I think that should be like something that you take as like, Donald Trump is full of shit. He's been lying to you about the corruption within the deep state. He doesn't understand any of this shit. He took a shot at James Comey and he fucking
sure that
failed.
will happen.
You are following a charlatan.
Okay, hold on.
Don't blame the courts. The courts have already blame the judges.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, you guys are right. Like, MAGA consistently impresses me with how little they update their worldview based off of new information.
How are you surprised at this point? Holy fuck. Even you, Connor, you're surprised? It's a cult. There's no basis for surprise anymore.
No,
they're going to warp reality.
No. See, even with a cult, though, like, you would think that, like, by the way, I think 55% of the Republican Party is trapped in this cult, and I think 35% of them cope about it, okay? But, like, you would think that the Epstein 2003 letter from his estate
I just
would have been enough.
I can't believe you're saying this about, like, this is the
no, like, dude, I'm not arguing for it. I'm saying that their delusions are borderline impressive.
I'm just saying this is the biggest, worst black pill, the most depressed I've been in Trump term 2, that you say that you are surprised by the depths of depravity in the ways that they're going to warp reality to match their cultish ideology. That
no,
I'm in a bad spot right now that you're surprised by that. That's crazy to me. That's crazy.
Let's let Stu be the only one of us, I think, who's ever grown up in a cult. Doobie, go ahead.
Okay, so Connor, I agree with you, right? So sort of. I think, yes, other countries do things that are worse. That's not controversial, I think. But not all countries, but other countries do things that are worse. That doesn't make what America does good. It doesn't make America good, right? What it means is that we're just less bad than the other people sometimes. Not even all the time, just sometimes, right? So this is why I wanted to talk about what I think the Democrat Party should be doing going forward, because I think there's an opportunity in recognizing the spiritual rot currently existing in the country. Right? I think Trump provides an opportunity, a very rare opportunity, for the Democrats to reestablish, redefine what it means to be an American, not just here at home, but on the world stage, right? To try to reignite that dream that we grew up with, Connor, of America being the city on the hill, shining light to the rest of the world. I think the Democrats have an opportunity to do this. But to do that, they need to let go of this idea that they can just be 5% less bad than Trump, and that's enough. Right? They need a leader with conviction, with like some kind of with integrity, who can go out there and make the arguments to the population, not just for policy, but for something deeper than that, right? So something I think it is like borderline spiritual, right? It is like a kind of like something at the core of our country that is broken, right? And I think the Democrats have the opportunity to fix
But
it.
Democrats broke it, right? Like
No, not just
hold on.
not just them, but I agree they helped, right? But
Democrats are yeah, sure. I'll read about it. Democrats didn't break it, but they did a lot to get us to this point. I mean, Obama didn't send anyone from the financial world to jail once he got into office, right? Well, for the recession. No one went to jail except for like a low level of manager. I'm not trying to relegate the whole thing. I'm just saying we don't need to but hold on. No, but actually, no. I think we do need to blame. It's important, right? Because when that happened, Barack Obama said, we look forwards, not backwards, right? Also, again, with Bush and torture, right? Him torturing individuals, none of that was punished, right? And then Biden
Obama not closing Guantanamo.
He nominates the ultimate Fed senator, Merrick Garland, to be Attorney General, who doesn't do shit about Trump, right? The first chance we had to deal with Trump, he doesn't do shit about Trump until after Trump declares, right? And then he starts the process, and then he runs out of time. And so now here we are, right? Like if we're looking at individuals who did a lot to get us to this point where we don't believe in justice for the powerful, for the wealthy, right? Well, the Democrats had a lot to do with it.
You're just talking about populism, like I said, and I think populism is destroying.
You're
saying that you're talking about that the wealthy should have paid for what they did.
I'm talking about the guilty should have paid. That's what I'm talking about.
And the guilty talking about is the wealthy. If Obama would have ran on tough on crime policy for poor people, you wouldn't have been talking about that.
To be clear, I am a populist. You know I am, right? Yes, but I'm not talking about populism here. I'm talking about the guilty. Bush tortured. Right? He put people in secret prisons and he ran a massive
there was enhanced interrogation.
You don't care about enhanced he ran a massive torture campaign. And so and he was never punished for that. Bush and during the financial crisis, right? There are people who brought down the economy and they knew they were doing it and no one was punished.
Yes,
and then Trump gets out of office, Biden gets into office, and what does he do? He puts Merrick Garland in place, and Merrick Garland does fuck all for 2 years, and then he runs out of time. It's not that Trump was acquitted of these crimes. We literally ran out of time, and then that was it, right? And we didn't. And Merrick Garland didn't move until either just before or just after.
No, I heard you say that. You said all that again, but what I'm saying is like whether you categorize it as that or not. You're not a tough on crime guy. You don't care about.
Who cares? Okay, you guys are missing the point. Okay,
no, I'm not missing the point. I'm talking about the entire.
Oh my God!
What you're talking about is the rich, like the rich need to pay.
No, that's not what I'm saying. That is not what I'm saying at all.
The rich and powerful are the problem, and
no, it's not just the rich and powerful.
That's what I want the Democrats to do.
Okay, Trump is in power because the average person voted for him. Average people, normalized people voted for Trump. It's not just the rich and powerful. There's a rod at the core of our country that Trump was able to latch onto. Right, so.
Drain the swamp.
Look. Imagine America. Wait, imagine America as I'm gonna relate it to Hillary Clinton. Okay, we're not just another nation anymore. We're the kind of a nation that the world the kind of power that the world calls a super predator. Okay, no conscience, no empathy. We can talk about how we got this way, but first we need to fix it. We need to fix the problem, right? It doesn't blaming Obama or Bush or Clinton. Who gives a fuck? It is what it is now. I don't think we gain anything by relitigating all the shit in the past, right? I think we need to say, hey, this is the issue. How the fuck do we bring people together to fix this issue? I think the Democrat Party right now has a real chance to do it. They just need to. They just have to fucking courage.
Okay, but we have to understand what the past was, because like these are literally some of the same people who were around back then are still there. I mean, like Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi,
I know.
The DNC that you're dealing with, the DNC that will should bring us to a new era in 2026 or 2028. They're right there right now in power. If we don't assign blame, if we don't have a reckoning with our history, we don't understand who are the people who kept us from that justice in the first place and why, right? So much of it was campaign donations. If we don't actually deal with that,
okay, but Prem, they're in charge. They're at the top. Right? So what you need is somebody to reignite the soul of the population and force them to push the change that gets these fucking vultures at the top of the party to do the right thing anyway.
I'm going to ask you this question because I know what I believe to be the soul of the nation, okay? I believe that the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. I believe that those things are the things that should unite us as people. And what I mean by that is freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, right to self-defense, due process, the elimination of cruel and unusual punishment, equal protection before the law, all of the things that make the American Constitution and Declaration of Independence great. However, the problem is that there are American citizens who do not agree with me, as is their right under the First Amendment in the Constitution of the United States, but they make the noise so loud that it's impossible to build an alliance of people who give a shit about the Constitution. So that's, to me, that's the soul. But I can't bring, in my opinion, this is kind of going back to the $10 an hour guy. I can't get the $10 an hour guy to give a fuck about the Constitution of the United States if he's having difficulty paying his bills. So how am I supposed to reignite the soul of the country?
Kamala Harris could have ran on raising his bill specifically, and he wouldn't vote.
Fuck Kamala Harris. Who cares? She's.
I'm talking about what she represents.
Hear what I'm saying?
It's a
I'm talking about what she represents.
No,
This is
the
frustration.
the Democrat Party.
The frustration is you're all talking past
Connor.
each other because like no one is agreeing on what we're talking about. Like this is all just
2028
fucking,
candidate could run on.
I told you
I'm
what we're
trying to
talking
address
about earlier,
Doobie
okay?
specifically,
We're
and I'm
talking about
trying
the
to
parties going
say
forward.
these highfalutin, I'm going to say this, these highfalutin ideas that I believe in about a republic and about an American promise and the American dream, people don't agree with it or they don't care about it because they feel like their lives are out of control. And so until their lives are under control, they're not going to give a fuck about my highfalutin ideas about a republic.
I don't think
you,
that's true,
Connor.
Connor, I don't think it's true. Right. So I think the issue isn't, it's not that they don't care about it. I think it's that they see that it's broken, but they've been convinced.
Yeah, they might feel betrayed by it.
Wait, hold on. They feel convinced by people in power that the reason that they feel like their lives are broken is some immigrants' fault, right? That anger is being directed at something that is not the cause of the anger, right? Is not No, that's not what populism does.
That is.
No, stop.
An enemy.
Oh,
that's
God. I don't know why you guys are so afraid of populism. No, sometimes there is an enemy. Sometimes there is an enemy that you need to attack, right? In this case, okay, but you speak about populism as if it's like a bad thing.
Yes, it is.
Say, hey, they're competing interests in a country. Some people that the very top of our society have interests that don't align with people with the rest of us. That is just true. Like, so I don't understand why it's like that's controversial. We said that, like, speaking about this.
Well, we should schedule a conversation to talk about populism versus enemies and stuff. If the scope of the conversation is going to be so elastic as to encompass, all these different discussions, it's one, frankly, that I'm not interested right now in having. It's too off the rails at this point. But the last thing I'll say on this is I think that there's, just been a lot of talking past each other in this conversation, and it's not the case that I just want to go out there. This is a point from like 40 minutes ago to Ali's point that I just want to blame the voter. We were here to discuss, I thought, some of the issues in Kamala Harris's campaign, and part of that, I think, is as representatives of people who didn't vote for Kamala, getting a good sense of why you did or didn't vote for Kamala Harris, and that involves like seeing, well, what would have made you vote for Kamala, and so that isn't in of itself. It's an analysis of voter preferences and what they like or don't like. But if the conversation, I think, keeps going to different areas like the future and whether the policy on Israel or Gaza is right or wrong, then it just seems impossible to actually like get somewhere with the conversation. That said, though, super appreciated coming on and having the chat with y'all.
Okay.
Peace goes EP. He needs to go to EAP.
Yes. We've had 4 hours. I don't know what we're talking. Like, we're talking about populism now.
Yeah.
Comey was just indicted.
I didn't think we were, but it's fine. Okay. It's fine.
Sorry, I was saying Pisco is EP and I am EP too. So
yeah, I know. I hear you.
We need to eat.
God damn it.
Okay, so we can leave it off there then. I really appreciate this conversation. So other people might disagree, but I think this was helpful for me, right? And at points it was awful. I think it was helpful for me.
What did it help you with? Can I ask?
Sure, right? Like talking about like blame. I mean, I think a lot of this, like I said previously, a lot of this comes off as, hey, we want to blame you from liberals, right, for this loss, right? But also at the same time, your priorities were insignificant, and so it wouldn't have made a difference any which way. Like you all gave your answers, and they were interesting answers. I have thoughts about them, but still, it's useful to get that point out of the way. For me, like as to like what do you think is the problem with people within my electoral cohort? So that was helpful to me.
I think the problem, one of the problems that's being exemplified here is that, I mean, at least for some people, I don't think it's everybody, but at least for the ideological left, which I thought to be understanding, like that's kind of the group that we were, but it was broader than that. But I think this conversation, because it's involving people who are in the political sphere and who are knowledgeable about these issues, such as Prime, it involves a kind of ideological left. I think one of the problems is that you guys don't seem to be responsive to incentives or to results. That's a huge issue, and I don't know what we do to affect that.
What
other than just
results was I not responsive to?
Well, to what I take to be the likely results of a given presidency, that it's not you said yourself, and I'm not even like necessarily saying that this is, I don't know, I guess you're being consistent to a principle, which is you're not going to vote for people who are in favor, in your mind, of a genocide. And that is irrespective of whether the person who wins or the ultimate disposition here will worsen that genocide. And that to me is a problem. I don't know if it's a problem that can be breached, but in other respects, you do seem at times to be willing to deal and willing to accept. And listen, I don't even need concrete signals from Kamala Harris. She just needs to say that she's going to change. That seems to be more elastic as a position. But in general, I just like, I'm walking away with a lack of clarity other than this notion that you feel that your lack of vote was righteous and that there's something that Kamala could have done to vaguely signal that would have received your vote, but I'm not quite sure what that is. I haven't grasped it yet.
Okay, Pisco, during that part of the conversation, I tried very hard to like let you know what that was, but then that was like your interrupting phase of me.
The Kamala defense system just comes on.
Yeah, we just
this is what's so fucked up. Like I can go and say Joe Biden deserves blame, Kamala deserves blame. What we're talking about here is what will you respond to, Prime? And he goes, Kamala defense squad. I'm asking him what it would take for him to vote for Kamala.
And I tried to
Isn't
answer
that what you fuckers want us to do?
Hold on, but friend, I tried to answer that. Right, I tried to give you a whole spectrum of things, right? But like you keep doing that, and I said this before. This is when you start debating like this, then the debate conversation becomes an algebraic question.
I'm responding
and you're
to
just
him
trying to solve
when he said
X,
Kamala
right?
defense squad.
Even,
Kamala defense squad.
For the
No, I'm
rest of us,
responding to what he
I said
just
Kamala
said.
defense system.
Yeah.
Whatever the fuck you said, whatever your fucking comment was.
But that's what I said, though. I'm letting you know.
Yeah. You made a snarky comment that is not at all getting at the heart of what I'm doing. What I'm doing here is I'm asking you what it would take for you to vote for Kamala, and I don't think that we're closer to understanding that.
Ali, then okay. Well, then if you're talking Ali, then I'll leave
You ain't Muslim. What's your beef with Ali? I love him. He's a beautiful boy.
Always great.
Well, I think one of the problems that makes the conversation impossible is when like half the time we're pretending we're having a conversation in front of a panel of uninformed voters, and then it's like, but the regular people don't understand that. Like, no, bitch, I'm talking to people on this panel about issues that they know about. So yeah,
and the people that are watching are uninformed voters.
No, but we're having a conversation among.
Did you think
people,
that's what the problem with the conversation was?
No, we're having a conversation right now among equals, right? People who are informed, and I don't have to spend half the time pretending that I'm like doing some kind of focus testing.
Some of us are more
equal
informed. I'm pretty uninformed. Like that's the thing. I'm not that informed.
Okay.
Let me let you guys go. Before then, hey everyone, thanks for being here. If you haven't done so already, consider following me at youtube.com or twitch.tv/PrimeKai, PrimeCayes, Prime Kai. Love to have you. Thank you to the people who gave super chats previously, supported the channel, especially Grassroots Hegemon, but also to Sean, to Ogre Boy, and to Christopher Donardo. Much appreciated for the big kindness there. But yeah, hit the follow button or subscribe button if you haven't done so yet. Means a lot, does a lot. And I really want to thank my participants, all of them. I respect all of you guys, right? I've talked to all of you guys, respect all of you guys. Yeah, you guys are fantastic. I'll give you all an outro. Thank you, Counterpoints, for coming through. I know you got a family, and it's just I'm always in the way because this happens at night. But thank you for ignoring them for being a horrible father just for me.
My pleasure. If anybody is interested in my content, then Counterpoints 40K. I'm literally editing a video for that right now. It's probably not going to be done by tomorrow, but I promise to have a banger for you shortly. If you type in Counterpoints 40K. If you like any of my political commentary, there's two places you can find me. A place called Valor Media Network, VALOR Media Common Spelling Network Common Spelling. Alternatively, you can find me at Counterpoints Politics, where I post the VODs. I stream 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. I'm on Valor every single day except for Tuesday. On Tuesday, I'm on Counterpoints Politics. I know it's confusing, but it's still fun. Come hang out. I'll yell at you in chat.
Did you and Doobie had your conversation? I looked for it. Like you guys said, you're gonna have a conversation.
I'm sorry,
just
Prem, I
had
forgot
our
to tell
first
you.
conversation today, but all we talked about was Steven, and realistically, we have other things we need to cover as well. So we'll cover it in sequence.
Okay. Invite
Actually,
me
Pisco,
on.
why- can I ask you a question?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Just for Connor, because we actually did speak about you earlier. Okay, it was all good things. Don't
Yeah,
worry.
nice.
But one of the things that we're talking about is Destiny or Steven, however the fuck I want to say his name, encouraging people to dox me, right? Because and one of the reasons is he believed that I was turning people like you, I think he named you specifically, against him, right? So your argument with him about the communist thing, socialist thing, I agreed with you in that conversation. He seemed to believe, and I think, well, he said this, that the reason you believed that that he was like smearing you, slandering you, saying that you were like pandering to communists, whatever the fuck, was because of me, right? That all that came from me, and I was turning you against him. So I just want to know, like, is any of that true? Did you feel that way because of me?
No, I got that impression from other things.
Okay,
You turned her against me.
Okay. But yeah, like Counterpoints, I'd like to come on your channel sometime and have a discussion.
If you're, dude, 1 p.m. EST. If you can make it, we'll do it. Otherwise, we can do something on the weekend.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, let's go to my good friend Pisco. Even after yelling at him that way,
Well, so, you know, I didn't take it personally. I appreciate the conversations. I think this is going to be a ritual one, and we're going to have to like figure this shit out and what we want, what we don't want. And I can be frustrated and talk to sometimes, but I do have a way of like really getting annoyed when I feel that the conversation is going in all different places, and then it just really does feel like we're just having utterances at each other and we're not really responding to each other, and so that frustrates me. And if I try to like impose some structure to the conversation just because I want to be respectful of everyone's points and make sure like we're all on the same page about stuff, and so that's all I'm trying to do there. But you can find me at Pisco Liddy at Twitter, and Pisco Liddy also just started a TikTok, so Pisco Liddy on TikTok and on Instagram. But thank you so much.
Did you hear Pisco? Because I happened to be watching at the time on Majority Report. Someone.
Oh yeah, I reviewed that.
Yeah. Someone gave a super chat or something, and then they were like, "Yeah, we'd like to talk to Pisco."
Oh, I didn't hear that. They said that.
Yeah, I'm a big one.
They rated him. They rated him the other day.
No, that was the other day though. But are you saying there's something new where they said we'd like to talk to him?
That was today. That was the last broadcast.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
They said, "Yeah, they'd love to have you." Yeah,
Pisco's going places.
Yeah, we'd love to see it. But shout out to my man Pisco. And next, my other friend Bam. And we've been even more vitriolic on this topic. You guys just haven't seen it. But Bam, thank you for coming through and like taking time out of your day to try to express yourself here. You're muted, buddy. Yeah, you're muted in StreamYards.
Oh, I was tripping. My bad. Yeah, no, of course. Thanks for having me as always. I do think that the conversation was more or less constructive. Like I said, maybe I think that there may have been there's a way brains work. I think Pisco, I think that you are I've seen you have other conversations, and I think you can ask one question over and over again for like 3
yeah.
You're fine if it sticks to that one question. I'm fine doing that as well, but I'm also fine with jumping around to different elements of a conversation. Like you trying to nail down the lack of logic or reason behind Doobie's vote to me. I didn't even disagree with you in the principle of it. I just don't like once he said that he would vote, like the practical of it didn't matter to me. Once he said that, like, yeah.
The reason why it matters to me, and just to respond to that real quick, and why I think it's important is because once you grant that that you would vote pragmatically, I think it's revealing that this whole notion of deserve, earn, vote is really just a tactic. It really just feels like a way that people use it to distance themselves from their decision a little bit. And once they say, yeah, I guess pragmatically I would vote, pragmatically I would install, well, you're basically granting that for even undeserving people, you're willing to do stuff for them, but yet there's a differential in how you acted with an undeserving person in some sense with respect to your vote, that you would vote in another context. And that I think getting clarity on what he means there reveals the emptiness of these terms deserve, separate and apart from their normative connotation, which is, I think, the typical usage of the word. But that's why I go there, is because I think we're leaving on the table this is even like good language to accept from people, and that's why I did it. But I understand that it's frustrating.
No, I mean, it's fine. I mean, when, like I said, I can do it. It just didn't feel relevant. But now I see your reason behind it. I would have just put that out there a little bit earlier once I figure out that I'm going in circles, but that's completely fine. Anyways, I don't have a social media. Well, I do have social media, but you guys don't need to follow me.
You don't get it.
Yeah. I was about to say, yeah, I was about to say, anybody want to bring me on to have conversations about anything going on in the world, just hit me up. I usually will talk about it for a little bit. I got good stuff going on in here. I just don't care enough I can't keep up with the content life. Like I'm like I need to be somebody's Robin. I would be a great Batman, but I'm maybe it's did anybody watch Walking Dead? Is Rick, and then who was the second one?
Oh, Dale.
Dale, yeah. I'm more of a Dale. Yeah, I'm the killer, but like I don't need to be the star. You know what I'm saying?
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm more Kobe to somebody to Shaq. Whatever.
Rip
Anyways,
Kobe.
thank you, bro. Also, it's one of my little fine things is apparently a fan of you, Pisco, because she sent me a screenshot, said she was watching you. So
oh shit, who?
I was about to say she know who she is. This was really a thing. She's probably gonna cuss me out, but yeah.
Oh wait, who is it? Sorry, I missed who it was.
I didn't say the name.
His lady.
His
lady.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh,
I didn't say
lady
that
friend.
Oh,
your lady friend.
I didn't say that. Yeah, lady friend.
Yeah.
So,
okay.
Shout out to you.
Nice. All right, let's go to our friend Ali. Ali, thank you for coming through. I'm always glad to have you around, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry for coming late. I was working, so my bad. I hear this conversation a lot, and every time I hear it being discussed, it always gets to like voter culpability. And I've listened to a lot of people talk, and I don't think that that's how the conversation should go. I think this election was very specific. I think we need to look at it very specifically. It was weird for Democrats specifically to throw away their vote, right? To allow for a second Trump presidency, I think is a fucking major deal. And I don't think that those people should be discounted. I think that they really do need to be listened to, because it's indicative of like what they believe of like the Democratic Party or the presidency, right? I don't think that like social Democrats are a small portion of the party. I think a lot of people who are on the Democratic Party are Democrats because they believe in like in social programs. I think they want free healthcare. I think they want free college. I think they want the same things that like Europeans share and have without having like a complete total socialism, right? And so I think for them to be willing to not cast their vote means that there was something bigger to them than who the president is. I don't think they see that the president has power, right? At least not a Democratic president. It feels like that Trump or Republicans kind of come in and do whatever the fuck they want. And that may not be good. I'm not saying it's good, but to the people that are like voting, if they feel like they're not getting what they need or what they want, then we're just going to keep spiraling, and we're going to keep voting based on lesser of two evil rather than like what the politician actually stands for and what they can do.
Thank you for that. And I'll just put this out there because I know he's meaning to do it. Ali would love to have a one-on-one with you, Pisco.
Sure, yeah, let's
not true. I added you, so yeah, let me know.
Okay,
yeah,
right.
no doubt.
Well, message delivered. Okay, and finally, my good friend Doobie, who's always been there for me. Doobie, thank you for coming through and having this conversation. This was really fun, and I always loved hearing your perspective, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm Doobie. I not a streamer, but I do hang out on my server, the politics server on Discord. Discord.gg/politics. So
And
you
he's
can go there
turning
for
me
all
into
the
a
others.
communist, and he
Yeah,
gives me all the
apparently
bad information
I'm-
about
Ooh.
Destiny.
Apparently, I'm a
communist maker
tanky.
doobie.
If you are going to be a tanky Pisco, I recommend pacifism. That's my favorite form of communism. Everybody should be a pacifist.
I'm going to send off my Twitch audience to Sweetheart. Why not? She's a girl. She's streaming, and that's
A
all we need.
girl.
That's literally all we do here.
Need?
That's
All
literally
right.
All it takes.
that's the beginning and the end of it. So
We just got more new tariffs just dropped. Trump imposing 50% tariffs on kitchen cabinets, bathroom vanities,
Who
and
the
associated
fuck? At
products.
this point, it's all the same. It's all
Okay,
numbers. All right,
Like
thanks,
what?
guys.
Like we're just making up
Off you
stuff.
go.
But yeah, have a good night.
Bye.
Okie dokie.
Oh, prom. I'm leaving.
Peace out, Connor.
See
Yeah.
ya.
Bye.
But I wanted to ask,
Oh no,
when you
let
been
me
to-
end streaming first.